and reality are two different things. In this video, I'll be examining different aspects of the modern Russian state in light of their Soviet past, as a case study of capitalism. Let's begin with the history. After the October Revolution, Russia, and subsequently the USSR, underwent tremendous social, economic, political, and cultural change. Expanded rights for women, the institution of massive literacy programs, the development of Soviet economic centers, and so much more that propelled the USSR into a position as an international superpower, despite consistent attempts at invasion, international vilification, embargo, and sabotage, both internal and external. The tumultuous 20th century carried Russia into ever-rising highs despite their setbacks, until the horrific market reforms instituted by Gorbachev in the 1980s. These market reforms eventually led to the complete restoration of capitalism in Russia and the rest of the USSR, ushering in an era of poverty, cultural irrelevancy, and instability, both sociopolitical and economic. In fact, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that the dissolution of the USSR was the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the past century. The transition from socialism to capitalism was incredibly difficult. Following Gorbachev's disastrous market reforms came Yeltsin's shock therapy. Under the advice of Western neoliberals, who you should never take advice from, Yeltsin pushed Russia's economy into removing all price controls and state subsidies, removing all import and export barriers, and more importantly, mass privatization of all state industries and assets. He loudly proclaimed from socialism to capitalism in 100 days. What resulted was an economic disaster that was otherwise unprecedented in times of peace. To quote Cockshott, the world's second superpower was reduced to the status of a minor, bankrupt economy with a huge decline in industrial production and in living standards. Nothing brings out the scale of the catastrophe than the demographic data, which shows a huge rise in the mortality rate, brought about by poverty, hunger, homelessness, and the alcoholism that these brought in their wake. This collapse could have been foreseen by anyone with common sense, and many did, although they were now of an undesirable political persuasion and risked prison or worse for voicing their opinions. The neoliberals promised that once enterprises were free from the state, the magic of the market would ensure that they would interact productively and efficiently for the public good. Everything would spontaneously reorganize in the most efficient and profit-maximizing way. Basically, trust me bro. Soviet economy was a massive interlinked system with extensive networks between many countries as far away as Cuba, Vietnam, and Central Europe. State enterprises relied on regular state orders, the contents of which might be dispatched to other enterprises thousands of miles away. To quote the aforementioned source, whole towns and communities across the wilds of Siberia relied on these regular orders for their economic survival. Once the state was too bankrupt to continue making these orders, once it could no longer afford to pay wages, and once the planning network which had coordinated these orders was removed, what occurred was not the spontaneous self-organization of the economy promised by neoliberal theory, but a domino process of collapse. Orders stopped, closing primary industries. Deliveries of basic components further failed secondary industries, which had to close down as well. Domino after domino, the entire Soviet economy dissolved and fell apart, which was made even worse as the formerly single economy was splintered into over a dozen independent and incompetent economies in the wake of market reform. In comparison, had the economy remained socialist and with the growth rate of the so-called Brezhnev era of stagnation, roughly 2.5%, the economy would have stood at 140% in 1990 levels. Some estimates even put the USSR as the world's largest economy by the early 21st century. However, the net effect of 13 years of capitalism was to leave Russia with half the industrial capacity that could have been expected even from the poorest performing years of the socialist economy. Almost immediately after reform, prices of consumer goods rose to over 2,000 times what they had been in 1990, and rent over 500 times. This market experiment would result in more orphans than World War II, as wages fell over 50%. Meanwhile, Yeltsin sold off major Russian industries in the most profitable sectors, oil, metallurgy, etc., to his buddies for a measly $600 million, despite these individual enterprises being worth the GDP of several small countries. Russia became the largest IMF borrower with loans over $20 billion. Of course, they disappeared without any account on where and how the money was used. Between 1990 and 1995, an estimated 7 million premature deaths occurred in the countries that emerged from the USSR. Mortality rates rose by 12.8% in men, and life expectancy fell to 64 years in 1994, the lowest in the post-war period. The money supply grew 18 times and GDP contracted an estimated 40% between 1991 and 1998. Russia even defaulted on debts several times in the 90s. The 1998 Russian financial crisis was a further blow, in which $12.5 billion worth of salaries were unpaid. The economy shrank yet again, agriculture plummeted, and the government had to appeal for international food aid. The only saving grace was the skyrocketing oil prices of the era, which accounted for 70% of total exports, and restabilized but did not significantly grow the Russian economy. Only in the late 2000s did Russia finally reach the 1990 level of economic development, but with many caveats. The Russian economy would crash again in 2008, 2014, and most recently 2022. Despite this incredibly lackluster performance, Russia's political and economic elite still pushed for ever further and incredibly unpopular privatization of state assets, which included utility companies, financial institutions, manufacturing and transportation assets, and the media. Under socialism, Soviet Russia and the USSR as a whole had undergone miraculous industrialization that launched it into the forefront of the world. It developed, engineered, and produced high-tech personal computers for civilian use and supercomputers for industrial and military use, even when you keep the embargo in mind. It constructed nuclear power plants, civilian and military aircraft, cars, tractors, ships, submarines, all sorts of military weapons and equipment. It had a developed space program and produced everything from wheat and textiles to natural gas and traditional consumer goods, all whilst providing housing, employment, high-quality medical care, and education to all its citizens. Now, Russia is the example of social inequality, with only the US surpassing it when comparing developed countries. In the USSR, the top 1% earned a maximum of 5 times the lowest earner. This figure has now skyrocketed, with ranges going from 20 to as high as 300 times the lowest earner. The richest 10% own 87% of the nation's wealth, and the percentage of people under the poverty rate has increased to above 16%, with nearly 20 million Russians not earning enough to live on. Some improvement over the nearly 40% poverty rate of the 90s, but still catastrophic when 1 out of 5 Russians are in abject poverty, and that's not even taking into account how official figures are wholly inadequate to measure poverty, with real figures being higher. Billionaires have continuously consolidated their ownership over Russia's wealth. Meanwhile, inequality between differing regions of Russia can be as high as 43 times according to per capita GDP. Likewise, after recovery from the horrific 90s period, Russian GDP per capita has basically been stagnant. The GDP of only the RSFSR, so Soviet Russia, in 1989 was $1.72 trillion. If we're talking about the USSR as a whole, it was $2.75 trillion. Modern Russia has only surpassed Soviet Russian GDP levels in 2011, only to quickly fall below again. If we compare it to the nation it inherited from, the USSR, then the economy of modern-day capitalist Russia has never been larger than the economy of the USSR, even after 30 years of relatively uninterrupted development and advice from the best of capitalist orthodoxy, especially when comparing it to the hardships the USSR had forced onto it. When it comes to production and export, the USSR and modern-day Russia differ only slightly. As the largest inheritor of Soviet industry, Russia's economy can still produce technically sophisticated goods, although to a lesser extent than the USSR. An example can be Russia's automobile industry, which produced 1.7 million vehicles in 2018, compared to over 2 million produced in the 80s each year in the USSR. Likewise for other technical and operational goods. Agriculture, too, has suffered, with modern Russian agricultural output still not meeting the 1990 Soviet level. Arable land, through mismanagement, abandonment, and environmental neglect, has declined by 33%. Livestock fell by half, and planted seed area by 25%. Fertilizer use plummeted, and nearly 20 years of hardship with Russia's agricultural policy were only somewhat solved by 2016, the first year in which modern Russian agricultural output exceeded Soviet Russian, but not total Soviet, output. Relevant to note, too, is the fall in mechanization of Russian agriculture, as well as a fall of fertilizer input. Overall, though, agriculture is one of the 2 industries that have fared decently, with the other being natural resource extraction. As for energy, modern-day Russia is performing either worse or stuck at roughly 1990 levels, regarding energy, gas consumption, electricity generation, energy intensity, and energy use per person. In general, Russia experienced 69.4% of negative GDP growth and 92.6% of positive GDP growth since 1990, netting only 23% of constructive growth in a period of over 30 years. Better than in other post-Soviet nations such as Ukraine, but still nothing impressive or even halfway commendable. The current state of Russia economically is a mixed bag. In some spheres better than the 1990s USSR by virtue of the progress of technology, and many others far worse. On most accounts, Russia is poorer, less diversified economically, less able to project economic power globally, and less capable of economic growth than the USSR was. Housing, too, has suffered. Between 1960 and 1985, Soviet Russia built over 1.6 billion square meters of urban housing stock. Meanwhile, modern Russia, in double the time frame, has built under 1 billion square meters, despite crumbling housing infrastructure and the continued prevalence of multi-generational households. The rate of urbanization climbed steadily all throughout the Soviet period until the dissolution and has been stagnant ever since. Thanks to Soviet policies, the vast majority of Russians own their own homes, but those that don't pay rents as high as 50% on their monthly salary. In Soviet times, rent was fixed to under 4% of your monthly wage, if you had to pay it at all. Currently, it's believed that up to 20% of the Russian economy is in black market dealings, which are notoriously illegal as to what is sold, how workers are being treated, what wages people earn, lack of taxation, etc., and is also ridiculously flimsy, meaning it can fall apart any time. Some research seems to indicate that the level is actually over 40% of Russia's GDP. This is especially ironic, as at the worst points of market reform USSR, the second economy, decried by economists as the smoking gun signaling the defeat of communism as a system, was only 10%. Russia, too, is ranked as the 136th most corrupt country out of 180 countries. Putting aside the myriad of issues corruption indices have, corruption still is a very present and major issue of modern Russia, eclipsing whatever petty corruption that existed within Soviet times. Officially, Russia is in a demographic crisis. Russia has a particularly high death rate and a low birth rate, traditional signs of poverty and an inadequate healthcare system. The phenomenon even has its own name, the Russian Cross. The population of Russia has been declining since 1990 by more than 500,000 people each year. In fact, Russia has only had 3 years since 1990 with a positive population growth of only 80,000. In the same time, they've lost nearly a net 14 million people. In the Soviet era, an extensive, interconnected, and highly developed healthcare system was developed all across the USSR. Healthcare was free of charge, and relevant indicators exceeded the world average in number of beds, doctors and nurses per 10,000 people, per capita access to healthcare, etc. The modern Russian state inherited the system and currently exists with mixed levels of development. The 90s saw massive privatization, the proliferation of for-profit clinics, essentially non-existent healthcare spending, the proliferation of addiction and communicable disease, as well as massively reduced life expectancy. Modern-day Russia supposedly has a free healthcare system, but a particular problem in certain parts of the country is that doctor salaries are extremely low, and hence many doctors demand a fee from patients in order for them to be treated. This puts Russian patients in a tight spot, as they too have low wages and sometimes cannot afford the fees doctors charge. Health centers in Russia, especially outside major cities, are in an extremely poor state. Medical equipment and facilities are in short supply and in high demand. Short staffing is a modern and developing issue, as many doctors and nurses have gone abroad where wages and living standards are higher, although this is currently offset with Russia's larger medical education base. Private clinics are expensive and hence not usually an attractive option for poor Russians. Since the 90s, healthcare outcomes have stabilized as spending has increased year by year, although deaths as a result of HIV, new HIV cases, drug abuse deaths, and other related rates have increased, while, for example, the number of hospital beds decrease. The reason for the spread occurred after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, in which drugs and drug traffickers flooded into the country and, taking advantage of the horrendous living conditions, made many addicts of the Russian population. Through the sharing of needles and other unhygienic practices, HIV and AIDS spread. Alcohol and drug-related disorder rates have remained relatively unchanged in 30 years, with alcohol-related deaths accounting for nearly 500,000 people every year. Interestingly, many of these diseases, aside from alcoholism, were previously non-existent during the Soviet era, but have appeared in modern-day Russia mainly due to poverty and lack of prosperity brought about by the capitalist transition. Another interesting note is that drug trafficking and the use of drugs in general was harshly suppressed by the Soviet Union, which is why the USSR never really had a problem with AIDS, but poverty has pushed people into either drug trafficking as a source of income or the use of drugs as relief from their economic conditions. Russians have incredibly low faith in their political institutions, with polls showing faith in both chambers of the Russian parliament, the State Duma and the Federal Council, at only 10%. The number of people who care for the right to choose between different political parties was only 3%. Russians, too, heavily mistrust the institution of market mechanisms, and a large proportion delegate more trust to earlier forms of Soviet government and economic organization than modern capitalist Russia. 75% of Russians polled say that the Soviet era was the greatest period of Russian history, with many saying it was closer to the people, 59% saying it took better care of ordinary people than modern Russia, and a majority claiming they regret the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Not necessarily a call for a reinstitution of the Union, but interesting nonetheless. Equally high levels of mistrust exist for modern Russian bureaucracy, civil institutions, banks, employers, the police, and much more. In fact, modern-day Russia leads the world in lack of trust in civil institutions. The image of post-Soviet Russia is the image of pretty much all transitional countries. To quote from After the Wall Fell, the poor balance sheet of the transition to capitalism, how does the picture look? In the bottom group, absolute failures. We have 7 countries with a combined population of almost 80 million, 20% of the population of all transition countries. None is likely to reach its 1990 income anytime soon. Basically, they are countries with at least 3 to 4 wasted generations. At current rates of growth, it might take them 50 or 60 years, longer than they were under communism, to go back to the income levels they had at the fall of communism. Most people's expectations on November 9, 1989, were that the newly brought capitalism would result in economic convergence with the rest of Europe, a moderate increase in inequality, and consolidated democracy. These expectations are fulfilled most likely in only one country, Poland, and at the very most in another rather small too. Their total populations of 42 million, or some 10% of all former communist countries. Thus, 1 out of 10 people living in transition countries could be said to have transitioned to the capitalism that was promised by the ideologues who waxed about the triumph of liberal democracy and free markets. It's a great article with a lot of perspective. I highly recommend it. Now, this isn't to say that the 20th century experience with state socialism was the way to build socialism, but the track record is clear. Modern capitalist transition has done a less than adequate job of delivering on what it promised. Likewise, I haven't commented on many other issues, for example, increase in prostitution, reduced rights for women, minority politics, and much more. This video is not meant to demonize or insult Russia or the Russian people. The sole purpose of this video is to show that after nearly 30 years of capitalism, Russia has basically nothing to show for the transition. In fact, most indicators point to the superiority of the socialist system, which was built by and for the Soviet people, rather than the current corrupt oligarchy that exists only to enrich itself off the backs of ordinary Russians. And that's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help.
Heads up! Target down. Watch your eyes! Triple, baby! Watch your eyes!
One enemy remaining.
Watch drop! Good. Mess with again? Oh, wait. Let's go! Embarrassing. You're out. Triple, baby!
One enemy remaining.
Mess with again? Didn't be getting Flash! Triple, baby!
One enemy remaining.
One drop! Mess with again?
Yeah, you are monkey, big monkey.
Spike. One enemy remaining.
One drop! You thought you could come. Flash! Target down.
Spike down. C.
Watch your eyes!
One enemy remaining.
Baby.
Good.
Mess with again? Oh. Come on, let's go! Watch your eyes! Embarrassing.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
One drop!
Spike down A.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
I have the spike.
Flash! My ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Careful here.
Target down.
Before we start this podcast, I just want to say thank you to all the. And did you just self-fund yourself? Did you fund yourself through all?
I mean, what was your experience reading
I
it?
was terrified. I was terrified reading it. I had to put it down and go for multiple walks during the process of reading that book. And like I told you, I was listening to Christopher Nolan's movie soundtrack while I was reading the book, and it was like watching a movie in real life. I mean, you talk about nukes in all of your books.
Mm-hmm.
And what I love about the new book is it's a fictional scenario, but it's also a real scenario. And I have so many questions because it's not like you just go from place to place talking about events that happened. You're talking about a potential event that could happen. You're playing it out. a fictional a scenario that could possibly happen, which makes that book so unique and so captivating to read. And it's
And a small correction is that I don't know. I wouldn't call the book fictional. I would call it
Right.
a fact-based
Yes.
scenario,
Yes.
right? Because everything that is reported in the book, I take you through what will happen from nuclear launch to nuclear winter.
yes,
And the shocking part, as you now know having read it, is that this happens in seconds and minutes
Yes.
and hours,
yes,
not months and years. I mean, nuclear winter itself, the part 5 of the book, is a longer part, but the war itself is 74 minutes, right? Because 72, because what I learned from the different sources that I worked with, and let me just say, 2 Secretary of Defenses, the head, a former Stratcom commander, former nuclear subforce commander, the former director of FEMA, the person in charge of what to do with the public after nuclear war, which you learn is not much because, as he told me, everyone will be dead. Right? So I take the reader, and this was the shocking part, because when I approached it, one wondered, how will I do this, right? How does one keep it on point of fact and not go into, making things up? And the only things that are made up in the book are in italics, and that's the dialogue that, like, for example, the Secret Service director or the special agent in charge of the president's detail for the Secret Service will say to the cat team element, and that also comes from my interviews with those individuals when I would say, well, like, what would you say? And in some places, I'm able to quote a Secretary of Defense because he says, no, Annie, this is what I would say this, and will give me a verbatim line. That's when you see it's in quotes.
Right.
But otherwise, he says, well, this would be total chaos. And, this is called jamming the president when the Stratcom commander is saying this, and the SecDef is saying this, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff is saying that, right?
right.
The chairman.
That's what I love about it, because it's not told in like a third person. It's told as in like first person. You're there. It's happening now. That's what makes that's what really makes the book so gripping. Like it had me by the throat the whole time I was reading it. It was hard to put it down.
And also reporting that, finding out these individual places that exist where thousands of people are rehearsing what to do in nuclear war day in, day out, and have been doing this since 1945. This is the shocking part of it, learning about the aerospace data facility in Colorado that, by the way, was classified. Its existence was classified until 2008. That's where the data comes in from the satellite that sees the hot rocket exhaust on the ICBM as it launches in less than a second. So in a fraction of a second from the time that there would be a rogue launch. In my book, I use the North Korean scenario, right? Mm-hmm. A fraction of a second, the entire command and control, nuclear command and control system knows, holy shit, nuclear launch, right? And then it's just tick, 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 counting down what happens. And that should scare the hell out of everyone, because you don't really think of that anymore.
No, you don't.
We think, oh my God, the Cold War is over. Mm-hmm. People aren't, and yet in Ukraine, you have situations where you have, the president of Russia talking about or alluding to maybe using a tactical nuke. These are you have, situations where people actually even contemplate this. Hopefully when they read the book, they realize this is sheer madness. The idea of even using one nuclear weapon. All the war game scenarios in the Pentagon have showed us that once one is launched, it's
They're
the
all
end game.
launched.
Yes.
That was like probably the scariest revelation for me, because I don't think anybody knows that. No, I don't think anybody is by and large, is aware that we have a rule that as soon as missiles launch heading towards us, we have to empty our arsenal. It's use it or lose it, at least for our ICBMs.
Use them or lose them. I mean,
And
you can't
then-
even believe that when you hear that, but yet that is an actual nomenclature that is tossed around Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Same as, how about the bolt out of the blue attack?
Right.
Right? When you learn these different strategies, launch on warning. I mean, for all the reporting I had done previously, 6 books prior to, you hear sort of in passing, launch on warning, but you don't really know what that means until you drill down on it. And then you realize that we don't actually, the way in which the policy is set up, and again, this is explained to me point by point from former Secretary of Defense William Perry, right? Point by point, we do not wait to absorb a nuclear weapon. So once the satellite systems tell us, whoop, a nuke is on the way, launch on warning is the policy.
And then I didn't know this, but they launched them over the North Pole to go hit. If it is from North Korea, it has to go fly over Russia to hit North Korea. And what are the chances that we can get Putin on the line in less than 6 minutes to tell them, hey, we got MIRV nukes coming over your continent of Siberia and Russia that are going for North Korea. They're not coming for you. They're going for North Korea. That is terrifying.
I mean, it's so terrifying, and it really is almost unbelievable. Like, okay, I mean, most people do not realize that. And even if when I had initially, there's a brilliant scientist called Hans Christensen who keeps track of all of the nuclear weapons and reports them with his colleagues in the Bulletin of Atomic Science. Mm-hmm. It's called the Nuclear Notebook. And so he keeps track of all these things. And I did the interview with Christensen, and he's the one who said to me, absolutely, the nukes go over the North Pole if we're going to strike back at North Korea, let's say, if they had, attacked us.
Right.
And they have to overfly Russia. Right? And so you think to yourself, wait, is that really plausible? And when I did my interview with former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta, who was also a former director of the CIA and was also a former White House chief of staff, okay? So he has been around in all these different positions. And he said to me, I'm paraphrasing, yes, the hole over the North Pole is a problem. You just go, oh my God, right? Like, how can this kind of existential, like, mayhem, potential apocalyptic mayhem exist every second of every day of every year? And it does. And we just are kind of living with this sword of Damascus hold over our heads.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, okay, well, and I mean, the book is terrifying, but I hope that it brings to the table a discussion about all of this. Yeah. Like, it's not something that is wise. And it's certainly not something, when you look at the former president, the whole fire and fury with North Korea, it's like, that just seems so reckless once you know how fundamentally perilous all of this is.
Yeah, you said it great in the Pentagon's Brain book. You said every man, woman, and child has the sword of Damocles dangling over their head by the thinnest of strings.
Yeah.
And it could be cut at any moment by accident or by a miscommunication.
And that was Kennedy's quote.
Oh, that was Kennedy's quote.
That was
Wow.
Kennedy's quote. He's such an interesting president. I've looked at all the presidents. I always stay out of politics. No one has any idea, how I vote. And I have just as many readers on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
It's so I'm so in favor of that because
nothing you write about is opinion. It's all real document. It's all real documentary. It's all like nothing you're writing is your opinion.
And people then form their own opinions.
Right.
Like, okay,
right.
so I'm going to tell you an anecdote about that because when I wrote Operation Paperclip about the Nazi scientists who came to America after the war, my editor really taught me. I had a position that was the closest I was coming to an opinion, right? My editor, wise that he is, suggested that I thread in some more of the concept of, that many people believed if these Nazis didn't come to America, we'd all be speaking Russian. Okay, so that was necessary to win the Cold War. And I did that. And when the book came out, I mean, that was 2013. So a journalist could still appear on CNN and Fox News back-to-back nights. I mean, that would never happen now, which is tragic, in my opinion. But you could be on both, because I was just I just had an interesting story that lots of people were really interested in. And when I would be in the more conservative environments, people would say, "Oh my God, Annie Jacobsen, thank God you wrote this book, Operation Paperclip. You showed us that if we didn't hire these guys, we'd all be speaking Russian." And then I would go over to the more liberal organizations, the news organizations, and they would say, "Oh my God, Annie Jacobsen, you wrote this book, Operation Paperclip, and man, did you show us that hiring those Nazis was the worst, most odious, undemocratic thing we ever did. I mean, thank you so much for writing this book."
They're both wrong.
What do you think?
I don't know. I think well, they're both right and they're both wrong, right? I think that it was either get those scientists or let the Russians get the scientists. Like it's the game theory thing, right? It's the prisoner's dilemma.
Prisoner's dilemma.
The same thing with nuclear war. Like, let's just say, let's prosecute them all, send them off to prison, execute them, and let's hope that the Russians do the same exact thing. Or do we take all their science? I mean, it's what's fascinating. Like, one of the things that blew my mind about Operation Paperclip was that these people like Werner von Braun, is it von Braun? You call him von Braun.
I mean, there's so many different pronunciations. I just try to stick to one pronunciation, but I remember we had a president who said Pakistan, and we had a Secretary of State who said Pakistan.
Oh, okay.
So, right? You
Right.
can say whatever. It's just transliteration.
So after Hitler enacted that scorched earth policy where what happened? They destroyed all the infrastructure in Germany, all the dams, all the bridges, everything, kind of like what they did in Rome. Von Braun and some other high-ranking Nazi scientists were basically like sitting in a mansion eating caviar because they knew that the Russians or the Americans needed them badly, and they had a future with the U.S. Army or with the Russians.
Absolutely. And what was so interesting reporting that book was looking at documents in the National Archives, right? Looking at the files. So once they became part of the American national security apparatus, they had files on them. But then their past, like sort of what they were doing in World War II, was all done from interviews, right? So you have to take into consideration that these were Nazis saying what they did, under interrogation as opposed to seen through a different lens. I went to Germany and looked at the Bundesarchives, and they had a lot of different kind of records that were fascinating. I mean, I had a German translator with me. And so I was able to report, I think, more of the story than had existed on the record, although there's some incredible journalists that came before me that were working in different veins of the individual scientists and things, and I definitely stand on their shoulders, but definitely was able to get some original reporting on the record, including a lot of this sort of the capture moment, right? And right before the war ended that you're talking about, where these Nazis knew that the war was going to end not in their favor, and they wanted to work for the Americans. They knew they were valuable, and they did not want to go work for the Russians because they hated one another, the Russians and the Germans. Hated one another. And in fact, we know from the declassified documents that the Germans, the Nazi scientists who did wind up in Russia, were treated like garbage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had a program. There's a whole CIA file on this I found at the National Archives, where the CIA was like, "What are they? What do they have? Who do they have? And what are they doing?" And so we were constantly trying to get intel. And if this is, of course, all pre-U2, so it all kind of threads together. This is, we didn't know anything. We didn't know what was going on in the aftermath of the war in Russia in those first few years. And so the CIA was hunting for information, and the best information they could get was a couple years after the war ended. The Russians kind of got all they could, or all they thought they could, from the German rocket scientists, and then just sent them home. And we called the program, the CIA called the program, Operation Dragon Return. That's what it was called. And we had CIA officers, interviewing the Germans as they were being brought back to try to say, like, what did you tell the Russians? And it was interesting because the Russian rocket program was actually superior to the American program in the early 50s. And of course they got Sputnik. And absolutely. They launching Sputnik required essentially a ballistic missile. And so there's a really complex argument that, wait a minute, maybe those Nazi scientists weren't so great, because the Russians, who were working from almost nothing, given what their country was destroyed, and yet they were able to build up their rocket program. So there's an argument that if American rocket scientists had been moved to the fore, they would have been just as excellent as the von Brauns. But still, having interviewed two of the men on the moon, two astronauts, Apollo astronauts, as I have, Ed Mitchell and Buzz Aldrin, both who, in our discussions and our interviews, are so enamored with the German scientists they can simply not think of them as former Nazis.
Really?
I mean, so
what
this
does
is
it mean to be a Nazi? That's a good question. That was in your book.
Well, what do you think it means to be a Nazi?
I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer. I think, I found it interesting, the story of, I think her name's Hannah Arendt.
Yeah.
Where she talks about, she had a lover, she was Jewish, and she fell in love with a Nazi. And she had basically what she talked about, breaking down good and evil. Like, it's not, she was saying that there's so much nuance. Like, the guy that she was in love with was the guy who was like in charge of the transportation with the trains or whatever. And she was like, this guy has never had a coherent thought go through his mind. He's not a thinker, right? You say that, how do evil people sleep at night? Well, they sleep great because they don't have a conscience. And this guy was just sort of following rules, right? You just sort of have people who aren't thinkers that just follow the rules and get through the day. And that was what she was saying about the guy she fell in love with. Like, this guy is not inherently evil. Like, he's not a killer. He's not a Hitler. But he was born in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he was following the rules. That was her argument.
Well, obviously I didn't interview any Nazis, so I only interviewed the children of Nazis.
Right.
And so my perspective comes from, like, the reverse engineering of the crime, right? The massive genocide. And so when one looks at history like that, your lens is focused on evil, right? So I can't think of it any other way.
Right.
And also, I am someone who does believe in forgiveness, right? So that's a whole other complex situation. And I have interviewed many people who have had a very guilty conscience, and I have borne witness to that, right? And it's a very human situation. It's profound, okay?
What's up, guys? I'm super psyched to introduce to you another product that I've been using for years now. That was Brains, and you want.
Went to Dachau, and I met with the lead archivist.
What is Dachau for people listening that might not know?
Dachau is the concentration camp, one of the first, and it was in Germany, unlike Auschwitz, which was in Poland. And it's where a lot of medical experiments took place. Gruesome medical experiments. The freezing experiments that the aircraft. The people who were involved in aircraft engineering and the doctors that were working, that then ended up coming to America. This is where they all sort of, that was their laboratory, right? They experimented on prisoners, okay? They killed them, right? And you could distance yourself by having it be your, that guy, your student doing the work. Right, but I hold them all accountable. These are those who came to America and became our heroes. But in any event, at Dachau, I asked the archivist to show me the actual photographs, and they have them there. And I saw them, and I will never forget. I mean, the look. What I remember, I can remember the look in the. A series of photographs of someone living, and then dying, being frozen to death, or in an altitude chamber, a decompression chamber,
Oh God.
I mean, just horrific. But I had to see that so that I could forcefully write that narrative. And it taught.
How are they freezing them?
The freezing experiments, they had a big, and there are some famous photographs of them, some that are also available online now, but they had a big, almost like a blow-up pool, right? Mm-hmm. And they had ice water in it. And the Nazi experiments, they were not just doing them to be cruel, per se, right? The idea was they needed pilots to fly higher, faster, and further. Okay, so, and then when you would get shot down in the North Sea, you would freeze to death. And so they needed to know the Reich needed to know how long can a pilot survive in freezing water before we can rescue him. And they wanted to know that, do we send our resources out to get this guy? It's been XYZ amount of time. And so they tested how long someone could live before they froze to death on concentration camp prisoners, and young men who are the same age as pilots, I
know this is a terrible comparison, but I was watching this video online this morning of these, they call them nuclear veterans.
The atomic soldiers.
The atomic soldiers. Mm-hmm. These kids were 18, 19 years old. They put them on ships and they put them out where they drop nukes. They told them, turn around, just don't look at the flash, cover your face like this, face the other way. And these people said they could see the x-rays of their hands through their closed eyes when the flash came through. And they had to deal with, their children were born with crazy diseases that they were dying early and stuff. That's on par with some of this shit.
Yes. I mean, it's so complex because, again, we had the Nuremberg trials, we had the doctor's trial.
Yeah.
To set the gold standard of what can never be done to a human. And then we turned around and did many of those same things. The Atomic Energy Commission absolutely did. I mean, this is on the record now. In the name of, we must prevent nuclear World War III. There you go. So, but if it does happen, we have to know how it's going to affect people. I mean, the atomic soldiers, there were those on ships, and there were also those in the desert in Nevada when we were setting off bombs, because they wanted to see how they, being the Defense Department, wanted to see how soldiers would perform in nuclear battle. They wanted to see how they would perform physically and also psychologically, right?
They said that some of the people were there on the boat crying for their mothers after that flash went off.
But the flip side of that too is then there's Billy Waugh, right? Okay, so we segue to Billy Waugh, who actually, Billy.
We are all over the place in this podcast. We are not staying.
But
sorry, this is going to be an interwoven discussion of all of the books at once. This is not going to be a segmented chapter of one book after the other. So.
But
that's okay.
But Billy Waugh was part of a green light team who jumped a handheld nuke into or actually it wasn't Area 51, but it was near Area 51, into the Nevada test site, you know,
Right.
and multiple people, you know, Billy told me this amazing story. It's in the book Surprise, Kill, Vanish that I wrote about the CIA's paramilitary. And, you know, many people are like, how do you, because that's what we call a single source story, right? It's just Billy who told me that, right? And when I report a story that is a single source, I make it clear that it's, you know, what is being said is in quotes, right? But when I was researching nuclear war, the new book, I worked with Los Alamos was very, very helpful to me.
Wow.
And very transparent and really interesting. And I think a lot of it had to do with the Oppenheimer film, right? They realized that public awareness of things is significant, right? Information is king. But they confirmed the Billy Waugh. One of the librarian
Really?
historians are confirmed the Billy Waugh story.
The briefcase nuke.
Yes, which was just like amen, you know.
Wow. Yeah, that was a crazy story. Back to Paperclip though. So, can you explain this Otto Ambrose character?
I mean,
And didn't you interview his family?
I did. Ambrose, to me, was pure evil, right? I mean, he worked for IG Farben, who was the chemical company who, you know, made Zyklon B and all kinds of other, you know, chemicals. And Ambrose was part of the chemical weapons scientists that were of great interest to the United States. But more than anything that was shocking to me was that I found in the National Archives the receipt, and this had never been reported before, of a 1 million Reichsmarks bonus that Adolf Hitler gave to Otto Ambrose to thank him for his work. 1 million Reichsmarks. That's how important he was to Adolf Hitler himself. And Ambrose was tried and convicted at Nuremberg of mass murder and slavery because he was in charge of the chemical element of the chemical factory. There was a rubber plant at Auschwitz called Buna, and most people don't even know about this. I didn't know about this before I reported Paperclip, but Buna was where the young men the young Jewish, concentration camp prisoners who, you'd get off the trains, go that way to be gassed. Oh, you're a young man that's 18 years old and you look healthy. Let's work you to death over at Buna, building rubber for the Reich. Because they needed, tanks and, the tanks needed treads.
Didn't they develop synthetic rubber?
Yes.
Weren't they the first ones
that
to
was
come
Ambrose.
up with that?
That
was Ambrose.
That's why they got the million in his team, yes. And he was in charge of the plant there. And then on the flip side of that, I interviewed Gerhard Marschowski, who was an actual Buna survivor, right? So he was 18 years old. And he was picked coming off the train. And, it's like he was in his 90s when I interviewed him, and he described to me how when he was leaving quickly, like, of course people didn't know they were getting on a train to go to Auschwitz. They just knew they had to leave quickly from their home. And he put on his best boots, like his sturdiest boots. And those boots saved his life because he could work and walk through the frozen, soil to this Buna factory that was just so, it was a death camp. It was a work to death camp as opposed to gas you to death camp.
Right.
And Otto, the records that I found in Germany that describe Ambrose, a few days before the Russians liberated Auschwitz, knowing the Russians were near, and Otto Ambrose, rapidly gathering up all his papers so that he wouldn't be, caught for the criminal the war criminal that he was, and then leaving on a fancy train. And the fact that we were interested in him and hired him is it's horrifying in every level. And I mean, remember, he was convicted at Nuremberg, and he was in Landsberg prison, and then a kind of deal was made to let the prisoners out because there was a new war. This is now we're in the late 50s or the mid 50s, and it's time to get over what happened in Germany. And that's one of the conditions for the Germans to be our partners, the West Germans, was to release all the prisoners from Landsberg. And that's why Otto Ambros, was released. And then he, it's very mysterious in what capacity he worked for us. But he did work for us because he has a paperclip file. And there are, there's entry and exit visas and nothing else, right? It's just all been obfuscated. Wow. Right? The story is waiting to be told. More of it. I told what I could in paperclip, I mean, they even gave him his villa back. They gave him his Swiss villa
Is that
back.
where his family lives now?
Yes, and it's complicated because I reached the son, and who got all the money, and like
Oh my
it was.
God,
It
living
was.
in a house that was paid for by Hitler.
I mean, it was a very contentious conversation,
Yeah.
and it was like, "Do not call me anymore." And I even pursued that, and I remember being told by one of my attorneys, like, Annie, they have different laws in Germany for stalking. Like you can, because a reporter can kind of really, you can become a bit like a pit bull with a bone, especially in a situation like that.
You really wanted to talk to him.
I really wanted to know.
Did you consider just showing up at his house?
That's what I was going to do, and I was just advised against it. Like not advised, like told, like
Right.
don't do that.
Bad idea. Good Lord. Who else
Yeah.
did you talk to there when you went there?
Well, Dr. Blum. So if you Google Kurt Blum,
Yeah,
or Blum,
you can
how
find a
it's
photo of
pronounced.
him and
Yeah.
Kennedy and Johnson. You should find that, Steve.
No,
It's a
no,
great-
that's Debus. That's
Oh,
Kurt,
that's Debus.
That's Kurt Debus.
Okay,
That's
okay.
He was. I mean, Blum was the Reichsgesundheitsführer. That was his German title, and that means the Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich. Okay, and he was in such close proximity to Hitler. He wore the Golden Party badge. It's this little pin that meant he had favor with the Fuhrer, right? And he planned, oh God, the documents I found in the Bundesarchiv, they were just murderous, Dr. Kurt Blum is his name. There he is, up there on the left, right?
Top left.
Yeah. And he has that dueling scar.
Yeah, they all had those dueling scars.
But I found these documents where he talks about giving Sonderbehandlung, that's the German term, to, like, I think it was 10,000 or maybe it was 18,000 tubercular Poles, like Polish people with tuberculosis. And Sonderbehandlung means special treatment. And that's the way that a reporter unwinds, like, oh, that's a euphemism for death. Because he's writing these documents I found, he's writing back and forth to Himmler, we should just give them Sonderbehandlung, special treatment. And Himmler saying, yes, but the parents might want, or the family members might wonder, so they're deciding to kill masses of people. And when I went to speak with Kurt Blum's son, who had never done an interview until we did an interview, who was just a remarkable human being, like amazing, just,
What was he like?
oh my God. I mean, he had been a doctor, and he's like, for as evil as his father looks, he looks kind and gentle, and is, right? And he writes books, and he'd given up his traditional medical career to treat people with Bach flowers.
What's a
Right?
Bach flower?
Like Bach is like, it's like a Bach flower. It's like almost like aromatherapy,
oh, okay.
right? So it's like holistic medicine. And it's this incredible human irony that the father, because Kurt Blum's primary job and why he was interesting to the Defense Department, the War Department, was that he was working on a bubonic plague bomb for Hitler. Okay? Literally. I mean, the documents are all there. He was developing a plague bomb for Adolf Hitler.
Jesus Christ.
He was in charge of the biological warfare program. And that he was trying to kill people, you know, that way, and his son is trying to cure people with flowers, is this remarkable irony. And it's just endlessly interesting. And the, you know, America being a country where like everyone seems to have like father issues, right? And then you go and just to have met the young Dr. Blum, and you kind of put yourself in his moccasins and you imagine, I mean, he had no contact with his father.
Never met him.
No, he met him and all of that, but like
Oh.
after the war, I mean, you know,
He just abandoned him after the war.
yeah, they just went, Kurt Blum's wife, Bettina Blum, was Germany's, let me get this right, she was Germany's most famous novelist. Like, I think it was even romance novels, like in the 30s, right? They were this dashing couple, you know, and it was interesting because he was kind of like an epic figure in German medicine before, you know, the Reich took over.
For Hitler.
And he transformed, you know. He became a nationalist. He became a fascist. He wrote books sort of at the cusp of National Socialism in 1933. And it's just, I could just go on forever
What did he write books about?
about being a doctor.
Okay.
About being a doctor, right?
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting thing about these scientists like him and von Braun and Otto Ambros is their career or their profession takes precedent, and any sort of evil that will help propel them, no matter good or evil, no matter what it is, they're willing to go with it as long as it propels what they're interested in.
And that's the great conundrum because, you know, of like, how far do you go with pushing science? And where are the lines of morality, you know? And what is a human capable of when they swallow the Kool-Aid about a certain ideology, you know? That is the fundamental question at the heart of every book I have ever written. Because that question gets raised by many members of elite military forces that I have interviewed. So, you know, how do you walk that line? How do you, at what point is there a no? And usually there isn't. And usually, like, I found one of the most interesting things at Area 51 is when I reported Area 51 is when I learned what need to know actually is, right? And it's a very, you know, sort of innocuous situation at Area 51 in terms of developing planes. Like somebody in one room is working on the engine, and in another room they're working on the windshield wipers, okay? And you don't know for what. It's like that myth of 4 people feeling an elephant, and one of them thinks it's a tree trunk, and one of them, you know, thinks it's a rope.
That's the compartmentalization.
Right? Yes. And so that is also that's how a system of systems works, right? And that's the same with the nuclear war industry. It's you're just working on a piece of the action, you know.
Going back to real quick to when you were in Germany and you were interviewing his son, didn't he give you a bunch of stuff to take home?
Yeah. You know, I went there and it was like it was like a moment. I mean, he opened the door and said, you know, I've been waiting for you to come. Like it was like a as a metaphor, like finally, right? Because there was a kind of catharsis about him, at least I felt, speak, what was interesting is he said, I will tell you everything I know about my father, but you have to tell me everything you know. And I had just come from the archive with my German PhD, brilliant, historian translator who was working with me and reading these Dr. Kurt Blom Reichsgesundheitsführer documents about the Sonderbehandling, about the special treatment, about killing tubercular Poles. And the younger Dr. Blum asked me to explain that to him, what I knew of his father, and I did, with the reporter's hat on. But you also have this feeling of like, oh God, it's like it's the person's father, right?
Right.
And so then he told me everything that, he shared with me, what he knew of his father, and that's in the book, in Operation Paperclip. And then when I was leaving, he said, I have these books. He had like this incredible collection of books, incredible. And like I said, I think he's written 6 or 8 books. And none of which deal with, political issues or anything, just about being a human and about being a doctor and about, homeopathic medicine. But he said, I have something for you. I want you to read these. And he pulled these books down. And he gave them to me, and I realized looking at them, and they had wrappers on them, and they actually had exhibit number such and such from the Nuremberg trials. And I was like, oh my God, I can't, I thought he wanted me to take them back to my hotel room and read them. And I said, and he said, no, I don't, I want you to have them. I want you to have them. I don't want them, and you should have them. And I do have them, and I have them. And I think about them, and I look at them sometimes, because, what Blom did at the Nuremberg trial is extraordinary in its mental sort of screws with your head, right? So Blom was so smart and crafty. He was at the doctor's trial before he worked for, before he became part of Paperclip.
Right.
And he got it. He and his wife Bettina were still together, and she kind of worked with his attorney, and they found documents to demonstrate that American doctors were experimenting on prisoners during the war. And they caught the prosecution completely off guard during the Nuremberg trial. Like, if you read these manuscripts of the doctor's trial is this shocking trial, and many shocking things happen. But that is like, the prosecution was stunned. It was like, they didn't know what to say. Like, did we really do this? And we did. And that blew the argument against Blum, and he was acquitted.
Wow.
He was
What were
acquitted.
we doing to prisoners, and where?
And then this gets you all, then it just kept going through MK Ultra and everything. But
Area 51 stuff?
Yes, we were experimenting on prisoners, and we were, it has to do with testing, penicillin, testing degrees of sickness, and it was part of the war effort. And so it became, and he became so cynical, like in his post-trial interrogations and discussions with his handlers, all of which I read and I write about in Operation Paperclip. He's so cynical, and it's really creepy because he has a point, which doesn't excuse any of his murderous behavior, but he does have a point about hypocrisy, and it's just frightening and spooky in its complete factual reality.
Have you ever seen the show based on P.K. Dick's book? It's called Man in the High Castle.
I haven't seen it yet. It's on the list. Yeah.
It's incredible. It really, you can read history. You can go to the lengths that you did, watch the videos, but the way they did that show, and how they show what would happen if the Nazis would have taken over America, and all the symbolism everywhere, the beautiful all the emblems, flags in the yard, the branding was ungodly. one of the top guys was an American. This is a little part. I'll just ruin this. One of the top guys who was an American ends up, joining the Nazis, and down the road, he was one of the top guys, one of the most evil guys. Right? He becomes just pure evil. Then his son goes in for a physical, and they find out his son has some sort of neurodegenerative disease, and his son has to be euthanized. And that's the sort of spiral you watch him go down, the father.
Yeah.
And it is just, it's gut-wrenching. It is just so gut-wrenching. And then to read your book and hear about all the euthanization they were doing on people with disease or people with mental problems or whatever it may be. It was just,
it's just
makes you want to throw up. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by BetterHelp. What's the first thing you
have to, cool it. So we'll put you at one of our facilities in Germany because we occupied Germany. And they put Blum, at this place called Camp King, where he was the doctor. And I write this at length, and I'm still shocked that this hasn't gotten more attention. Because Camp King was the original black site. And it was run by the military and the CIA. And Camp King, as I report in the book, was where the program that became known as MK Ultra began, right? Originally, it was called Bluebird and then Artichoke. And this is where we were testing drugs on prisoners. Wow. And
what year?
It began immediately. I went there. I went to.
Oh,
to
really?
Yeah. Haus Waldorf. They.
Okay, first interrogation center for the German Air Force.
And so there was a horrible, evil Nazi named Reinhard Gehlen, and he had been in charge of for Hitler. He'd been in charge of, Eastern Front intelligence. So he collected intelligence on the Soviets. So of course we wanted him after the war. So he was set up at his own facility down the road from Camp King. And Gehlen would grab individuals who he said were Soviet spies. Okay? I mean, my God, he was just settling scores half the time. We know that now, right? And say, oh, this guy's a Soviet spy. Essentially torture him with these radical new drugs you're working on, and let's see what we can learn. And so, all of the early programs to see how much morphine you could give someone before their head exploded, how much, this was all going on at Camp King. Good Lord. And Dr. Blum was the doctor. Dr. Blum was the doctor there. I mean, and that is original reporting for me from Paperclip, followed by his arch nemesis, who to me is the most important, one of the most interesting people in Operation Paperclip, Dr. Walter Schreiber, who was the Surgeon General of the Reich, not the deputy, but the Surgeon General. And he was one of the most odious human beings imaginable. And it's just like, I don't want to spoil his story of what he did and how his outcome was, because you got to read Paperclip. But that he winds up in Texas, eating cheeseburgers and living the American dream is just mind-boggling. And how he winds up, I mean, it's worth a read, right? And also he's one of the only Paperclip scientists who gets exposed and expelled. He had to leave.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had to leave.
How did he get exposed?
He got exposed by Leo Alexander, who had been in charge of finding out, he was an American Jew who was a psychiatrist who was sent to the ruins of the Reich to find out who to hang, right? Find doctors to prosecute. And so on the one hand, you had him pursuing who to hang, and he's up against the guys who are secretly figuring out who to hire. Right.
Wow.
It was this wild conundrum, and Leo Alexander didn't know. He didn't know. He was the chief investigator for the doctor's trial, and he didn't realize that there was this other program until much later, until the 50s, when he found out Schreiber was living in America. And then
wasn't there? Which one of them was like the top guy at Kennedy Space Center? at one point.
That was Debus.
That
Kurt
was
Debus. Yeah.
Okay, that
Yep.
was Debus.
That
Oh,
was
okay.
Debus, who wore, I found in his file, these little tidbits that a reporter kind of gets to put on the record for the first time become a little bit of a badge of honor.
No
And
peeking.
I don't think it had been ever reported before that Kurt Debus wore his Nazi Reich uniform to work at Peenemünde where he worked. Like, that was not required. You could go
At where?
At Peenemünde, which is in Germany where they were building the rockets,
okay,
right?
okay.
But he wore, like, out of
I
pride.
thought you were saying he worked at Kennedy Space Center. I was like, what?
No. Out of pride, he wore his Nazi suit to work back during the war, right? And he also turned in a fellow scientist who wouldn't give him the Hitler salute,
Wow.
right? And that guy went to the Gestapo, picked him up, and that guy was, taken off, right? So Kurt Debus was a hardcore Nazi, right? Like an avowed Nazi, and you look at pictures of him with that dueling scar, which was the mark of the elite, but
That was such a weird, unique thing that the Nazis did. Like it was almost like they didn't even need to have the sword fight. They could just cut each other's cheeks open, and you
Yeah.
would get the job done. Because it seemed like they just all wanted that
they
scar.
wanted the scar. And of course, it began earlier, and then it was outlawed for a while. And then the Nazis, when they were younger, they brought it back. It meant you were at one of these elite universities. And they would sometimes, and it was interesting because, of course,
Steven, can you find some photos of them?
many of them would become, doctors themselves, but they would, when you'd have a slice in this duel, then they would pack the wound with horsehair to make it more pronounced, because that was a sign of, sort of prowess.
Who was that? Is that Von Braun on the top left? No.
No, that's Scorzini. He was
Okay.
he was kind of like an operator for.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, they all have them, and they're all in like almost the same exact spot too.
The cheek. It's so interesting to look back through the lens of history and think, like, when you see those photographs now of the president, standing there with these hardcore Nazis,
Yeah.
and you just, but
Oh God! Look at that guy's bleeding all over the place. Sorry.
Scar German fencer.
Yeah, man, that's so. Yeah, what were you saying about looking through the lens of history?
it's just Paperclip is infinitely interesting also because that is where the buildup of, again, tying it back to nuclear war. Like,
Yeah.
the V2 was the precursor to the ICBM, which now carries nuclear warheads from anywhere in the world, one side of the world to the other, in 26 minutes, 30 minutes, 33 minutes, right? That's where it all began. And the incredible fast-paced march of science in this tiny period of time from 1943, 4, 5, till now is just remarkable. And it seems to me, because I write about war and weapons, that all of this military technology comes down to this very interesting concept of dual use, right? You have that which can harm and that which can not necessarily heal, but can advance, right? All of the internet, right? That we have the internet, or that we have computers. I mean, it's just remarkable to think that this has all happened in our world in the past since World War II.
You have to wonder too, what kind of technology did the Nazis have that we might not know about? Like, what was it? Was there anything that was not declassified? There's you talk about, there's a scientist named Rydell, I think his name was, who was obsessed with
He was
flying
obsessed
to
with
the moon.
UFOs. Yeah,
Oh,
he was also obsessed
UFOs.
with UFOs. Oh my God, he was a real sore a thorn in the side of the government, because he came here and he joined a UFO club.
Oh, really?
And then he and his friends were doing UFO hoaxes. I write about this in Area 51 because it was really interesting. Like, most of them kind of stayed in line and were really interested in towing the, the line of democracy. And then, advancing their careers. That really was the Nazis were nothing if the former Nazis were nothing if they weren't ambitious. But a few of them ran into, trouble, and Rydell was one of them because the government did not like that he was really interested in UFOs. And, we could talk for days about the UFO conundrum, but
we could. What didn't the Horton brothers come from Germany?
They designed the flying wing, right? So, as I write in Area 51, there was this search for all the different top Nazis that were developing weapons and weapon systems for the Reich. And the Horton brothers were among them. And they disappeared. They went to South America. They designed the flying wing. And if you look at pictures side by side of the flying wing and the B-2 bomber,
It looks very similar, right?
you're like, oh, intellectual property theft, right?
Oh, wow. That bad.
Yeah.
Steve,
Yeah.
pull up there you go.
Right. And then
Horton, type in
Horton flying wing.
Yeah, Horton flying wing. And then there was some sort of story. There was a story in Area 51 where somebody went to interview the Horton brothers, and they were like, "Any questions about CIA? We will not say a word about CIA." Mm-hmm. Why do you think that was?
My theory on a lot of this is that time reveals all things. There's a quote that I start the Area 51 book with that I'm forgetting right now, but by the old Greek philosopher Horace, and it's exactly that like that which is hidden inevitably gets revealed. And I think that what's so interesting being a reporter, writing about nonfiction as I do, and others like Tom O'Neill, who's been on your show, who's a friend of mine, right? You just start to you're peeling back layers of this enigmatic system of secrets, and why. And it's like a ball of yarn. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's
Match
certainly
found.
the case with UFOs. And you could almost say the Horton brothers are the origin story, I believe, of ufology, flying saucers, right? They actually created a aircraft that looks exactly like a flying saucer. I have a picture of it in the Area 51 book. It's a circular,
I listened to the audio. I didn't get the photos.
So this is like, and then what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah. What can we find a picture of it? I would love to see it. Horton Brothers Flying Saucer, Area 51. We can find it online, you think?
Yeah, there it is. Right there. They took
Is that it right
That's
there?
from my book, yes.
Oh, wow.
That I got at the National Archives.
Well, that doesn't really look like a flying saucer. I guess from one angle it does.
It's a
No, the one
Simmons
right
saucer.
here. The one wing. The one wing.
Oh, that.
Down below. Right here. No.
Where are we pointing at?
Yeah. See, it says Arrow Stories.
Oh,
Horton
my
Brothers.
God.
Two brothers,
that
one
thing
wing.
is
Yeah.
so futuristic looking. It's
Right?
crazy.
That was 1941 or 2,
Hang
right?
and go.
Right.
Still good to get food later? That new place?
Chica, you know I am. Let the foodies unite.
The thing that I think is interesting is like that the human mind can write the narrative that it needs to, right? So if you want to believe, then you write that. And when I say write, I mean that, figuratively, not necessarily literally. You're reverse engineering from this idea of, aliens exist,
Hello, guys.
UFOs exist, right? And then everything leans toward that and fills that narrative in. And if you're on the other side of it and you are suspicious of that, everything. Look, I learned when I was on my first book, Area 51. I learned about this concept from officers of the CIA and there are two forms of strategic deception.
Yes.
Okay, there is cover, right, and that's to try, to essentially have a cover story, like information.
Like Billy Wall jogging through
Exactly.
Khartoum.
That's right. That's one kind of strategic deception. But the other kind is misinformation, right? And so it's
Not ready.
and the example I use in the Area 51 book was a bunch of
I
the
need help.
Lockheed engineers were heading out to Area 51 to work on the U-2 spy plane. This is in the middle of the 50s. And of
One
course,
enemy remaining.
it was the most classified project, or one of them, that existed at the time, right? I mean, the Soviets could not know we were building a spy plane that could fly 70,000 feet in the air above where their surface-to-air missiles could shoot them down for the purposes of spying on the Soviet Union to find out what was going on below, right? That's what the U-2 was. It was just absolutely this ingenious idea of like aerial espionage. That is the origin story, the birth of it, right?
Right.
So it's so top secret. And they all get on the plane, and the plane crashes into Mount Everest. And everyone's dead.
Oh yeah, there was one guy who missed the flight, right?
Yeah, that I interviewed, Bob Murphy. Got drunk and missed the flight. Right?
Imagine they built.
Right? And so they're all dead, and then the CIA is like, oh shit, our program's gonna be exposed. It's this like,
Team A.
Right.
you know, all the reporters are taking off up to get up the road, and they cut off the road so that you can't get up there, but still it's gonna leak out. And then the press reports a story that they were all scientists working on a secret atomic bomb out at Nevada test site. And, you know, the CIA's like, no comment, right? In this sort of mysterious way. And they're like, see, it is. And then, so there you have disinformation,
Right.
It's just like, and a lot of times what the agency does, in my experience, my understanding from people explaining this to me, and from reporting stories and looking at history, is they use the public's perception, or what you could say the public's gullibility in some cases, and they use that to their advantage. You know, sometimes it spirals out of control and they can't control it, but often strategic deception is part of is how the public reacts to something, right?
And one of the most eye-opening stories to me is how these, I think they were CIA pilots that were testing like the first jet airplane, the first fighter jet over Nevada. They would bring gorilla masks in the cockpit with them. So if another pilot
down
came
A.
within a visual distance, they'd put on their gorilla mask. That way, when this guy goes to dinner with some buddies or goes to the bar, no one's going to believe he saw a gorilla flying a jet plane. That is bizarre, and that's so similar. I mean, it makes perfect sense in Bob Lazar's story. If he's going to work on some shit and they put a little alien dummy in the window to make it seem like, okay, no one's going to believe Bob Lazar if he says he saw an alien. But that kind
30
of
seconds left.
kind of backfires. A lot of people do believe that.
And again, it depends what camp you're in. That that story will work for your story, right? Which makes it all very interesting. It's why I will never I mean, I know my position. I really believe that
Last round in the half.
that the whole hoo-ha about all of this is part of a major strategic deception campaign.
What's
And-
going on right now?
Yes, and it has been going on since 1947, since the CIA was created. I mean, you can read in Area 51 the original concern of then CIA Director Walter Beadle Smith, right? His concern with this UFO craze. I mean, I quote the documents from the archives, right? That it's going to cause a problem. And we need to use this. You know, I'm paraphrasing again, but this was happening in 1947, and you can just chart, at least I can, how this is a repeating story.
One enemy remaining.
Now, many people, take me to task over that, and I've interviewed for my book Phenomenon many of the individuals who are at the fore of this thrust to say that the U.S. government is hiding alien technology. Now,
What do you think? Sorry, go ahead.
well, to me, it's like,
Do we mix it up?
and I've interviewed all of them, and I've written about what they have told me and their opinions about things. And so, do they change their mind? Are they part of the strategic deception campaign? Are some of them? I mean, excuse me, I sit back and look from afar that's maybe my Tom O'Neill chaos book that's the 20-year, side reporting, because it just keeps building and people continue to contact me about this and that, and it just gets more and more interesting. And also, as the science and technology grows,
one of these.
right, now you have threaded into all of this these new issues about DNA, about
Blow 'em up, Mom.
about things that didn't exist, or that certainly existed, but that didn't exist within the narrative. 67.
What about DNA?
Being in like this idea that people that have experiences are different and they have different DNA. I mean,
Spike planted.
I get into that in the End of Phenomena, but
That's the one I haven't read yet.
yeah. I mean,
Last player
I'm a
standing.
storyteller.
Seven
I'm a
shoes.
reporter, and I'm a storyteller, and I'm really interested in stories, and I'm really interested in how people,
One enemy remaining.
how you live your life. And Joan Didion said we tell ourselves stories to live,
I got your
Right.
back.
right?
Just,
Right.
And
from the front.
also, many of the people I know that are involved in that world have had what are called near-death experiences, right?
In the phenomenon.
Yeah, and if you've had a near-death experience, to my eye, you are in a different category of human being, right? Because you've had an experience that others simply can't relate to, right? And I'm talking about like particularly in war, most of the people I know that have shared with me, they're really intense, like I should have died story, right?
Right.
That's really intense.
Yes.
That's an experience that, right, is going to change your thinking, right?
I have a lot I want to ask you about
Yeah.
that, but I want to stay on the UFOs for a second. If
I thought we were going back to paperclip.
First, we got to do surprise kill advantage, then we got to go there. If you were to decide to start writing a book about the whole UFO phenomenon in America right now, and you were to start interviewing all your sources, do you think you would get the real story?
I wouldn't write that book because that's opinion. And I don't want to write.
Enemy
I
remaining.
want to write.
Here.
I do write.
The wheel spike.
Here's this document. Here's that
There's
document.
no documents. That's the thing. There's
There
no
are.
hard. There's
Absolutely.
no hard evidence. Though.
And I think that's the long quest.
Last player standing.
And I also build
charges left.
trust with people who sit in that
Match
world,
point.
right? And in my experience also, as people get
Good advice.
older and they come closer to meeting the maker, their perspective shifts on what is important and what they want to share and tell. And I think that's really interesting, in a completely legitimate way, right? I mean, even the nuclear war book, like getting someone like Leon Panetta to go on the record with me, getting some of the elder statesmen that I did. Why? Because they have grandchildren. Because they, as one of them said to me, we thought we had this covered, Like, we'd get through the Cold War with all these nukes. At one point, we had 30,000 nukes. 30,000 nuclear warheads.
And China had how many? They had like pretty close to that, right?
No, Russia.
One enemy
Russia,
remaining.
They had in the 20s.
Spike down.
Russia
A.
had the same. Russia's always essentially once we became equals in the early 50s, then it's been the same. So they had 30,000 too. Today we have 5,000. They have 5,000. That's 1,700 of which are on ready for launch status, meaning
So out of 5,000, 1,700 are ready for launch.
Ready for
They
launch.
could go in a matter of seconds.
they can go. I mean, some of them are have to come out of the
Defenders
out of the
win.
hangars for the bombers, but the 400 ICBMs in missile silos take 60 seconds. That's why they call them Minutemen,
Right,
right?
right.
The submarine-launched ballistic missiles,
That just gives me chills.
the
thinking about
handmaidens of the apocalypse,
Right.
And so as people get older that have had access to super classified material, I think coupled with the fact of how rapidly the world is actually just changing culturally, scientific, right? People feel the need to share stories, to share information, not to like spill the beans on national security, but just more of the people that I find interesting. It's like more they want to tell their narrative. They want to tell why I'm telling you this.
Right.
Right? And then it becomes a cautionary tale, or perhaps it becomes a way for,
Maybe leave the world a better place.
yeah, or to reframe how we think about things.
Right.
You know, I mean, the clearest, sort of most obvious immediacy of that is these 80-year-old elder statesmen who've worked in nuclear command and control all their lives saying people cannot think that using a tactical nuclear weapon is anything short of madness, you know, because you hear
Yeah, they
people
talk about
today.
it. They talk about it with Ukraine, and
Right.
it is you gotta hand it to humanity that for all of the atrocities we've committed, we haven't dropped one since the late 40s. Like it's amazing that we have not.
Having studied this area, I now believe it's because the people in control, in command and control, they have seen the nuclear war games. They know this can never be done. And
Just everybody, or just the U.S.?
in the U.S., in the
Okay,
U.S.,
okay.
right? But with the weird exception being the president. I think that was one of the most shocking things I learned in this book was a number of people explaining to me how. Okay, because we have what is called sole authority. So the president of the United States can launch.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Bubs. I've recently gotten into collagen supplementation because after the age of 25, your natural collagen production dramatically drops off, which severely impacts your skin. By supplementing with collagen, you're actually increasing your body's natural production of collagen. This increases your skin health, your skin elasticity, which improves the overall quality of your skin. Secondly, if you're someone who's into lifting heavy weights, collagen is one of the major building blocks to joint and connective tissues. Collagen protein can help reduce joint inflammation and improve joint function. And finally, collagen is amazing for your hair growth because it increases the production of keratin, helping to promote stronger, healthier hair. Bubs is a tribute company to Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and CIA contractor who died defending American freedom in Benghazi, Libya. Plain and simple, Bubs makes the stuff to help you get after it, with nature-derived nutrition to help give you that edge on life's adventures. Bubs collagen peptide packets are easy to use as a daily supplement. It's flavorless, easy to mix nature, makes it easy to mix in anything. I like mixing it in coffee. Check out Bubs today by visiting bubsnaturals.com and using my promo code DJP for 20% off your first order. That's bubsnaturals.com, promo code DJP. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
On his own. He doesn't need to ask the Secretary of Defense. He doesn't need to ask the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He sure doesn't need to ask Congress. He makes a decision to launch. Wow. Okay? And that freaks everybody in the chain of command out because according to multiple sources, as I report in the book, the president is kind of like, yeah, I don't need to know about nukes. That's pretty much the standard understanding because there's lots of other things the president does have to deal with, and nuclear war has existed in this sort of mindset that it will never happen. You know, it's unthinkable.
Right.
And again, I wrote the book so that you can realize you have to think this through, because all of what happens when all of these elder statesmen are gone. And nuclear weapons are just a sort of theoretical concept. They're still there in their silos, able to launch in 60 seconds.
Right.
The subs can launch in 14 minutes from being given the command.
Right. It is terrifying. The submarine stuff really got me going. The submarine stuff is crazy. And now I heard they're developing new submarines now. They had the Ohio class. Now they're working on the Columbia class nuclear submarines.
There's always a reason to have more nuclear weapons unless
They
you
cost
believe
like $1 billion each.
it's an insane amount of money, right? And so you wonder why people want to talk about UFOs instead.
Yes. Yeah, it is the UFO thing really, because this show, I have so many people that come on the show. UFOs is just like in the media or on YouTube, the stuff gets so much attention, right? And there's these warring factions inside the UFO community that just they're just fighting against each other over what's real, what's not real, what's deception, what's purposeful deception, what's not. And that Paul Benowitz documentary was really great. And I love it because it tied right into your book, Area 51, because the guy, people who don't know, he was a UFO. He was part of the UFO community. He was an enthusiast, and he was seeing these objects come over this mountain across the street from his house in Nevada, right? And he thought they were UFOs. He was filming them, sharing them with the UFO community, and the Air Force got wind of it, I guess, and they sent that guy Richard Doty out to his house to see what he knew, see if he knew anything classified, see his footage, make sure this guy wasn't, gonna get any of this stuff to the Soviets, because I guess the UFO community at that time was infested with Soviet moles, right? Or not moles, but spies, like infiltrating the UFO community to see, what was going on, and he wanted to use Benowitz as a conduit to basically poison the well of the UFO community with some maybe this is UFOs, maybe it's aliens, when Richard Doty knew for a fact it was not aliens. It was some sort of, futuristic. They were testing the B-2 bomber back then. So they didn't want the Soviets to know about that. So let's let them know.
And this is
aliens.
strategic deception.
Right.
Like you're going to lean into people's gullibility or people's desire to know.
Yeah.
And this is threaded throughout the whole weapons community always, because there's always something that the government is working to keep concealed, and what a great cover for it.
Right.
But again, half the people will tell you, no, I mean, you can follow you can follow either narrative.
The idea that is not going on now is appalling. Like, it has to be going on now times 10. When I started seeing the New York Times report about UFOs and seeing all these people in Congress start to fight about it and it become this dog and pony show in the media, that's when my mind is like, okay, this is not what it seems to be. It can't be. And then,
well, there's also always the idea of to get you to look over there or not,
right.
Right. And then there's
hang out.
Yes, and then there's the unfortunate idea too that I don't write for a newspaper anymore, and it's increasingly difficult to do that because you either have to have a political opinion or you have to be willing to write about what people want to read.
Right.
And the easier, shiny subject is certainly easier to read for most people, more desirable to read than like some, really serious, heady stuff that consumes the world and certainly consumes the national security apparatus.
Well, what's fascinating, to your point, is that I had never heard of what you report in your book with the EG&G engineer talking about those human experiments to turn kids with Down syndrome into aliens. I have never heard about that anywhere.
Well, that's not reported anywhere because that's the source.
That's your source. So you broke it, but no one talked about it after you published. How long ago did you publish the book? 2011?
Yes.
So no one, I've never heard anyone discuss that story before I read your book, which is wild that no one's kind of followed up on that or told stories about it.
It's if I ever report the UFO story, it would be that story.
Right.
Filled in, right?
Right.
It's a very, very interesting story. But the reason no one talks about it is because right now, there's nothing else to say about it because it's extremely limited in terms of the individuals who know that information, right?
Now, this specific story, to qualify it, this was, I might be getting this wrong, but was it only one source who gave you this? Just this one engineer? Okay.
The UFO, the idea of technology.
Pull that thing a little bit closer to you.
The idea of technology has always bedeviled the idea of national security for the government, right? So immediately after the war, there was no ICBM, there was no missiles to launch, right? It was just bombers. So the big threat was we had an air defense system that would, notify the newly created Defense Department if there was a Russian attack, okay? And as I report in Area 51, this defense system was in jeopardy of being overrun if there was a War of the Worlds type hoax. That is what there are many supporting documents to suggest that. And there are also supporting documents to suggest that Stalin knew this and was also obsessed with this War of the World hoax. And so I see this idea of telling a story and freaking people out so much that they behave in a certain way as a fundamental to strategic deception, okay? And so the real question is that what all of this is about, repeated ad infinitum as we move through all these different technologies? And that's a question, right? And the other
Just
question...
to sow chaos in civilization?
Well, initially it was if everyone was calling each other up, like, oh my God, the War of the Worlds is happening.
Yes.
That's what happened, right?
Yeah.
These are actual
So
CIA
H.G.
documents.
Wells.
Yeah.
Right.
And so the air defense system, the system couldn't hold, right? And so this idea that you can create chaos and lose functionality has always existed in our post-World War II world. And so I look at the lens of all, I was fascinated when the pandemic happened. It's like all of these features that were not expected by anyone that I can tell from having read, many government documents, sort of lack of control, right? Or the whole movement against vaccines, for and against vaccines, or 6 feet, and again, not to get in the weeds about the details of, but just what I'm talking about is that society moves like a herd, and the government is always trying. That is the biggest nemesis of a government, of society moving in a manner that is uncontrollable, right? And so, for example, my most recent, before the nuclear war book, I wrote a book called First Platoon, which is about this platoon of young soldiers who goes to Afghanistan, ends in, terrible situation. But what they were doing and what they didn't know they were doing is they were essentially gathering biometrics on Afghans, right? So they were taking iris scans, fingerprints, DNA on all of Afghanistan. This was the Defense Department's plan. Do you know about this?
I haven't read First Platoon yet. This sounds like DARPA.
Well, yes, this is sort of like
the mapping they were doing.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
They all thread. That's the human terrain, right?
Yes.
So think about the very concept of human terrain. It's so uncontrollable. You can control aircraft. You can even control nuclear bombs as long as they don't go out of their silos, right? Government is about control, and people are uncontrollable. And the more uncontrollable that people get, the less security there is, the less national security. And so if you read any of my books, you start, or all of them. I mean, one of the many people that read, I read one book and now I'm reading the other one. Oh my God, they all thread. Well, they do all thread because I'm just reporting history that exists, that has unfolded, and again, modern warfare, right? Weapons. So entwined with weapons and war are these secrets and these psychological operations and these ideas about how do we control people so that we can manage society, right?
Right.
And this is kind of what we're talking about tangentially, but it all does, thread back to this. And it becomes very interesting. And one of the reasons that I write is not to try to convince you or share my opinion, but more demonstrate, I love unearthing facts that were previously unknown.
Right.
And sometimes everything can be said in an anecdote, right? That's the great joy. And you're just looking through documents forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and you come across something that, like Ambrose's $1 million Reichsbonus. I mean, that tells you right there. Was he a Nazi? What do you think?
It's amazing to me that you've never been like intimidated by the CIA or the government or anything, or if they've never tried to just like move in next door, maybe put something in your mailbox.
I mean, it was interesting when I going back to we started talking about the story in the beginning when I report, this is an interesting anecdote I'll tell you about, just because people are obsessed with the CIA, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they are.
And I remember, they're called the agency, Annie, right? Like that's what
No,
right,
people I've told
agency,
you're not
right.
supposed to say the CIA. You're only supposed to say CIA.
Yes, and you have to say agency, an agency guy. But when I was reporting Area 51, I had all the guys sign an NDA with me, okay? Meaning it was a non-disclosure, so that because I was so amazed that it was such a coup d'etat having all these engineers, I interviewed most of the A-12 pilots who are still alive, right? The CIA pilots who flew on these incredible missions in this Mach 3 aircraft. And people who worked on those programs and the nuclear weapons engineers. I mean, it was intense. And they all signed an NDA with me because I couldn't risk them suddenly going doing an interview with National Geographic or, somewhere else
Right, because
before
you're
the
putting in
book.
so much work traveling and
Yes.
meeting all them. And
Yes. And my publisher had me
Smart.
do that. So it was very smart, right? Not my idea, but it was
Right.
very smart. I was terrified, but what's also great is I have all their signatures. It's just such a I have
that's
all these
cool.
NDAs. Talk about an artifact.
Right.
But so, anyways, then time rolls around, and the CIA, the director of national intelligence at the time, General Clapper, wants to give these guys medals. Okay, so they're going to go to the CIA to get the medals, and the CIA decides to have an event at the Smithsonian Museum where they all speak, okay, about the A-12 program because it had just been declassified or the major thrust of it. And they're like, oh, we want, I became friendly with them. These are like, they're like my grandfather, right? Like times 10. And it's like, we got to bring Annie along, right? And I was like, great, right? And then I also said, well, remember, and the CIA wanted them to do press. And then they said, well, we can't because we have an NDA with Annie. And the CIA was furious, right? Because they were like, no way, she cannot come.
We're
no
CIA,
way.
are you
Right?
kidding me?
Exactly. And at the time, Area 51 was still classified. The actual name, they did not admit it existed. It wasn't until Obama was president and he made a joke of it at the Lincoln Center giving some awards. And then it became declassified, okay? The name Area 51, you could not say it before. So I get invited along. And it's a total quid pro quo, right? Which is hilarious to have a quid pro quo with the CIA, right? Meaning they're like, okay, Annie, because I really wanted to go to the agency. And you can't. A few reporters get to go for whatever reasons, we don't know. But for the most part, you can't go to the agency if you're a reporter. And especially not writing about Area 51. They all knew I was writing about Area 51. And so it was a quid pro quo. They said, okay, we'll let you come, but I've never told this story before. I'm kind of sitting here going, should I be telling this story?
Yes, you should.
Okay. Okay, Annie, you can come, but you have to let our guys speak at the Smithsonian and do press. And I said, okay, that sounds fair. And it was like a handshake quid pro quo, right? So we go there, and it was quite fun. I mean, like Ken Collins came. I mean, it was really cool. We stayed at the Joint Base Anacostia in, military housing. We would go around in this van to these different places. We went to DIA headquarters and spoke, and I'm just kind of like tagging along, and I'm so excited for the last day is when we're going to the CIA to get the medal, for the guys to get the medals. And they do the Ood Varhazy, the Smithsonian Museum discussion, and everything's great. And, I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait. And guess what happens? 5 minutes before we're supposed to go to the CIA in the parking lot.
What?
Oh, we're sorry. We're so sorry, Annie. No. We're so sorry, Annie, but something's come up and you can't come to CIA.
Well, that's par for the course for them then, I guess.
And I was so upset and mad, right? Mad. And I had no choice but to appeal to the guy's humanity. It was like that or yell. So I put our minder, our handler, who will remain nameless, who is the equivalent of a 3-star general. He's the one who tells me this. And all the guys, in my book are like sitting in the van and they see this happening and they're like, oh no, poor Annie, right? And I put my hand on his shoulder and I was like, that's not playing fair. And he's like, we're the CIA, or we're CIA, and I was like,
We don't play fair, Annie.
it's still not fair, and I am going to trust that you will work this out. And I kept my hand on her shoulder, and I came back to the van, and the guys were all like, the guys, they were like 85-year-old, pilots and stuff. They were like, you're not supposed to put your hand on the shoulder of the general. Right? And I was like, well, screw that. He just ruined my trip. It's not fair. And
that, ladies and gentlemen, is how Annie Jacobson got recruited to the CIA.
Definitely didn't get recruited, but I did get the invitation back.
So
I went.
You got to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got to go. And I have to say, that's like the they weren't playing fair. And I really liked and respected that individual heard that, or at least that's my perception of it. Call me naive or call me optimistic, but that was my perception. It was like, it wasn't fair. And so they let me go, and they wouldn't. It was funny because they wouldn't let me take my picture there, right? Like as if I cared. I didn't care about my picture there. But everyone that goes there, you stand there in the CIA, and they have a big seal,
right.
And it's like apparently you get your picture taken and you hang it on your bathroom wall or something. And all the guys had their picture taken and stuff, and we saw the wall, and it was right. But I didn't. They were like, you can't have your picture taken. Like that was like my hand slap or something. Okay, but then the funniest thing was, about a week later after the trip, the guys sent me a photoshopped photo of me.
That's almost better.
And it's so brilliant because I'm like, oh my God.
The general sent you that?
No, the guys from my book.
Oh, from
right?
your book, yeah.
They all got together and like had somebody's, grandson who knew how to use Photoshop in 2011.
Oh, those guys were so
Photoshop
cool.
me into the thing. And it's really funny and I've never posted the picture because it's talk about disinformation.
Right.
It's like, it's not a real photo. It's a Photoshop photo, except for I was really there. That is actually really what I was wearing that day, right? It was the whole.
Oh, wow.
Anyways, it was it's a fascinating anecdote, and it makes.
What a great story.
Yeah.
Was one of those guys the EG&G guy?
Can't say, won't say.
Can't say, won't say.
Can't say, won't say.
Well, let's at least tell the EG&G guy's story before we move on to the next book. So this guy was an EG&G scientist. Maybe he was there, maybe he was not. And he was the one who told you that this crash in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 was sent by Stalin and had humans in it that they weren't flying it. This was apparently being driven like a drone. And it was crashed, and they weren't aliens. And we found out that they were trying to medically alter humans to look like aliens. And then he said that the Americans, him specifically, was working on a project or a program in the U.S. doing the same exact thing. Did I sum it up pretty well?
You summed it
Okay.
up. And, the thing is, at Area 51, like right outside of Area 51, this was going on. And the most interesting part of all of that to me is the human factor of it, right? That this person told me this story. I tell you in the book, the kind of confession. And again, he was colleagues with all of them. So completely legitimate person. And he wanted the story known because of the human experiment element of it, right? And this kind of indirectly led me to the paperclip reporting, right? To looking at the Nuremberg doctors trial, right?
Oh,
And
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
his position was, it's one thing to be manipulating people's perception about whether or not something is a UFO from outer space or advanced aircraft, right? It's one thing to do that. It's one thing to manipulate, the storyline. But it's another thing to involve humans in experiments. And that's what he said. That was the element that he said kept him from being able to sleep at night. Right? And remember that he implicated himself in this
Telling you
dark
this.
program. Yes. So you have to say to yourself, what kind of a madman would make something like that up by implicating himself? He wasn't finger pointing. He was saying, this is on my conscience. I was part of it. We were a small group of people. It was super classified. And it was horrible and dark, and it should never have been done. And his belief was by telling me, then more would be revealed, right? More information would come out. But the most interesting part of that, the coda, which also have never spoken of and telling you now, which is why maybe I will write about it over 20 years, right, is that his family was deeply upset because his family did not know this dark secret he carried, okay? And as I write in the book, I said, why are you telling me this? Why aren't you confessing this to a priest? And it was that he felt that he would be judged by a priest, right? And that me as a reporter was not judging, I was just simply recording information. And which was my position, And so when I went to his house, when I asked him, why aren't you telling a priest this? Why are you telling me? And his feeling was that I wouldn't judge him, right? So this was meaningful to me because I understood that this was a deeply human conundrum that he was in, and for whatever reason, call it fate and circumstance, I was the reporter that showed up in his life. I was the one that was learning other things about this area, Area 51, and the people involved in it. And he felt compelled to tell me and have it on the record, right? It made an extraordinary, bada boom, right? People were, outraged. I mean, it's made up, it's not made up. How could, a million different reactions, right? But to me, what was important was what his family thought, because they did not know this dark secret before it appeared in my book. And so he asked me to come out to where he lived in the Las Vegas area. And I showed up, and in the room was his wife and his children. And we had this kind of come to Jesus roundtable where they were like, tell us that is not true. And he was like, it is true. So all of those people.
How old was he?
He was in his late 80s. So,
Scoot that thing just a little closer to you.
all the arrows that have been thrown at me over that reporting, or that were in days past, right? Not so hurtful, because the real courage was that man, jeopardizing his entire family's perception of him, right? That is extraordinary. That's just extraordinary to me.
Did you ask him why he wanted to let that out?
I mean, I have so many, we communicated for a very long time. I have so many emails from him, and, it's a big story, and one day maybe I'll report it. But it's not, it's so profound. It's so profoundly human, and yet at the same time, it's so tied in with war and weapons and national security and secrets. So it really is the American, the freaky American strategic deception story, And it will have its if it has its place, it will be written. I mean, not to sound cryptic or enigmatic, but do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
more of, it's not about sensationalism.
Right.
You know, I did not know that would be, I mean, that Area 51 was a massive bestseller. It was on the bestseller list for 14 or 15 weeks. And half the people read only the last 12 pages.
Right.
Like,
Because
that's
people, UFO people, right? That's what I was, yeah.
and it was, you know, and since then, I
I
mean,
told my
like,
friend on the phone the other day, I'm like, she's not into UFOs. He's like, what? She wrote a book called Area 51. How is she not into UFOs?
I mean, listen, I was at LAX this morning flying
Yeah.
here, right? And I stopped in the bookstore, the Book Soup bookstore, Terminal 7, LAX. What do they have front and center? Area 51. I signed it. I took a picture
Oh,
and put
that's
it on.
amazing.
You know, and the guy was like, oh my God, you wrote that book, you know? I mean, people read that. And what's great about that is okay, so 12 years ago, people read the last 12 pages, but now they read the whole book. And that's extraordinary, you know? And that's
It's very relevant to what's going
Yeah.
on right now. Very, very relevant.
and it launched my career. So I have a very, I mean, really and truly, you know, and I had no idea that it would be that explosive. I thought that me reporting some, you know, first-hand details about aerospace, you know, crafts and things would be like really the thing that would get everyone. And then that I was kind of surprised because I'm not a ufologist, but it is a real, it's a real, you know, I'll tell you one person I took to meet him. I was
Who?
working at the time.
Can you take me to meet him, please?
Well, I've said this before, but at the time, Area 51 was like under development for a television show by AMC, which was a big TV channel then. And Chris Carter was writing it, who is the creator, You're So Young. He was the creator of The X-Files.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I took Chris out to meet him. And that was pretty awesome. It was really, you know, they were just like and again, that might be part of the narrative if the book ever gets written, but it was really,
Did they discuss that whole thing?
he did not watch The X-Files.
Oh, my God. Of course. Right. Why would you need to watch the X-Files when you lived it?
Yeah. But Chris is a really, you know, he's like I admire his writing. He's a brilliant
Yeah.
storyteller in the fictional world. And
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, let's take a quick break.
Right.
We'll come back and finish. Got to talk about Pentagon's brain phenomena, and then we'll wrap it up with nuclear war.
Amazing.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Rocket Money. Do you ever feel like money is just flying out of your bank account each?
The way that the DARPA book came to be, I mean, most of my books come from the previous book, the idea, right? So my editor said to me, like, wait, whatever happened to Von Braun, you know, after such and such a time? And it was like, oh, he was asked by the Pentagon to be the lead scientist for this new agency they were creating in around 1956, 57, and it was called the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA.
Right.
And Von Braun was going to be the lead scientist. He told the the Joint Chiefs of Staff, well, I'm only doing that if 12 of my colleagues come. Colleagues, euphemism, Nazi colleagues. So they said no. That was kind of the line in the sand. We're not having 12 of them at the Pentagon. So instead, the director became a guy called Herb York. And I went, then you always wonder, you know, oh, do I have a book here? And I found Herb York's papers, you know, his like personal papers that he donated to the Giesel Library in San Diego. This massive trove of papers with really interesting things in them. Sometimes you can find documents that like aren't really, they're kind of quasi, not declassified, but maybe, you know, they're there. And that's actually where I found that first detail that I report in the Pentagon's brain that becomes the seed of my new book, Nuclear War, which is that Herb York wanted to know precisely how many minutes and seconds it took for an ICBM to get off a launch pad in Soviet Russia and strike Washington, D.C. So he hired the world's smartest scientists, the Jason scientists, who became this integral part of DARPA and whom have been entwined with an extraordinary number of conspiracies. I've interviewed the Jason
All
scientists.
the best
Yes,
Conspiracy theories come from DARPA.
come from DARPA and also the Jason scientists, right? And in the book, I interviewed Murph Goldberger, who was the founder of Jason. But in any event, they whittled that number down for him, and they told Herb York it was 26 minutes and 40 seconds. That was precisely how long it took for that launch. And then, of course, at the time, it was
For
only
the ICBM to get here?
from Russia to Washington, D.C. Now, and from North Korea, I had an engineer at MIT, a physicist named Ted Postal, do the math for the nuclear war book, and it's 33 minutes from a launch pad in Pyongyang, North Korea, to hit Washington, D.C.
What's the craziest shit DARPA has done? Like the
Oh my God.
absolutely most mind-bending thing that they've created.
I think the biohybrids, because when I say that thing they have done, right? So for anyone who isn't familiar with DARPA, right? It's the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, a mouthful.
They added the D
They
later,
added the
right?
D for defense, but it is the most powerful, most secretive, most productive military agency in the world. And I kind of believe that before I wrote the book, most people had not heard of DARPA. I mean, I think, or at least when I was doing press for it, it was like shocking.
I think you're right about that.
So that's fascinating. And part of that has to do with DARPA likes the public perception of, that they like do all these things for the good of humanity. And actually, we know from the declassified documents again, or actually this was not declassified. This was the statement by the first SecDef at the time, the SecDef at the time that the DARPA was created, Neil McElroy, an advertising executive who became a Secretary of Defense. He said, he went to Congress to get the funding, and he said, this agency is going to create the vast weapon systems of the future. That is what DARPA does. They are always 20 years ahead of anything that you or I know. So any technology that is like, what the hell was that I just saw and you're not supposed to have seen, that's DARPA.
They were
right?
doing Neuralink in the 90s, right?
They are always doing things 20 years before you know about them, because they do what is called blue sky technology.
Blue sky
right?
research and technology, yes.
And they have to be ahead of the curve. They have to be, right?
Is DARPA the only, when it comes to this kind of stuff, like innovating weapons for defense and national security, that's probably the only thing, the only apparatus that exists that's doing unlimited blue sky sort of research and development, right? Because they have unlimited money.
That we know of, but nothing surprises me anymore. And so when you find out there's like some agency you've never heard of, it's like, oh, of course, right? Like look at NRO, the National Reconnaissance Organization, right? National Reconnaissance Office, okay? NRO was created in 1961. No one knew it existed until 1993 when it was declassified. So they were involved in the first technology, the first satellites technology. So when I interviewed Dr. Bud Wheelon, who was the first director of science and technology at CIA, he identified himself as the mayor of Area 51 because he worked out there. And he built the first satellite called Corona. This is like back in the old days when it literally took wet film images, dropped the wet film, and the Lockheed pilots would retrieve the film as it floated. The canister of film floated down from space with a parachute attached to it. I'm not kidding, right? So this is NRO. They're in charge of everything above, right? And it was so classified, no one knew it existed for more than 30 years.
Is it true that NRO officers or people in the NRO have to be cleared through CIA, NASA, and something else?
That I don't know,
Okay.
but I do know they have their own classifications.
Air Force, that's
on
what it
things.
was.
Yeah, I mean they all kind of work with one another, for one another, one of the guys I interview in Nuclear War, Richard Garwin, who designed the thermonuclear bomb, drew the plans for Edward Teller, right? When Edward Teller couldn't figure out how to actually make the bomb explode, Richard Garwin drew the design that allowed it to, right? He's 93. He's a major source for me in Nuclear War in my book, right? He was one of the founders of NRO. So they all work part and parcel. But the point of this, when you say, you know, is DARPA doing the most advanced technology? Maybe, but maybe there's another organization like NRO. I mean, people forget there are at least 17 intelligence agencies. It's not just CIA.
17?
17. I mean, Google them, look them up, right? That's why there's now a director of national intelligence. So there are, you know, and I think that to stay ahead of the enemy, you know, air quotes or not air quotes, to stay ahead, the federal government is always playing not just chess, but like, you know, move the magic balls, right? And what's under what hat. And so things need to be hidden so that secrets can be kept. When the F-117 was retired, I went to the ceremony with Ed Lovick, the grandfather of stealth technology, right? And it was amazing. It was up there at Lockheed at Skunk Works, okay? And they made this announcement that was I just remember this one line, and I am paraphrasing, but they said, like, we created the F-117. It was like a 20-year project, you know, DARPA. And for 20 years, I think there were 10,000 people cleared on the program. This is what the guy was saying that was giving this speech. And he said, and no one leaked it. And then he said, oh, correction. It was actually 10,000 people cleared plus Tom Clancy.
What? Oh
revealing that, you know, Tom Clancy had the in with the Lockheed guys. And that's where he got a lot of his secrets.
Interesting.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting things I thought about the DARPA book also was that they were inviting science fiction writers to meet with them. Like, I think one of them was the writer for Terminator.
No. That was me going to the Pentagon
Oh,
on
that
a
was
reporting
you
trip,
going.
right?
Oh, okay.
But they did. But yes, to your point, they did after 9/11. The government, you know, remember that statement? You're too young, but after 9/11, there was a statement that was kind of an echo throughout. You know, it was in the zeitgeist that 9/11 was a failure of imagination, right? That no one could foresee that terrorists could hijack airplanes and fly them into buildings, except for Tom Clancy. And so that led DARPA to hire science fiction writers. This is like an anecdotal project for DARPA. I mean, it's like a nothing burger. But it was really interesting to me because they hired science fiction writers, a couple of whom I interviewed, to kind of sit around a round table and come up with the craziest ideas they could, you know, of terrorist attacks and of surprise attacks, to then try to game out how they could defend against them, which is not a bad idea. On that reporting trip, when I went to the Pentagon, I brought with me Chris Carter, as I was saying. We were working on Area 51 as a television show at the time, and also Gail Ann Hurd, who co-wrote The Terminator with her then husband, James Cameron, but who was also the producer on The Walking Dead, right? And when we went into the Pentagon, it was wild because, and again, this goes back to that idea that people are just humans with, you know, I mean, of course they're humans, but what I mean is we're all just like people with, like, you know, spouses at home and animals and pets and kids and things, because bringing those two to the Pentagon was like bringing Brad Pitt to a Girl Scout party, right? I mean, you know, it was no longer Annie, put your pen away, which it usually is. Like, no one lets me take notes at the Pentagon because then they can't go be on the record, right? It's just background. Right. And it was, and, you know, we had our cell phones out. We were taking pictures. The generals were like, come in here, hide the classified stuff. I write about this in the book because it was so astonishing. And Chris Carter had created the character of the Smoking Man for the X-Files, which is the quintessential boogeyman, you know, the government boogeyman, right, who's always smoking and is up to no good, right? He's sort of like the embodiment of conspiracy. And the generals loved that. And then Gail, having co-written The Terminator with Skynet, the generals loved that. And I found that both comforting and terrifying. And so did Chris and Gail.
Right.
But the interesting part about, you know, we're all just sort of people at the end of the day was, like, at a couple points during this traveling around, you know, going through the Pentagon, and even though when you went into the bathroom, your minder had to follow you in there, right? That's how it works there in the E-ring, which is where the Joint Chiefs are. But at one point, someone was like, "Wait a minute, Chris Carter, just a second." And he's like, ding, dials his wife. "Honey, you're not going to believe this. Chris Carter's here. You can ask that question about episode 8, season 12, and literally put him on the phone with the wife to answer the question. And it was like really interesting that everybody at the end of the day has real people problems and real people curiosity and real people questions, most of them, right? Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's what keeps us all from, launching nuclear war. Not us launching nuclear war, but them launching nuclear war.
Right. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to imagine what it would be like to be one of those guys, either in the Pentagon or in DARPA, who knows all these secrets, but you still have a regular life. You still have a cat at home, and you still have a husband and kids or whatever it might be. And I don't know, there's just so many moral questions around it. Like if you're working on something that it could destroy humanity or destroy an entire country, or developing some sort of system that has the potential to spy and capture all the information of millions of people in a country. And like, how do you deal with that? How do you maybe they just compartmentalize it and leave it at work? Maybe that's how they find those people to work on that. Maybe that's one of the part of the screening process to be able to work on these programs is like, do you have, like Kiriakou talks about people with the CIA, you can't be a sociopath, but you have to have sociopathic tendencies. So like, how does a normal person balance that?
Well, I mean, I think people are very different. It's interesting that you brought up John Kiriakou, and I loved the podcast that he did with you, both of them. And I think agency people are very different than weapons people, right? At least in my experience, like generals at the Pentagon, and I say that almost like a metaphor, right? Because it is an archetype of a person that is very different than a CIA person. I mean, Billy Waugh, to jump over to Surprise Kill Vanish, CIA paramilitary, if I may, right? Like, Billy was such an extraordinary person. He started out as a source and he became a friend. And he only shared with me what he could, right? I mean, but it was clear that there was so much more going on. One of the last conversations I had with him, I was being asked to speak out in Palm Springs. I live in LA, and so there was a car service that drove me out, and I was like in the car. I was like, I'm calling Billy, right? And that was in December. That was in November, and he died in April, right? So it was very close to his end, right? And he told me I told him I was writing the book on nuclear war, and he told me the craziest stories. Like, and he told me about this mission that he was in Alaska for one of the nuclear tests that went off there, and I was like, Billy, what? Like, you never told me about this. I don't know about this. And, he would chuckle, and it was like, 1/1,000,000th of what I did, right? He was an operator for the CIA starting when Eisenhower was in office. Right. White Star, that was the program before the Vietnam War in Laos, right? That was a long, long time ago. And he worked for the agency almost straight through to the end, right? We know he went to Gaddafi. He went to Libya right before Gaddafi was killed. What was that, in 2011? I mean, he was in his 80s, I mean, and who knows? He may have still been operating when we were working together. When he and I traveled to Hanoi, we traveled to Havana. I always got the sense that he was working, there was always something going on because he was an incredible asset for the agency. I mean, Did you
just feel untouchable traveling with him into the most dangerous parts of the world?
I mean, okay, I'll tell you an interesting story. So right before we left, he came to my house. I live in Los Angeles, and actually, my husband's Norwegian, and my husband had a friend. Norwegian's my husband's mother tongue, and he had a friend, Per Ostein, visiting from Norway on a business trip. So we were all sitting in the garden, right, for this. And Billy was telling stories. We were about to go to Hanoi, and he also insisted on having $10,000 in cash in his back pocket. Okay. And I say, I mean, it sounds so apocryphal. It's actually true. And there are two witnesses, right? So he has this, I mean, he's got $100 bills folded up, and he's 87 and a half years old. And we're about to go to Hanoi. And we're sitting there in my garden, eating dinner. And Billy's got this wad of cash. And I say to him, Billy, that might not be a great idea to have that in a third world country, like $10,000 hanging out of your pocket like that, right? And I mean, it was like, what a dumb thing to say, okay? Like, really and truly, like, this is Billy Waugh, you know what I mean? Like, he's operated around the whole world. He's got bullet frags in his,
he was taking jogs, running from Bin Laden's dogs.
I mean, everyone's tried to kill him. He was invincible, and here I am telling him not to have this money. But on the other hand, like, it's kind of true. Like, why would, he's 87, And before I could finish the sentence, he has picked up a fork and thrust it into the wooden picnic table and said, anyone tries to, and then he says like 10 swears, with me, that's what's going to happen to them. And this fork, and we're all just looking at it, and this fork is just like, in the table, right?
Did he pay to get your table fixed?
No, it didn't matter. It's just a wooden picnic table, right? But the point is, like, Billy, and like, why did he? I still think about that. Like,
did that scare you?
No.
Billy, he comes off in your book as like this just old school kind of guy who's like this protective, like a knight in shining armor, who you could go anywhere and you would just be like, you would feel invincible with him. He's the knuckle dragger assassin. But were there any moments where like that fork in the table that like gave you pause, be like, oh my God, this guy he is who I think he is. He's not just this,
The fork in the table was the only time that Billy broke the veneer of just being so calm, and like, that was an attack, right? And that was because I kind of insulted him, or at least that was his perception of that, right? But I liked hearing John Kiriakou talk about Billy. It was amazing. And I loved also that he said that Billy swore all the time, because the truth of the matter is, this is the one quid pro quo I had with Billy, right? Billy swore. I mean, it was so fun to be around him, because like, everybody has the little kid in them that, like, your mother tells you you're not supposed to swear constantly, and Billy, just every other word that came out of his mouth was a swear. But we made an agreement that in the book I wouldn't use the F word every other word, because it was disruptive. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, but I thought that was very interesting, because the knight in shining armor part of it was diffused by the fact that Billy had this vocabulary that was just, I have videos of him during the pandemic. We did a lot of Zooms to kind of stay in touch. Yeah, and maybe I'll put them up one day, because they're just apps. I mean, Billy would sit in his office and shoot the shit with me, and he would just tell old stories again and again and again, and they were just, it was really awesome. It was like great getting that stuff down on the record out of his mouth, right? Because he was really one of a kind. He was, I was at his funeral here in Tampa. I
was talking to Rick. He told me you were coming down. I'm like, I gotta get her on the podcast. I gotta get her down here. Rick's like, you want me to kidnap her? I'm like, I don't know.
Those guys are funny. I mean, speaking of kidnapping, I once had a friend who got stuck in Morocco during the pandemic, right? Like, remember when that March 15th or whatever that was, when Trump closed the borders and like you could barely get back into the United States?
Oh, yeah.
And I had a friend my age who was stuck in Morocco, and she was seriously worried. And I called up Rick and like some other guys, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll go get her.
No way.
It's going to be expensive, and she's going to have to come out by boat." But it was like they gave me a whole plan about how they
That's
could go get her, and it was like,
amazing.
wow, right? They were not kidding around.
A lot of Billy's operations were, it sounded like, especially during the first few operations. I think his first one was to Libya. Is that right?
Well, that was after the Vietnam War.
After,
the Vietnam War,
obviously after the Vietnam War, he started to go and work. He worked for the post office,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's like when he got hired on these covert operations,
Mm-hmm.
it seemed like there wasn't much communication. Like he wasn't sure
Yeah.
who he was working for.
Always. I mean, he was a singleton, right? So that meant he operated alone for the most part. And that is a remarkable job, right? And when I interviewed Cofer Black, who is a very top CIA person during the whole war on terror and was Billy's boss, and like I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something like, again, these guys always saying like, "Oh, Annie, like you really think you know anything," right? And he basically said like, you think you got all this stuff from Billy, but the truth of the matter is most of his career was spent getting verbal messages from guys like me with nothing written down. Wow. And that is just stunning to think about, that there's an element of the national security apparatus that functions like that, right? So what it really is president to Cofer Black to Billy Waugh. And Billy Waugh, right? And does that still go on? I don't know, right? But what I do know is being able to get Billy Waugh's story on the record was like a real privilege for somebody like me, because it's, okay, so if it's 1/1000th of the story, it's still an incredible through line of seeing one man operate through all these wars, right? And of course it culminates in the end of the book. That book leads me to nuclear war, which is, do you remember the scene I recreate when we're in Jop's garden in Hanoi?
Yes,
Right?
I do.
So,
yes.
so to set the stage for that, Billy was assigned to kill the leader of the North Vietnamese army, General Giap. Right. And General Giap, in many ways, was like more, I don't want to say more powerful than Ho Chi Minh, but was like, just as important, right? He led the army, and everybody followed him.
Right.
And the American government wanted him dead, like nobody's business. There was a perception that the Vietnam War would end if Giap was dead, right? And so Billy was assigned to kill him on this mission called Oscar 8, which I write about in Surprise Kill Vanish, and which Billy wrote about in his book, and is just a remarkable, shocking mission, okay? And so when we go back to Hanoi, Billy and I travel there, and we are set to meet with General Giap's son. Giap had died just a few years before, at like the age of over 100. And his son, Dien Bien, named after the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, the house, this gorgeous house, is not far from like the mausoleum where Ho Chi Minh lies in rest. And it's this magnificent house with a huge garden, and like basically it's a museum of Giap, right? There's medals, and I mean, it just, and also Giap's ashes are there, and like kind of there's like a Buddhist little temple that we went into. I mean, it was just wild, right? But we're sitting in the garden, and Dien Bien brought to the picnic, no pun intended, the man assigned to kill Billy Waugh, right? General Zhang, right? So it was just like two arch enemies
In their
meeting
90s.
in their 90s. Billy wasn't quite yet in his
Okay.
90s, but the colonel was, and they were like, and it was just wild to be discussing the war, to listen. I mean, they were discussing the war, I was listening, and then this subject comes up because, as I write in the book, Billy was part of the Greenlight, and we talked about this earlier, the Area 51 bomb dropping when they jumped the nuclear weapon. That was a test to see if such a team like that, a Greenlight team, would ever use that weapon in war, would ever use a tactical nuke, that thing that you and I have been saying must never happen, right? So in the 60s, this was a real thought. And the Defense Department looked long and hard about, wait a minute, because the Ho Chi Minh Trail was this engineering masterpiece, this pathway through the jungle through which all these weapons were being run up and down and was fueling the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army. And so the government had tried every which way to shut this trail down, and they couldn't. And a kind of one idea that got run by the Jason scientists, I write about this in The Pentagon's Brain and then again in Surprise, Kill, Vanish from a different point of view. The idea was, well, we could drop it or place a tactical nuclear weapon on the trail, blow it up, and then it'll cut off, it's like cutting the artery.
Right.
And so in this, there we are in Hanoi in 2016, Billy Waugh and the archenemy, Colonel Zhang, talking to each other about what it was like to try and kill each other, and all their friends are dead and they're alive. And the subject comes up of this tactical nuclear weapon. And Billy says we should have used it. And Zhang and Dien Bien are like, excuse me? I mean, I write this out in the book. They're like, what? The Americans would never have done that. That's a ridiculous concept. And Billy explains to them that it was actually thought through and it was decided against. And Billy took the position that we should have used the tactical nuke. And I was shocked.
And
they
he
were shocked.
He thought like going back, I would have used it if it was my choice, or was he kind of?
Here's what he said, and I'm paraphrasing. It's actually sourced in the book of what he really said from the tape recorder. But he said something to the effect of, 58,000 of my, friends and countrymen died, and 1 million of your friends and countrymen died. One tactical nuclear weapon would have ended the war, and that was just like. It was just this mind-boggling concept. I mean, I completely disagree with it. Obviously, you see for reasons why in nuclear war scenario. But that was Billy's position. And so, for as much, like everything about Billy Waugh to me is just, he was a man, he was one of a kind,
Yeah.
As I said at his memorial service, he rode for the brand, right? But I fundamentally disagreed with him on the tactical nuclear weapon. And, we had many arousing conversations about that because, and I think that from the, and again, that she who has never been in war, right? My perspective on that would be like, wow, the government needs to have different kinds of people. You don't want Billy Waugh in charge of your nuclear arsenal, right? And we laugh, but it's not funny.
The big question in the books in Surprise, Kill, Vanish is, are full frontal wars better than assassinations and sending in people like Billy Waugh to surgically take out terrorist leaders or to take out evil people. Mm-hmm. And I think the Billy Waugh is the better answer to that, because I think there's multiple cases to be made, but I think one of the things that has been shown to us over the last few decades with the wars in the Middle East is that these big wars they cause spectacles, and they become recruiting mechanisms for more terrorists. Like the terrorists, they're like the Hydra. Like you cut off one head and another head grows. But if you have somebody like Billy Waugh or some sort of covert assassin to go in and take out these bad guys, similar to what happened with, Osama, that was made into a big spectacle too. But when you do it covert and you don't make a big scene, you're not helping the terrorists recruit more people. Like if you look at Afghanistan, or even what's going on right now in Gaza, and there's children seeing their family members be slaughtered, they're going to grow up hating Americans.
This is the conundrum of, guerrilla warfare, right? So it all comes back to what we've been talking about this whole evening, which is like science and technology moves forward and makes these weapon systems that are bigger and faster and more complex and more precise. And then you have the human factor, the operators. And then you have big wars with armies. And then you have the operators, the individuals, the singletons like Billy Waugh, or the small teams.
John, dinner is ready.
Hello! This is probably the last Socialism 101 video for a while. Today, we'll discuss one of the many, and my personal favorite, inherent contradiction within capitalism that Marx titled The Tendency for the Rate of Profit to Fall. Side note, this idea, like many of Marx's, didn't originate with him. Classical economists such as Smith and Ricardo both originated similar ideas that Marx built upon. With that said, though, what is Marx talking about exactly? Well, right before this, we need to define a few things so it's easier to understand. Constant capital is the sum total of the value of the means of production, factories, machines, raw materials, fuel, electric power, and other necessary products and material inputs used up in the production process. Variable capital is the value of the human labor power purchased by the
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
You know I'm playing Destiny.
Now I'm a watcher.
You're a watcher. How long have you been a watcher for? What?
Damn it, John.
Hey, you excited to go out tonight?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna black out.
All I am is a man. I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach.
Hey, Dad! Think fast!
Listen, that child is going to be a pro athlete.
Hey, Dad! Think fast!
Listen, that child is going to be a pro athlete.
Hey, Dad! Think fast!
I'm autistic and I have ADHD.
If you want to pull somebody that's out of your league,
If young Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you. Beautiful morning, yeah, the sun in my morning, babe. Nothing in the water. Beautiful morning, yeah, the sun in my morning, babe. Nothing in the water. I just wanna feel liberated, I just wanna feel liberated, If I ever instigated, I'm sorry.
if you want to pull
Okay, so the total is $26.25. Oh my god, I didn't have any money with me. I'm sorry. Oh, well, then I guess you'll have to pay another way. Oh, wait, I have 30.
All right, parents and students, please take your seats. Okay. Now, as you know, there was an incident at the school last week involving a student referring to rape as a hot Cosby. Okay? Listen. Principal Victoria has been fired. What?
Sweet, dude.
And a new person has been appointed to try and make South Park Elementary a more progressive place that fits in with today's times. Okay? So please welcome PC Principal.
Okay, Mom and Dad, here it comes. Who's ready to go inside? What is...
If you want to be racist still, it's hard. You got to read up on stuff. You know, when I was young, at least you could just be racist, you know? It was easy, it was organized, it was, you know, boom, 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 no. But then now it's like, yeah, you got the Vietnam English. You know, you don't know what this guy's going to do. You know what I'm saying? He's blowing, he's playing a flute, and they got the basket with a snake, and the snake is named Winston Churchill. You know, you got a guy from Alabama, who's also 100% German, and this guy's Alaberman. The waters are getting muddied. I mean, you can't even do
I'll be in it for him. What's it for? What's it for?
So there's a video going viral about the Unit 731 thing in Japan, and I do research on this stuff extensively because of how fucking important it is to what's going on right the fuck now. The main thing you need to understand is that Unit 731 is not too far off from the big H word. World War II, these things were pretty much happening simultaneously. The United States, we were allied with a couple of different countries and areas. The Soviet Union was one of those areas. But as soon as the war was fucking over, we started space racing with them, which is really fucking interesting because the mark at the beginning of the space race was in 1957. Sputnik 1 was the first satellite launched by the Soviet Union to officially enter orbit. But think about it, that's just when they released it. In order to have something to release, they were working on it beforehand for however fucking long, decades, maybe even hundreds of years. It is completely possible that during these world wars, there was something deeper going on. The main thing that differentiates Unit 731 from the Holocaust was the fact that the Holocaust was millions of fucking people based on one specific ethnicity. Japan, they were just taking civilians and war prisoners and experimenting on them. And so I try to take that into account with what I'm about to tell you next, but it still doesn't make me feel any better about it. People involved in what they did in Germany in World War II were prosecuted, put to death, put to jail and life sentences, and etc. during the Nuremberg trials. This was in 1945 to 1946, right when the war ended. But despite prosecuting those involved, like scientists who may have been forcibly involved in Auschwitz experiments and things of the sort, we took people in Unit 731, scientists there, and let them off scot-fucking-free. We did not prosecute them. The United States granted them fucking immunity.
Oh,
Why?
I already choked.
Why? Oh, because they gave us their data. They gave us their horrific fucking data of all the experiments they did in regards to like frostbite and intentional infection of anthrax, plague, and other diseases. That's what they were doing in Japan, and they gave
side, and that will be
a live co-stream.
Exactly, that will be the like broadcast that you're listening to. So it won't be the cast that you're going to be listening to. You're going to get
Why am I not keeping my armor charge?
right turn now. Back on the 10 freeway, westbound now, and again, when this started more than 20 minutes ago now, it was headed eastbound on the 10 freeway. Suspected DUI driver now, getting on the freeway. And you can see that night sunlight, that spotlight being shown by...
Let's get the likes up, folks.
Their helicopter is overhead, but with this now heading back onto the freeway, there is an opportunity for these two agencies to hand it over to CHP.
There you go.
Monterey Park PD units in hot pursuit, catching up to this driver. You saw that sign there. This is just passing Sunset Avenue, westbound on the 10 freeway.
Always California. Always LA, Sunset.
Now, this happened just a couple hours ago tonight.
Is my volume low or is just them?
With Friday rush hour, but now in the 10 o'clock hour, not many other drivers here. Now, could there be...
We have a 6 sub coming in, playing for Shinchu, because his internet line is down. Valorant. Yeah, he's playing Valorant. Congratulations, Kenton. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, world. Please save me.
For context, this is his second official Valorant game. We have the full 5, but...
Oh my god. I'm panicking.
Boy. All right. Warrior. We're playing for fun, guys. We're playing for fun.
Alpha bear body.
Alpha bear, baby. All right, guys. 3, 2, 1. Walking. Oh, that was so cool.
Oh.
That was so cool.
That was a little late.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna fucking let go of my keyboard. This next match I play, I'm literally just letting go of the fucking keys. I'm letting it go. Fully. If I see an enemy, I will not move until the enemy is dead. I am not moving at all. Bro, I can't find it. Did I find like an underground video? Like
Avoid saying the same thing as me, or you are out. Question number 1. What is your favorite food? I'm gonna give you 4 seconds to answer each question. I'm gonna go with cheeseburger. If you said cheeseburger, I'm sorry, you're out. Question number 2. What's the name of any musical instrument? I'm gonna go with the piano. If you pick piano, you're out of here. Question 3, pick any number between 60 and 70. You already know I'm picking 69. If that's what you picked, you probably wants to be out anyways. If you're enjoying the game, please support my page by following. Question 4, what's any of the months in a year? I'm going with May. If you got it, you're out. For 5, I want you to choose between pancakes and waffles. If you said pancakes, you're safe. I'm going with waffles. If you haven't gotten out, avoid saying the same thing as. Oh, you know.
Todd Gurley should not score a touchdown. He should not. And they told him to. He broke the play, didn't he? Instead, Todd Gurley accidentally scores the touchdown. Field goal here. Todd Gurley should not score a touchdown. He should not. And they told him to. He broke the play, didn't he? Instead, Todd Gurley accidentally scores the touchdown. Field goal here. Todd Gurley should not.
I just realized I'm jealous of my 6-year-old. I woke up this morning and found my 6-year-old on the sofa, fully dressed and ready for school, an hour before he was supposed to be up. I asked, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing up so early?" He replied, "I accidentally peed the bed this morning around like 4, and I tried to wake you up, but couldn't. So I took my blankets off, put them by the laundry room, and changed. Then I came out here." I thanked him for taking care of it and told him not to worry. We'll have everything cleaned and ready for his bed later. Next time, make sure you pee before bed. Accidents happen. Blah, blah, blah. Etc. And then he got up and prepared breakfast. I made coffee, and as I sat there, a thought crossed my mind. I'm jealous of this kid. This moment took me back to when I was about his age, recalling how I used to wet the bed. But my first instinct wasn't to wake my parents. Hell no, they would have beaten the crap out of me. I instead went to the bathroom, stole a roll of toilet paper, and tried to dry my pee-drenched linen, because I knew if my parents...
Did you just say to play Destiny?
Doesn't this make you want to play Destiny again?
Oh.
No. What?
It's like you still have the harpies and everything.
Who cares if the enemy's the same?
But they wanted to add all that bullshit story that takes forever to go through. Guns that you need to do raids. But they're gonna have you fight the same.
I've never heard people complain about story in a video game. Like, too much story.
It doesn't have too much. It did not have too much. People were interested in it. It had no story. Now all anyone wants is raids. They make all this bullshit AI generated.
The capitalists by hiring workers and employed by them in the production process. You can think of it more simply as cost capital is the stuff you need to make commodities, meanwhile variable capital is the human input, meaning labor. Surplus value, which we covered in an earlier video, is the value produced.
You people. I don't know about you people. You people, your hatred for Destiny.
These were human. Non-NPCs are supposed. It's a NPC bot.
First time I did this, I didn't have the right guns on, and it took me 9 damage phases to beat this.
Is this a new thing?
No, this is a dungeon.
Match found.
A couple seasons ago, but I'm doing solo flawless. But the first time I did this, I did it solo. I didn't flawless it, but I didn't bring like the right loadout in, and as I was doing it, I was like, oh, this is not a good loadout. But then the app like stopped working for maintenance or something. It was down for a couple of, so I couldn't even like transfer guns. But I didn't want to like reset my run, so I had to just sit here and like and suffer through 9 damage phases. Pretty bad. Oh, what did I miss? I missed one.
I've got all the time in the world.
Nice. 4 runs. Could have done it in 3.
That was it? You just finished it?
No.
Oh.
But that's the first boss. I wish I finished it.
What was that meal you made earlier? It was...
The much harder bosses further ahead.
Oh, my nana's
Yeah, I was like, that did not look that hard.
You're,
Need more time to set up the damage phase.
Yeah, that is the hardest part about doing a solo. Is the damage phase setups are like longer than like anything else. It's meant for like 3 people to be doing it together. So when you do it by yourself, you have to do 3 times the setup. The final one is the setup's not long. The final damage phase, but it's a lot you have to do, and you're like. The boss chases you the entire time and does insane damage.
Drop in a smoke.
And the enemies, it sends like exploder enemies after you get it. And all they want to do is just suicide bomb you.
Drop in a smoke.
And the boss is a wyvern. It's an enemy type you've never met before.
Woo! Grenade! Gun here. No peeking.
Multiple enemies B.
Woo! Ugh. Drop in a smoke.
"30 seconds left.
Not ready yet.
But not all of them?
Spike planted.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
No peeking.
And now I get to die to the fan blade.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where's the drop down?
Take out Cypher's cameras. He's weak when he's blind.
Quick feed, quick trigger.
No peeking. Drop in smoke.
Deploying drone.
Drop in smoke.
Right here. Right here.
Cypher 55.
I know exactly where. Enemy spotted A.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted A.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
No peeking. Watch out! Face your fear! Get out of my way.
Take flight.
Last player standing. One enemy
My
remaining.
ult is ready.
Spike down A.
Nice.
Good thing I was with you. Yes?
Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
I don't even know what I'm gonna use for damage here.
Drop in a smoke.
Right here.
The hunt begins. Drop in a smoke.
I found them.
You had your fun. My turn. No peeking.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Take flight. Scanning ahead.
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
Revealing area.
Switching sides.
Please stay alive. I hate making new friends. I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
Scanning ahead.
No peeking.
There they are.
Help. Spike planted. Take this. Many enemies A. No peeking. Enemy spotted A. That's you, pal. Refreshing.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
Match point.
All right, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Revealing area.
Dropping smoke.
There they are. Reloading.
Reloading. Spike planted. My ult. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Drop in a smoke. Back like I never left.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
3 gone.
Clutch.
Don't worry, you're with.
And that's how we do it. Gotta go. I need to blow something up. Drop in a smoke. Enemy A. Put your weak. Bomb buddy out.
Deploying drone.
No peeking. Grenade.
Reloading. I'm out of here. One enemy remaining.
Drop the Bible planted.
Don't get in my way.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Revealing area.
Aye, where to? Roll for initiative. No peeking.
The hunt begins.
You had your fun. My turn. No peeking.
My ult is ready. Gone. Obliterated!
Okay. This is the final one.
Last player standing.
Ready to watch me die here.
Defenders win.
Throw it all away.
Yep. Gotta get this though.
I do.
What about you?
I should be able to. I'm not a bad player.
What'd
you say?
I mean, you're losing to AI.
You say, I'm losing AI. Oh, shit. Look at them, they just run at you and explode. Suicide. Suicide grunt. Spongy has a fascination with enemies that could just want to commit suicide. Okay, I got restoration. There's the boss. I swear, that's arc damage. That's void damage. I'm screwed. I did not put on void reserves. Resto ×2. That is void damage. I'm colorblind, and even I can see that. Jesus. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Fuck me, that was almost it. That was almost my run. Woo.
Thanks.
Match found.
I didn't even do my full setup. Oh boy. That's not good damage. That's actually very, very bad damage. Oh boy.
I've got all the time in the world.
Do I change my damage loadouts?
Got you
I
this
think I
far.
What happened?
Got you this far.
Maybe if we kick their asses hard enough, they'll stop bothering us.
Yeah, this is gonna be a 5 damage. I don't do 5 damage phases here. I want to do 3. Oh well, I screwed it up. I should have just. I could have planned that better.
April 11th.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh, John's here. What's up?
Nothing.
It's April 11th.
RimWorld expansion.
No peeking. Multiple enemies B. Have one of these. Enemy spotted B. Ooh. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
If you are not doing well, keep
Now
trying.
that's a clip.
We must
Now that's
keep up appearances.
What? What'd you do?
Got a fork.
No, what'd you do?
Just dog shit.
Not an ace though, but.
Pop off.
No peeking. Drop in a smoke. Have one of these.
Spike planted.
No peeking.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
Touch a soul. I'll make sure of it.
Back like I never left.
Here.
That was close.
Spike planted.
Dropping smokes. Yeah, cat.
Toaster is broken.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
Bro. Nice.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan? Get on with it! No peeking!
Spike down B.
Drop in a smoke.
So many fucking enemies. Jesus Christ.
One enemy remaining.
Yikes, that sucks.
Activating kill mode. That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking. Down you go. Refreshing.
Wow, so risky. So risky.
Going A.
Okay.
I'll anchor.
Here.
Spike planted.
No peeking.
Careful.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
Let's fly.
No one's on A.
Drop in a smoke.
On your feet!
Be faster. No charges left.
Last player standing.
Got him. Watch the sight.
Spike planted.
Drop
Can I do a full? Oh, it doesn't matter anyway, but
No
I
peeking.
finally got my setup going. Okay, now I just play it extra safe.
Drop in a smoke. My ult is ready. No peeking.
Spike down B.
No peeking.
It's you and me.
Back like I never
One
left.
enemy remaining.
You made a mess of yourself.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Jump off there. I thought it was panic attack. I don't need any setup. There's resto times 2.
Leave the wall down at first. The wall up.
Chamber, can you anchor?
Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
AOP.
Right here.
Flawless. Let's do it. Hell yeah.
The hunt begins. Spike down B.
Oh, another one down, 2 to go.
Here. Gap.
Spike planted.
KO. Requesting manual reset.
One enemy remaining.
Thanks. No easy night for you.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Watch your end, Justin. I beat it. I did it.
Lock inside.
Justin?
What?
I said, did you watch the end? I beat it. I did it.
Good.
I almost choked like 4 or 5 times.
Drop in a smoke.
I got so close to dying a few times. Oh man. I'm sure John was watching with bated breath.
Yep. Totally.
One enemy remaining.
I wasn't even warmed up or nothing. I just like woke up, got on, and I was like,
30
let's just
seconds
do it.
left.
Oh, man. Why did Child get it again? A couple days ago? I plugged my monitor,
They are no match.
and I was
So
playing
I
Child with
cannot
that.
say I'm
And then
surprised.
I left it plugged in, and I did a couple raids on it. And everything felt so weird. It just all feels so
Who
weird.
needs a buy?
But like, it felt pretty snappy. And then I switched back to my TV like last weekend. We were doing raids, and I was like, yo, I can't aim at all on this TV. Like, the input lag is so, like, I just didn't like, I knew it was bad,
I'm squirm.
but I just didn't realize it until I put it on the monitor, and I was like, oh my god. I can't. Like, I'll tell the fact that it's 65.
Powerless.
I really should do the solo pulse on my monitor.
Flashbang.
Drop in a smoke. Don't get in my way. No peeking.
Last player standing.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Need a drop. Thank you.
Drop in a smoke. Good work. My ult is ready.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
Kill the queen.
No lie, that res was OP.
Last round
It's
in the
really good.
half.
We can't take anything with us after this.
Oh, do you have to res within a certain amount of time?
Yeah, if it was any time, you have to literally insta-res. You die, you have
okay,
like a
that's not
second,
okay,
you have to res.
Okay, that's so strong. I thought you could just like wait like 30 seconds then res after they already like.
That would be.
pushed
I think the
past
timer
you.
should be a little long. It should be like maybe like 5 seconds or something. But yeah, I do wish.
Because like the worst part about D1 trials was you had to pay attention to like which enemy was like a self-res warlock and like if they had it or not. Whenever you killed it, and you had to just like camp the body for the entire round because you couldn't just walk away. Oh.
Knife deployed.
No peeking. You will not kill my allies! Drop in a smoke. Right here.
Step. You put down the wall.
Toxin screen down. Spike down B.
No peeking.
Toxins going 30 seconds left. Toxin screen down.
You heal and a dismiss, or just a heal?
It's a really short and I get a speed.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
And your smokes recharge?
Drop in a smoke.
Yeah, the smoke.
Last
I mean,
player
honestly,
standing.
the best ability is the vulnerable. You can instantly do 90 damage. Instant 90k damage.
Okay.
No peeking.
Yeah, but Omen doesn't also have a heal, a self-res.
I mean, I like playing Omen.
A weaken. Omen's more of a tactical, like a.
Yeah, but that's what I like about it. This one is, like, I don't know. You like so aggressive with her, but like
Off your feet!
kinda isn't did a lot of.
Switching sides.
Okay. I mean, they've just completely gutted Viper over years. Better than like nothing.
Do you guys know what happens to medications that become over the counter? Like, does your insurance just stop paying for it then?
I'll take
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, you might be able to like ask for them to reimburse you. Like, I used to get like the Allegra for free, and now you have to pay for it. 'Cause...
Dropping smokes.
Dude, why would anybody want medicine to come over the counter? Why would you want it to become over?
Plant the spike.
Trap destroyed.
They were saying that like the Netcom sensors are going to become over the counter. Or they're trying to make them over the counter or something.
That's a kill.
But the pharmacy charges the insurance
Not ready
company
yet.
$500 for a month.
Right here.
So I can't imagine. I mean, I know it's marked up 1,000%.
No peeking.
But even still, it's going to be like $40 a month over the counter. I pay $0 for them now. I don't want them to come over the counter.
One enemy remaining. Last
Who is
player
their plan?
standing.
They make them prescription to get you hooked on them, and then they make them over the counter. And make
My priorities
are
suffering.
pay for it.
There are some over-the-counter things that insurance is covering apparently.
Are there?
Yeah, like smoking cessation aids, so the infrared stuff.
Oh, that's more for the insurance company's benefit, though.
Folic acid supplements for women. Iron.
I don't know what that does. Oh, iron supplement.
Folic acid's for having kids. Pregnancy stuff.
Yeah, but all that, like, they make money off doing that.
Dropping
If they get you to like do that stuff and it works, then they don't have to pay for like whatever.
Oh, apparently female contraception. Not
Spike down A.
But not male ones.
Refreshing.
Sexist.
Have a kill. My ult is ready.
I was just saying, companies
enemy
sexist
remaining.
only towards men.
I got the spike.
Well, except for the prices for women's razors.
Yeah, but you could buy men's
Drop in a
razors.
smoke.
That's not discrimination. You don't have to buy women's razors, right? I have to get male car insurance.
Spike planted.
Right, I have to get male life insurance. That costs more. I go to a club, I'm a male, I pay more to get into a club. Like, I can't just be like, oh, I want the female club discount. Nope. Like, I can't. I can just go buy women's razors if they're cheaper. And then you'd think women's health insurance should cost more since they have all the babies, and that costs a shit ton. But nope. I don't think they're allowed to make women's health insurance cost more. Just the small things, you know.
There's only like a handful of Affordable Care Act insurance price factors. There's only like a
Okay,
handful of
we know the
things that
drill.
are allowed to.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Did they recently get rid of the male one? I heard something about they were gonna
Factor
recently.
Location, age, tobacco use, plan category, and whether a plan covers dependents. Yeah,
Did they finally get rid of the gender?
Medical history or gender can't affect your premium.
When did they change that?
Don't worry.
I don't know if it was in the original Affordable Care Act or not.
There we go. Step in the right direction.
No peeking. Spike drop.
It says women fork over 15 billion more annually for out-of-pocket medical expenses like copays and deductibles. I believe that, man. Dudes don't go to the hospital or a doctor for shit.
No peeking.
I'm surprised it's not more.
Spike down A.
People bleed out their ass and don't go to the doctor, you know?
I can spike retrieved.
Or probably dislocate their shoulder and don't
Our
go to the
spike
doctor.
carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Drop in a smoke.
That's not a really impressive number. 15 billion. It's like $100 a year.
Oh, that's why I said I expected it to be way more.
Oh, yeah.
Because, yeah, I said even have like old dudes I know that like never go to the doctor.
Last player
Never.
standing. Spike down
So, like,
A.
you didn't go for your
30
shoulder.
seconds left.
Justin didn't go when his ass was bleeding. Things, you know.
Yeah, Justin didn't go when his ass was bleeding.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
You didn't go for your destiny addiction?
Can the doctor fix that?
Yeah, with
Imagine.
cyanide.
I go to the I call the doctor and I make an appointment. They're like, for what? I'm like, I have an addiction. They're like, okay. And then I go to the doctor. I'm like, the addiction is destiny, doctor.
Attack when they're suppressed. I cut their options, they make mistakes.
And then he's like, oh, I'm a Titan main. What do you play? And then
And he's like, I understand. Let's get you some heroin so you can switch to being addicted to something better.
yeah.
Careful here. Nay danger.
So prescribe Rimworld.
No peeking.
Oh my god. Doctor, please no.
I want of these.
Please don't do this to me.
Drop in a smoke. Whew.
Flashbang.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. Drop in a
But
smoke.
what does Cosmic Warrior mean, Justin?
Last player standing.
I don't. What is it? Cosmic Warrior? Is that like a Master Chief?
Watching.
Oh, he's like a cosmic character. Is that what?
Clutch.
My ult is ready. You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker.
I don't know. It's not looking good for you guys.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty.
You just kill 3 and lose the round.
Yeah.
Oh, was your Jet actually an AFK the whole game?
Yeah.
Don't let their ISO separate us.
Jet,
I
you're the
shot
best.
somebody. Dropping smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down B.
Our spike carrier's down.
Last player standing.
Woo! No peeking.
Who to smother first?
Let's go B long and then we can go through TP to A. Try to throw him
Think
off.
yourself out.
Okay, but let's go through TP.
I choked that.
Refreshing.
You are powerless.
It's you and me.
Careful
You
here.
guys should not have taken.
Dropping smokes. Heidi! No charges.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not so first.
Right here.
Light deployed. Wait
No
suppressed.
peeking.
Go B, go B.
Spike down A.
Sorted.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
No peeking.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
Okay.
begins.
But you can ult us on an A.
Dropping smokes. Spike planted.
Viper ult.
Careful here.
Viper, please ult.
Don't get in my way.
Turn bathroom, turn bathroom.
Last player standing.
Right.
One enemy remaining.
Dropping a smoke.
How do I get away with these things?
This is painful.
You want my approval chamber? Do that again.
What? Because they made a new character. They finally made a new character. It was like...
Made a new in-thing character?
Yeah. Actually though, but you can go
Actually,
live after you in.
I guess I did. I was gonna make a joke that your role was in-thing, but...
Pew pew! My ult is ready. Dropping smokes.
Not even a joke if it's...
Have one of these.
Watch flank, someone might come.
I have my trips at it.
Back like I never left.
I can help this guy.
They found my trap.
You just have to get a kill. Or an assist.
No peeking.
Yeah.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I actually, never mind.
What? First to third. And you and you. Oh, okay, well, it's nice try. That round's over.
Dropping smokes.
Spike planted. Trap destroyed.
No.
Last
Yeah,
player
it's
standing.
exactly the same.
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
Could I have a drop? Thank you. All right, muckers, off we go.
Suppressing.
smoke.
Enemy A.
Drop in a smoke. Nat 20.
Reloading.
No peeking. Here, catch.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
Are you shitting me?
They're in the coffin.
I died.
Time to bury
I
them.
typed the watching this. Oh, no, they shot me. Oh, I died.
It wouldn't be long if you guys don't.
Yeah, tried to skill diff.
Belong to B or TP?
There's probably an op on B long. Just saying, so we need to smoke on
Oh
that.
shite, I lost my pet
I'll
rock.
smoke it. Let me take it if I die.
They are so dead.
I mean, that's just what I saw on my screen.
That's round over. That's overtime.
It's you and me.
Last player standing. Switching sides. Overtime.
I'll choke their sight.
Oh shit.
If we win. I have to go more than.
First step side.
This game is fucking worse shit. Oh my god.
Spike planted.
Alright. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking. Fancy vacuum deactivated.
Hey, it gets to have. Yeah.
Switching sides. Match point.
I hear them scurry.
Wait. No, if we win this one, then if we lose this one, it goes to the next over.
Spike down A.
Can we vote draw, guys?
Sure, yeah, I can't deal with this anymore.
Last player standing.
I can deal with that.
Kill the queen.
Switching sides.
Them has to... Oh my god, thank God.
I am your monster.
Oh, the jet had to.
Never forget that.
Should actually... A little bit. 13. They all count against you.
26.
A lot of them.
So you died even more times than 24.
You guys voted for a draw?
Yes, I got 13 from it. I'm happy.
You
As long as I
gained
didn't
LP?
lose. Yeah. Get like 20 more kills than the next person in the game. I better get some.
I don't know. There's somebody above you on your team.
Yeah, the chosen one. It is only the chosen one for me.
No, somebody else was above you. I don't know. It said you weren't even the top of your team. I can't see anymore. I can only see what's presented on stream. Wild meat man. Master you, that's like one of the last things I want to do. Maybe I should have switched to PC when that all the Destiny
Hey.
DLC was on discount. Because it would be nice to have like it'd be nice to have like behind like right now I have to like hold Y to pull out my heavy, and then if I pull out my special from my heavy I have to double tap, and if like and on PC I feel like I could just have a separate, like it'd be so much faster to just do those things. Not to mention like aiming would be so much easier. On top of the fact that like their PC gets aim assist on guns and like has no recoil. Maybe I should have streamed that for you guys instead. You just somebody I noticed invited me to do a master raid. It's the newest released raid, and unlike Destiny 1, the hard mode raids were actually kind of hard. But like the master raids in here are actually really hard. And based on who I think he's playing with, it would be interesting. I'm betting I got a message in an hour that he's still on it and needs help. that's my betting. I'm betting it's gonna take him a while. I'm curious. Five.
You win the flawless turn?
The last one, yeah.
Another
this is
one?
a new one. Yeah, I have. If I do this one, I have one more after this.
What do you get?
I get emblems for each one.
Oh.
And like I don't know, like shaders and ships and stuff. But I'm mostly just doing it to say I did it. Mostly just for me. Something to do in game. That was a bad damage phase. I really choked that one.
Urgent.
That's
This
fine. Third day in a row.
Terrible damage phases, man. I can't hit a single rocket.
Good. Confidence in yourself. Fine.
If you're like trying.
No.
Yes. I agree with Kyle. No. Oh, I fucked that up. Surprise, surprise. Oh, you gotta be.
Is the fall?
It's
Does that
game.
ruin the flawless?
Oh, I hate this game. That's infuriating. My jump just turned off. That's such a long. I can't. You can only really do that on Hunter. It's such a horrible jump for every other subclass.
Crazy.
Oh. Wow.
Nothing wrong. The hair is more childlike than anything.
but the hair at least.
I like it. Nice outfit. Later.
You beat Destiny yet?
No. This game beats you. You don't beat it.
Once they're done with Destiny 2, they should add a completionist achievement for like doing everything.
Doing everything?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't do everything.
I know.
Also, certainly wouldn't want to. If they had all the completionist stuff in D2, if they had all that in D1, like I definitely would have gone for it. But there's so many times in D2 where I was like, "There's nothing to do. There's no content. I'm out." I just like didn't play. They do like Moments of Triumph. I think Moments of Triumph. I forget what it's called, but they did it at the end of D1. There was like a series of things to complete throughout playing your D1 history, and if you completed it, it was basically like that, like like you've done everything, whatever achievement list, and then you could buy a customized Destiny 1 shirt with your gamer tag on it. That shirt is in a bag somewhere in my closet.
Jeez.
I think it was like $30, $30. And I think it couldn't even fit the entire Slayer King 360, so I think it only says Slayer King. Which is sad. Fuck me. One more try. I'll do this some other goddamn time. My damage rotations are just not here right now.
Do they still have the you can only have one exotic per category thing?
Yeah. Yeah, but I could do like when I do damage. So like I have like there's like they added loadouts. So I have like a loadout for pre-damage, and then I have a loadout for damage phase. So I hot swap a loadout, and in the loadout I swap between exotics. I can't have multiple equipped at once.
Oh, okay. I will be right back.
Gotta be shitting me. Oh.
What'd you say?
Said you gotta be shitting me. I'm just not putting the damage out right now. I can't do it.
Kill issue.
This is an easy 2-phase, and I am choking 3-phase every time. Top of the fact that if I really put the time into it, I could 1-phase this. Oh. Oh, don't kill it, don't kill it. I think I killed it. If this turns into a 4-phase, I delete Destiny.
God, please.
Okay, I need you to help.
We'll just.
Oh, here's where I died last time, Justin. Oh, Justin's not even watching. Not even here. Oh, you are? Oh, you're like low in your chair. What do I want? And when do I want it? Now. You know what? No maps. No maps this time. We're just gonna. We're gonna do it the intended way. Slowly and painfully. fucking horrific, man. 10 shots to activate that thing.
Assess here? You know what that means.
What's up, what's up?
Rimroll time.
Yeah.
Were you just on your phone, John?
It's on my iPad.
Multiple enemies B. I want at least. Enemy spotted B. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm like laying in bed, half reading.
Oh.
About to watch Jared run it down.
Get it?
Nah, it's the first boss.
It?
What do you mean that's it?
I thought that was the second one.
Or second? Yeah, it's not really a boss. It's more of an encounter. It's mini boss. It's 3 mini bosses you have to kill.
What's left of the raid? So there will be one more fight.
Yeah, the final boss.
Treasure ship?
This is like, yeah, it's like it's the same theme as like that. So that is, I don't know if it might be on the same. Yeah, it's on the Leviathan. This is on the same ship that the original raid was on. The Leviathan raid.
Wait, so that crypt and stuff, that's all on this ship?
The crypt of what?
Like all the dead bodies?
That's all the dead body. Yeah, the ones that you've seen on this. I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about the ones that are on this or the ones that are on the
No, the ones that you
pyramid ship. Yeah, anything that I'm doing right now is on Leviathan.
I forgot about that pyramid ship.
Yeah, because the pyramid ship also has all the other dead bodies. A lot of bad guys collecting a lot of dead bodies.
Sounds like John's RimWorld game.
Good. Now I have to make everybody pull up a map and make sure I don't dunk in the wrong one. Like I've done 3 times.
They have the icons over the top.
I know.
Reading comprehension, not Destiny Cran Eater strong suit.
I am only a mere lowly titan.
Me Titan, me Smush.
I'm melee. That's these guys to not aggro.
Hey, John.
Usually they try and block me when I'm jumping.
You're gonna get booped. What'd you say, Justin?
That I sent Alex.
Oh, gotcha. I really wish it would notify me for that. Instead of just an asterisk shows up in the fucking corner. Oh, it sucks. I can't load the boomalopes into cargo pods without crashing the game or desyncing it. It's gonna be annoying.
Oh yeah, did you have to do something with those? Because maybe you should do it before everybody joins.
I did. Yeah, I pulled them out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could always just ask us to leave. We can leave, and then you can send them, and we.
No, because the problem is actually that it causes a glitch that causes my person to just stand there doing nothing, and then it desyncs. So it doesn't work either way.
Oh. Wait, but you were able to send a bunch of babies over to my place. Is it adults that glitches it?
That might be it, yeah.
Or is it because you sent them to my spot?
No, because it happens before I choose where it's going, so it can't be that. I do kind of just want to get rid of these fucking boomalopes, though. They just eat too much. I don't know why I've had such bad luck with not getting the exotic traders. It's like insane.
So I went here.
Oh, John, here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
If an exotic trader walks to my map, and I pause my map, can you caravan to my location and trade with them?
Probably not, because I don't have a comms console there.
Oh, yeah, but I meant, what if, like, is there no on foot one?
I don't, for exotic traders, I don't believe so. I don't think I've ever seen one.
What if you just came over here and built a comms console?
Yeah, maybe.
Wait, how do you comms console and sell animals? Or are they automatically included?
They're automatically included. They don't have to be within range of a trade beacon. Yeah. Same with prisoners.
I feel like that might be cheating a little too much with the time warp stuff, though.
It's not that. It just seems like a huge pain in the ass because I'd have to lug the materials to build a comms console. We'd find out, I guess, if I can hook to your power grid, and then it's just a huge pain in the ass. I feel like.
I mean, either that or I could just like drop all the materials you need in a corner of the map, and then you just show up, build it, but you'd have to log all the boomalopes.
Yeah. I'm now slightly regretting having attacked the tribals.
Oh yeah, why?
Now because otherwise I could walk the boomalopes to that nearby settlement and trade them. But I can't.
Oh, but they're not friendly, so you can't.
They're not friendly, so I can't.
Can you convince them it was a different person?
That would be funny. Normally, I don't actually know, because I've always waited until transport pods to do it, but I wonder if I can gift them on foot. Maybe I'll find out.
Oh yeah, you were gonna start sending the boomalopes as gifts, right?
Yes, that was my plan for the transport pods.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I'm either gonna wean myself off of chem fuel or what do you call it? Or start making it out of wood. The
Is there a way
boomalopes are just not
to
worth it
make?
if I can't get exotic traders to control their population.
I mean, there's another way you can control the population.
I have to go and shoot them in the rain. Yeah.
No, just stop growing hay. It'll take care of itself.
They explode when they die from starvation as well.
Oh.
That's an easy
Okay.
problem to solve. Then it's a problem that solves itself faster. You just have to start the motion.
Literally, make a second pen in the corner of the map that's like a 2x2. Shove all the boomalope in there and then don't feed them. They fix themselves. The surgery that you do to make them sterile, John, can that fail and then they explode?
If it fails super badly, it could happen. I've sterilized most of them. There were some failures, but not lethal failures, so they didn't explode.
This just seems like much more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, I'm used to having exotic traders to sell off some of the population every once in a while, but no such luck.
Alright, I'll switch to my computer in a minute or two.
Do I go for 2 for 1?
No. That's twice the opportunity for your brain to confuse the symbols.
You're saying no. My heart's saying yes.
Let me know.
This just herd of boomalopes is following my one colonist out the door. Oh, are you kidding? My caravan got ambushed by man-hunting hares.
It seems like the problem's gonna solve
Oh
itself in a
god.
different way.
Yeah, this is what happened to me, bro. They're fucking crazy.
Well, it's just my caravan, so it's actually not as bad, but
Well, that's
Also,
what I
there's
mean.
only 2 of them, so maybe I'll be all right. Let's see what happens.
Yes.
Oh, that's some bad aim. Let me pause my other map. Oh, nice. She just karate chopped him.
Now that you did, how many do you have to do to get the damage?
4. So Axis Cup. So I do 2 more. I just did 2 in that round. Okay, so I have
full
Cup
damage.
and Axes. Axes and Cups. They're both on this side. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna get some restos stored here.
Oh, what is this?
Enemy now neutral. Nice. What happened?
Oh. Oh no, I guess it must have popped up the trade.
Oh.
I thought you were giving me like a herd of boom. No.
That
What is this?
funny. I
You
gave
don't
some
want-
to Seth.
Oh,
you don't
he's
want him to
camping
drop
it?
pod 80 baby boomalope into your small pen. You don't want that, Justin?
Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure we saw that.
The free service I provide. It's kind of rude not to accept it, you know.
Mm.
No way I'm contacting Destiny servers right now. No chance.
Yeah, your frames have gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
Well, that's not good.
No fucking way.
I'm back in a bit.
What's up?
Yes, an artistic social cooker. Jesus Christ. Long enough.
You guys winning?
Doing all right. I finally got a cook and an artist, so that went pretty nicely.
Yeah. You putting them to work? Making statues?
Gotta heal up first, but yeah, that is the plan.
Oh, these are people like you captured from a raid or something?
No, it was a incapacitated refugee quest. So he was downed. I
You had to go
brought
rescue him.
Potted in. Had to go rescue him. Yeah.
Oh, like in your area?
No, someplace else. I drop Potted to him.
Oh, that's actually crazy. That you can just like land there. I haven't thought about that. Is that not recommended for like fighting though? Because then you'll be slowed.
Sorry. What'd you say?
I'm joining. Is it if you have like a mission to go recruit someone? Should you not use the transport pods to get there because you'll be slowed or something? Or can you do that? If there are like people to fight, I mean.
You can do that. It's faster on the way there, obviously. So it's like one less leg of the journey you have to worry about. You need less food.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's useful. I think I made a mistake. I accepted this quest thinking that... Oh my god. That's insane. How I have to... $1.7 days? Yeah, I don't have enough food for that. Never mind, guess I'll fail that quest. Bad. Oh, they have my boomalopes at the place.
Nice. It doesn't pause if I alt-tab, right?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, good. I was trying to make a sculpture, I remember. But I wanted to make it out of something specific.
Uh-oh. You made Justin desync, Seth.
Did I?
I don't know. You did. He did desync.
I was like, I didn't even play my map. I joined and I alt-tabbed.
Okay.
So I want to do marble.
Yeah, guys, I'm muted. I've been muted this whole...
I was wondering.
Yeah, I've been talking to you guys. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I keep disconnecting.
Yeah, let's see what happens when, oh.
I'm joining again, sorry, I desynced.
Yeah. See what happens when you guys get back in. See how it goes.
Whatever.
I'm unsimulating. Okay. It's just crazy that like we can be green, you know, 5 ticks behind or whatever forever, and then it'll just desync.
Yeah, it seems so random.
Oh, now I'm 20. Now I'm 10. I really do think it's like certain actions that it just doesn't like. More so than actual networking issues.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's networking issues most of the time.
That's so wild. I might need to start selling some of this hay, or maybe refrigerating this. Whipping booms. So that's something interesting, John. I queued up a slate sculpture, but then I canceled it because I want to make the marble because it's better. And then because I canceled it, there's some slate that's sitting on the ground. So it's technically not in my stockpile. So then the one dude, because I have the like do until you make 400 blocks or whatever, they started cutting more.
Yeah, because it's not in the stockpile.
Yeah.
Also the canceling something like a sculpture or anything else that has like partially crafted loses some resources.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh well. I feel like I've researched so much stuff, but I don't know like what's good that's next that I haven't done yet.
So what are you hurting for in general? Like what's constraining you?
I don't know. It might be components?
Yeah, fabrication's a good one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking next. I'm doing drug production really quickly just so I have it. I'm only at 13 normal beds, but I have 180 herbal, so... What I'm hurting for is Silver John.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm doing okay on so far. It's freeing to play at a low difficulty where raids aren't a serious threat. Like I should have much better weapons and stuff by now to defend my shit, but I don't need them.
What weapons do you have?
Or not. My weapons are okay because I have assault rifles. But I don't have any armor. Pretty much.
Did I do flak armor? I did, but I didn't make any.
Yeah, exactly. I'm researching recon armor now. I think I'll make some of that.
What the heck is recon armor?
It's like light power armor, basically.
Where's that under?
It's pretty far to the right on the research at the top.
Oh, it's after fabrication.
Yeah, and then marine armor.
Did you do drilling?
Yeah, I did deep drilling.
Would you recommend that before fabrication?
How's your steel on the map?
Like, I still have a bunch, I think, that I have in mind yet.
Then I would do fabrication first.
How much steel do I actually have stored? 100? It's not great.
The other thing you have to be careful is the scanner for deep drills.
Yep.
Needs advanced components, so you got to make sure you have at least one of those around.
Oh, I don't think I was able to afford it.
And then the fabrication bench needs 2, so you're gonna need a couple of advanced components.
Fabrication bench needs 2.
Yeah.
Dang.
I think I can. If you want some advanced components, I can actually make them now. I think I have that
That's
class
fine.
too.
Ooh, 2 of my people are inspired. Is that 2 sculptures that I'm going to make?
If the inspiration is, because there's different kinds of inspired. You have 2 people with sculpture.
Inspired
inspiration?
creativity.
Oh,
2.
yeah, that's pretty good.
Should I have this person is 13 on construction though? Should I have them make a bed?
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
I have a masterwork double bed and a good double bed. Maybe I have them make a second double bed. Oh, and that's their bed too. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I do. But where to put it? Well, I guess I can just have them make it wherever and then move it. I need to build a dorm, is what I need to do.
Awful wooden sculpture, -10. Wow.
Wait, where's this guy's... What? Oh man. Everybody now has an excellent or masterwork bed, John.
Jesus.
Well, apparently I had a bunch of, or two excellent normal beds, so I have two masterwork doubles for the two married people, or married couples. There's a lot going on.
How many people do you have, Seth?
6.
Okay, same.
You were asking about you saw that quest that pop up, I guess.
No.
Ooh.
No, I was just curious.
There's 3 advanced components in the item stash. Is one of the quests. I don't know if that's worth it.
Oh, god damn it. Lights, man.
What's wrong with lights? What?
Yeah, no, corn. I'm gonna lose half my corn.
Hmm.
It's alright.
Okay, I need to sell some herbal medicine. And maybe some more cotton. Whoa, Justin, there's a lot of walls here now.
Yes.
Build the wall.
We're fine.
You have wooden exterior walls, though.
Oh yeah, but those are for parts I don't consider important. I mean, maybe they're. I just don't.
Why is he meeping?
What?
Why is he meeping?
I don't know.
Hmm. Is it worth it to research everything, John?
Eh. I usually get bored before I do, especially when I'm playing with mods.
Hmm.
And some of the stuff like watermill generator, if you don't have any flowing water on your map, there's no reason to research it. Some
What
of
is
the stuff's situational.
flowing water?
Like a river or something. As opposed to, like,
Shaman
an ocean.
merchant. What the heck does shaman merchant mean?
It's like the it's like medicine man type thing. They usually have herbal medicine.
Are they gonna buy herbal medicine?
They'll probably buy it, yeah.
Oh boy, do I have a deal for them. They will sell it for $12 or buy it for $6.90. Ooh, they have Nutriamine. I think I'm gonna clear them out on that. Is ambrosia good for anything other than selling? Like,
It's like a mild drug.
I'm buying all of their Nutriamine, all of their plasteel, and I might buy some
Plasteel plating.
I'm sure there's some of that. Yeah.
Isn't that for like Mass Effect or something? Or KOTOR?
Relations with Racho Nation have changed from 1 to 4. What's that out of?
100, and then if you get to plus 75, they're allied with you, and if you get to minus 75, they're enemies with you.
Oh, so there's a big range.
Yes. My that trade I did with all those boomalopes, that got me 84 points. But I was at like negative 70 something. So
Are shields wearables? Yeah.
Yes.
Is that good?
They're situational. They're good on your melee people.
Yeah, like I don't know what else to research now.
You did fabrication?
No, I don't do that.
That's a good one.
There's a progress bar if you zoom in far enough. What?
Oh, you never noticed that?
No.
Yeah.
I guess I just haven't been zoomed in that much. Oh my god. Somebody just got inspired trade.
Inspired tame, you mean?
Trade.
Oh, trade.
Right after I just
Right
like
after you did a trade, yeah.
sold like 100 ambrosia, 150 herbal medicine. Wild. Yeah, I have 3 ambrosia things now. 2 of them are actually inside the base as well. Oh, hey, they gave me 28 plasteel. So they only kill... Do you have them kill at adult or young? And what's the difference, I guess?
How much meat you get
Hmm.
comes down to.
Because right now my consumption is over the... I guess that's fine, though, because I have all this hay anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't count the hay when it's calculating that.
Well, I left room where I could expand the pen. Or, you know, not have 6 untamable boomalope infants.
You do with a trade ship some point.
So what... With the dorm, where is it that you want to put that? Close to the food, right?
Yeah. Sometimes putting it relatively central can be useful, because everyone has to go to and from there. Though it's less important than the hospital being easy to get to. Or the stockpile.
Yeah, I would like to put it here, but that's where the ambrosia is.
Oh.
So I'm trying to figure out where... I could move the bulk stockpile, but... Oh yeah, where's that planning tool Joey was using? The thing is cracked.
The one that lets you put down, just squares?
Yeah.
It's under orders, all the way on the right.
Justin, do you know about this? If you go to orders, there's something like the planning tool that helps you, plan out how stuff looks.
Here's an order.
Architect.
Under
orders.
architect.
That's also where the paint is, by the way. Wait, yo, my bro, why are you doing that? How is there one adult female sheep and somehow we've gotten to 14? Can the intermediate aged ones?
No, only the adults. One thing is, are you looking at the animals tab, the auto slaughter thing?
Yeah.
It doesn't count pregnant ones that are currently pregnant in that number.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this is not right. No, there's 4 females.
Yeah.
3 of them are pregnant. Does that mean after they get... Oh, so wait. Hold on. Okay, so if I say, like, I want 3 females max, right?
Yeah.
If they're pregnant, they're not gonna count.
Yes, unless you turn on the slaughter thing next to the pregnant ones.
Yeah, how do you manage that, though?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Like...
it's just a switch.
What'd you say?
It's just a switch.
Yeah. Is that something that you turn on, though?
Depends on the animal. Okay. So I don't usually do it for, like, my milk, like, cows and stuff.
Okay.
But I do for other animal types.
Do sheep give milk in this?
I don't believe so.
So
they
you
do
would
give
turn it on
wool,
for them?
but both genders give wool, so it's not as important.
I'll probably just leave it go for now. What do you do with wool?
Makes stuff out of it and sell it.
Dude, I feel like I have too much resources, like cloth and stuff, and just like nothing to do with it.
I was thinking help you with that.
Yeah, you just gotta craft it away.
Yeah, but I feel like people are too busy, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, whenever I'm crafting, I'm not researching, because that's how my people worked out. Kind of sucks.
I have like 3 researchers.
The one I have a lot of is animal handling people. I never have trouble with that. A construction person has nothing to do all day now. I don't know what I want to build. Do some more hospital beds, I guess.
For a double bed, do you need 1 or 2 things? The dressers?
I think just 1. I don't think it makes a difference.
Excellent sculpture. Tisk tisk. Only excellent, not master. Unlucky.
Ooh, I got 3 people with guns attacking now.
heck is your wealth up to?
80k.
Hmm.
Probably
Mine's
90 by now.
mine's
It's
at
about to hit
50.
90. Having two people, like a quarter of my colony incapable, or sorry, a third of my colony incapable of violence is rough.
Do you have to specifically tell people to train, like, any animals for, like, attack and rescue? Like, I have a dog.
Yeah, you have to. You do it on the animal. You set them like what you want to train on the animal, and then people will automatically do it.
So the check mark is not if it knows it, but if it should learn it?
If it could learn it, it turns yellow when
My
it's
God.
known.
That's stupid.
It is not the least stupid thing. Oh no! God damn it!
Somebody get headshot.
No, not even headshot. Heart shot.
Is that also an instinct kill?
Can be, yeah.
Dang.
That was my one half decent melee person. My other melee person is a wimp, so as soon as they get into a fight, they just get beat down. What else was she good at? She did animals.
If you have like a dorm building with separate bedrooms, what's the distinguishing factor for if like the statue in the main, like the common area, gives the benefit to the bedroom or not?
It never does.
Is it if there's a door or not?
Yeah, so if there's a door in the way,
yes,
it's considered a different room. If there's not, it's not considered a different room.
The heck happened there, Justin?
Not me. It's
Wasn't that your person? Or was that John's?
They got killed?
No,
Got
it was
hurt.
like I got a medical emergency pop up.
No, it was my new prisoner.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That was my colonist with the fucking bionic leg too. Now that's gone. God damn it.
How do you make medicine?
Neutral
Oh, never mind.
herbal medicine, and cloth. You can't make that. You have to buy it from traders.
Do you need some, Justin?
I don't have any.
Do you have any medicine?
No, that's why I need.
Where do you make the medicine, John?
Drug lab.
Oh. Do you have a drug lab, Justin?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't yet, but I have some Nutra-Amine, so I can send that to you.
Oh. Fine.
Texted.
Oh boy. Guys, I might have made a mistake.
What?
You know those ancient danger things?
Did you dig into the wall somewhere?
I was opening it up on purpose, but this is a really bad one.
Oh, this crap?
Yeah. It's not good.
What do they have? Inferno cannon?
Yep.
Did your people die?
Not yet.
Why'd you do this?
Because it's normally not this bad. This was just unlucky, okay?
Okay, John. Oh, we shouldn't load animals into the transport pod, right?
No.
Okay.
At least I had trouble with it, so.
How much plasteel do you need for the thingy again, John? And do you have any plasteel, Justin?
What?
I have a little.
Okay. Never mind.
For which?
For the the analyzer.
Oh, I think 50.
Okay. It's fine.
50 plasteel, 20 gold, I want to say.
So Justin, I'm gonna send you half my neutral ammunition or anything else you need. Is there anything else you need?
No, I mean, I don't even need it. I didn't know how to get it.
Yeah, but you might not find it for a while. Do you need food or anything?
No, I'm definitely gonna.
Okay. I just these thingies, the pods or whatever, it feels so weird, you know, putting 4 things in it.
Well.
Did you get wiped?
It's in progress. I don't think I can save these people.
So what are you gonna do?
Gonna make a last stand at my hospital.
Hey, what happened? How did those? You opened it up?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Normally there's like 2 of them, and it's the smaller mechs. It's not the huge mechs that take forever to kill and set everything on fire. And it's
So
got
those
2
things-
of them. I was not prepared for that.
So do they just go through your whole base and kill everything?
That's what they're trying to do.
Set the base on fire and burn them. Light it. Cleanse.
Is there even any way to save this from happening, John?
Yes.
If we send all our people over, can we help you?
No.
Or are they just gonna die too?
You're just gonna die, most likely. Especially by the time you get here.
Is a boom rat explode?
Do boom rats explode yet?
If there's a mad boom rat outside, is it worth just confining everyone inside and waiting until it goes away?
How long?
How do you see that?
Well, was it like random animal on your map goes mad, or was it manhunters?
Manhunter.
Like, was it a manhunter pack, I mean?
It says Manhunter on it, so...
Check its health.
It doesn't say right now, but I wonder if I have to play for a second.
No,
Yeah, no health.
It doesn't say Scaria. Okay, you just have to wait until it goes to sleep.
And then kill it? Or it...
No, when it goes to sleep, it on manhunters itself. Then you can just leave it alone.
Okay, confine everybody inside. Just in case. Yeah, usually I just go fight them, but this one's a boomy one and I don't want to deal with it. Do these things bleed?
That I'm fighting?
Yeah.
Nope. Kite. Oh, we failed the kite. We die. Dude, rip my base. Look at this shit.
Yeah, they went fucking crazy. That was insane. Yeah, I never knew what was inside those, but Christ, that's great.
Now you know one of the things.
One
that
of
can
the
be
options.
inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a heavy one.
What is exploding?
Just setting off like chain reaction. 'Cause it's
Yeah, was there
all
like
this-
fuel or something?
Yeah,
in
all
here?
the stored fuel blew up.
Chem fuel. Oh, there goes my silver.
Chem fuel explodes?
Yeah.
Okay, so it needs to be stored somewhere else.
I guess. The silver burn? I don't actually know.
Oh, it looks like the silver's still there. Everything else.
Yeah. You guys can come and take my precious metals. I had like 10,000 silver. Oh wait, oh she got up? I didn't even notice. They're just systematically destroying everything.
They just gonna level everything.
I guess.
Is that what they
so.
do? They just like reset the map.
Yeah.
Is it
Well, normally after all my people die, I just stop. But I'm kind of curious to see what they do to the map.
Great, they form a caravan and they come to my base.
Yeah, right.
Did everybody die, John?
There's 2 people down that are gonna die of starvation, probably.
Can I drop? Oh, this is one.
I mean, if you drop anyone here, they're just gonna die. Yeah, normal enemies get bored and leave at some point, but the mechs, I've never seen them do it.
Just like running around punching random things.
Yep.
Well, I wonder if they're trying to leave, but they can't fenced in.
No, I don't think so, because I've never seen mechs actually leave. Well, you guys have a new quest, is, if you can fight these guys off, you can have my gold and silver.
Start a new one. I'd rather start a new one that you're in.
No, I'm not gonna make you screw up your colonies. Because I was an idiot.
Yeah. Are you gonna like start a new faction or something?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess I can probably try that at least.
I'm curious what's gonna happen to this map though.
I mean, I mentioned we'll stay there.
How do you get to your faction?
Like, everything will probably degrade.
Spectator.
That means you're gonna lose all your research and progress and stuff though.
Yep. That's what you get, Seth. That's what happens. I can go play Joey's base.
This person, not burned out, not burning, not bleeding.
Yeah. She'll just die of starvation. I don't think her wounds are going to heal in time. And if they do, they'll just knock her down again.
We need to send in 2 people, Justin. 1 to distract.
I'm still building
Sacrifice.
the drop pods, or I would have sent I have a ton of people.
Yeah, but
Pretty well equipped.
I don't. Do you have like armor and shields and stuff?
But I have guns.
The burner people were the worst thing. Because they fire one shot. It doesn't matter if you have shields or not. It's gonna set everything around you on fire, and eventually you'll catch on fire too. It's just a really rough weapon.
I wish we could rescue one of your people.
and then I mean, I could probably cheat that in, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you if you want to try this
Just
faction
res-
thing.
Well, one thing that would be nice is not having to go and do all the research again. That'd be kind of boring. Maybe I'll
Well, I mean, if you're cheating to res someone, I guess you could just cheat some of the research in the new. Oh, did you up them or did they up themselves?
I upped them. We're gonna make a run for it, Seth.
Okay.
Look at this. It's what I should have done, I guess, from the beginning.
Oh my god.
Thank God it's raining.
Do you eventually can we get those guns?
Oh my.
Yep.
I want those guns.
Bob and weave, bob and weave.
Oh no, she's fine enough.
Is she gonna die of no food outside the base though?
The distinct possibility.
Okay, hold on. Start building another transport pod. I will send in the food.
Is there any food up here that she can eat? Here's a berry bush.
Did you stand her up?
No. Does she collapse from exhaustion?
Oh, now I'm being raided. Revolver. Heavy SMG and a pistol? What kind of level up was this? All I had was tribespeople before this raid.
Oh no! Oh no! I didn't notice that guy was still coming. We just need to leave the map.
Where did he get? How did he do that?
He's just fast.
Yeah, but how did he get out?
Oh, he must have cut through one of the walls. Oh my god.
Oh, some of the walls are broken.
Somewhere, probably. Yeah, he snuck out to come kill my person.
I don't like that these people have heavy SMGs and stuff. I feel like they're gonna mess me up.
She had a mental break. She's done. She made her choice.
Yikes. So in a fight where some people have, where they have guns too, I should send my melee people in, right?
Yes, you have to be careful because they can get shot up pretty bad. So you want to like flank them if you can.
Oh, this person's fleeing. Okay, they're fleeing. Everybody else is dead.
I think it's so funny. On Twitter, like the White House, like named Sunday like transgender. Everyone's them offset.
Yeah, it was fun. I
Okay.
killed 2 and the third like took themselves to some random, like the third one wasn't with the main group.
You research.
If 2 people are researching.
Yeah.
I actually have 3 research benches. It's the 2 big ones though.
What are you guys up to?
I'm trying to observe what's happening with
Trying to what?
her.
Observe what?
How it's working. I feel like I made mine too big.
Your base, you mean?
Yeah, I just think it's too like yours guys are so compact.
I feel like the opposite is true. Like yours is pretty compact. Like most of your stuff is like in one place. Obviously, my base wasn't very good. I mean, all my people are dead.
Yeah, these embroider plants are really getting in my way. Is it worth trying to keep them, or should I just cut like a few of them?
I would just cut a few of them. Like, is it making you that much money? I don't think so.
I mean, I sold them for like quite a bit. I forget how much it was each. The problem is I have like something particular in mind that I want to do. And
Yeah, you'll probably get more out of that than just
no, I'm
keeping
building a
version ones
dorm
around
and there's
forever.
not a good space to put it. Like in here is a little bit tight. I would go here, but there's like some fertile land here that I want to save in case I want to grow anything else.
How about here?
That's where I'm building, but like I run into either these or these.
I mean, how big does your dorm need to be? Like, you could stop like here and here.
Yeah, it'll fit, but I'm trying to make it fancy, John.
Okay. Because
That
like
is
here to here to like here.
the problem is
here
like the
big
walls
room.
end up on top of these things.
Yeah.
I might just deal with it. Would you leave a gap between the outer wall and the wall of the building, or does it not really matter?
I usually do.
I guess just for walking, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's try shifting a little bit and see if this helps.
And it lets your people hide inside if they break through your walls. Otherwise, they break straight into your rooms.
Is it possible to make 2 wide doors?
In what sense? Like doors that'll open too wide, or 2 doors next to each other?
Either.
You can put 2 doors next to each other. That should work.
Is that going to be really gross looking though?
It's not going to look great. That's actually something that came out with the new update, but isn't in the game yet.
Hmm.
What's Justin laughing at? He's on TikTok.
TikTok, very tight, like myself. I love like the MP where like they go into like Walmart or whatever, and they just unhinge and just get their reaction, but not like gross or whatever. Like,
You're part of the
tasteful.
problem, Justin. You're part
No,
of the
it's
problem.
like it's tastefully done though.
I'm sure.
That sounds strange. I on a very similar note, I do like the ones where like they go to Walmart and they act like they act like an NPC though, but they don't say deranged and
No,
hate
that's what
stuff. They
I
just-
said. It's not
they'll walk
deranged.
past people and they'll be like
Top of the morning.
Top of they'll be like, oh,
Yeah.
great weather outside, always looks nice, and they'll just like create like they'll like comment on something the person's buying or whatever. And it's like a comment you would get from like an NPC walking around in a video game, and and the person's always just like, oh yeah, you know, or nods their head, or like it's just so funny because it's like
What if we unironically all become NPCs?
you already are. You're the
Bro.
biggest NPC I know.
Stop! I'm not an NPC.
You gotta find like a video of people doing it. That way they get a good.
I'm actually so tilted about the double door thing now, John. It hurts my brain. Thanks, Sam. I'll be done in a bit.
They're still smashing up my base.
You unpause just to see what they would do.
Yeah. They're really dedicated.
Can you see the like the plans that I'm doing?
No, I can't actually. Well, I can see red X's where they are because they're forbidden.
Okay.
But oh, okay, that's pretty intense.
It's when it's done you'll see it. But
Okay. I might go have a snack. I'll leave the game running though.
okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go eat. Hmm.
You don't agree that you're an NPC?
right, Nick, let's talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is a team coming to this offseason. They have made massive changes all across the roster. Whether you're talking about coaching staff, whether you're talking about quarterback, or whether you're talking about players, this is a team that's looking to make a lot of changes coming into this next season. But there's one move they've made lately that is very interesting and surprising to say the least. Let's get into this article, and I want to hear your thoughts on it on the other side. This, of course, is from SI.com. It says, Pittsburgh Steelers are showing some interest in Washington quarterback and Heisman finalist Michael Penix Jr., bringing him in for a top 30 pre-draft visit. He confirmed at his pro day, Penix is expected to be second-ish round pick, but after finishing with a 4.53 40-yard dash at his pro day and putting on a clinic with his passing skills, he could find himself rising into the first round. The Steelers currently hold the 20th pick in the NFL draft, and while quarterback wasn't on their list prior to this meeting, it could be now. Penix appears to be the first quarterback the Steelers have shown interest in throughout the draft process, and they did not meet with any early round names at the NFL Combine. And to this point, they haven't brought in any for pre-draft visits as well. Nick, I think this is really interesting, showing that the Steelers may have found a guy they're pretty interested in as an upcoming rookie. I'm curious what your thoughts are, but Steelers fans, in the comment section below, if given the choice of Michael Penix, Justin Fields, or Russell Wilson as the quarterback for this team going forward, which one of those guys would you pick and why? Not just for this year, that's going forward as well. Let us know in the comment section below. But Nick, what are your thoughts on this latest news about the quarterback position for the Steelers?
Yeah, I think the important thing is the word you mentioned there, or the phrase going forward, right? What is the long-term answer for the Pittsburgh Steelers at quarterback? And Russell Wilson, he's a short-term, maybe medium-term answer. I think he's certainly an upgrade over Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph. But in terms of, hey, what's the long-term plan at quarterback? Realistically, he probably isn't going to be that due to his age, of course. You have the Justin Fields experiment, but still, we don't really know how good or bad Justin Fields will be with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He will also be a free agent very soon as well. So even if it's a guy the Steelers really like, he may not be someone they could keep around just for dollar's sakes. So when you talk about the long-term answer at quarterback, that is a very serious question that Pittsburgh Steelers have to address. And I really like the fact that they're spending one of their 30 visits. Look,
hey guys, it's Maxi. I'm a Radiant player.
April 11th.
Drop in a smoke.
Nothing.
It's April 11th.
The RimWorld expansion.
No barricade. Multiple enemies B. I want at least. Enemy spotted B. Ooh. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
There have been multiple attempts, I think, the FTC to get rid of non-compete clauses and NDAs. The Federal Trade Commission has, proposed a rule to ban non-compete clauses in particular. I don't know what the status of that.
Alright, so this is a follow-up to my last video because we did get an update from Steven's co-host, I think it is Gerald. He addressed the accusations from Jared and Steven's ex, Hillary. And he also...
no, I'm taking a break. I got a tech board of Matt Diggs plate.
Oh, jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show.
and back when I grinded, I had 2 accounts in the top 100 at the same time. And in this video, I'm going to be breaking down the thought process on how to carry in ranked while playing Clove. This is a game where I go 24-16 on Lotus while playing Clove. I have plenty of crucial and clutch rounds, and I definitely think my utility usage carried this game. Starting off for my pistol round, I think the best way to go is to go for a ghost, a smoke, and a heal. Whenever I play Clove, I like hovering around the middle of the map just because you have a set range on how far you can smoke. So I always want to position myself in a way where I can be able to help my team.
The paper reports that 2 of the male prostitutes were given a late-night tour of the White House last year.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Today we have a big shoe, as Ed Sullivan would say. For those who don't remember Ed Sullivan, he looked like he had been embalmed 3 days earlier. He was affectionately known as Night of the Living Ed. So back to the big shoe. Today we have Christian Hansen and Zach Treitz. They're the makers of a smash hit on Netflix, American Conspiracy, The Octopus Murders, which delves into the mysterious death of investigative journalist Danny Casolaro, who met his demise in a hotel bathtub in Martinsburg, West Virginia in 1991. Casolaro has become a folk legend, and many questions
there
have
like a
persisted
fountain or
about
something
his
that you
life
can build?
and death over the last 30 years. Until Christian and Zach decided to plunge into the rabbit hole. How are you guys doing today?
Excellent. Thanks so much, Nick.
Thanks so much, Nick.
I was really impressed with American Conspiracy. American Conspiracy and Chaos are a couple of things that the mainstream media has turned out that actually go pretty deep into the clandestine, and you guys pulled off something pretty amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, Chaos by Tom O'Neill is and the Franklin Scandal as well were huge works and huge inspirations to us.
I know the guy fairly well who wrote the Franklin Scandal. He's a little unstable, but I'll tell him that you guys thought so.
Thank you.
So Christian got into Danny Casolaro. He jumped in. Tell us about how you got into Danny Casolaro and when you got into Danny Casolaro.
So I had a pretty fulfilling, interesting career as a photojournalist in New York City. I was also a college dropout. So I went back to college after about 3 years of photographing in New York, and ended up taking an investigative journalism class. And in the class, I decided I was writing a piece about the role of money in politics. You had the whole semester to investigate this paper on this theme. And I ended up choosing the private prison industry through like a series of other coincidences. And realized that there was a company called Whackin' Hut that was one of the biggest players in the private prison scene, and started looking into this company's past. It was founded by an FBI agent. The board of directors were all department heads of intelligence agencies. They had offices all over the world during the 80s. Little like private army, SWAT
paramilitary troops, also guarded malls and banks, you know, like small time. And they were had formed a joint venture, I learned in my research, with a Native American reservation in the Coachella Valley to develop you know, biological weapons, submachine guns, night vision goggles, and for right-wing guerrilla armies in Central America. And Danny Casolaro had been studying and investigating that relationship between Wackenhut and the Cabazons, and so that's how I discovered Danny Casolaro. He struck me as a interesting, eclectic, creative guy who was working on a just mind-boggling, bizarre book that was it was briefly described in newspaper and magazine accounts of his death, contemporaneous accounts, as tying up a case called Inslaw, which I'd never heard of, the October Surprise, the Iran-Contra affair, the savings and loan crisis, the BCCI scandal, et cetera, into this like thesis called The Octopus. And I'm just like, what, you know, why have I never heard of this guy? This book sounds amazing. I've never heard of any of these scandals, or I'd heard of them. I didn't know anything about them. And so, yeah, I thought that I wanted to read a book about him. I did read 2 other books about him. I still had questions. So I was like, all right, fine. Like, if no one else is going to do this thing all the way, I guess I'm going to do it.
So how long had you been spelunking before?
That started in either late 2011 or early 2012.
And then your good friend Zach, he kind of thinks you're losing it.
Is John
and
there?
then you guys ultimately team up. When was that?
I think he said he was going to get a snacker.
Well, I mean, Christian and I, we grew up together, so we just talk about whatever's going on in each other's lives. And he had been telling me about this story for a long time, and I was approaching it as a sounding board and an outsider. So
he would always give good feedback. You know, I'd come down a new road, or a new, I'm using the cave analogy. Like, I find a new section of cave and tell Zach all about it, and he'd ask really good questions, and just really give good feedback, or just great sounding board. Smart guy.
Yeah, and so my feedback was usually, "Are you sure? You sound crazy. This is too much." Things like that. But eventually, it got a little bit weird in some respects, and then once you look into it, though, it's hard not to take some of this stuff seriously. And where we really started making a movie, we didn't even really know we were doing this at the time, a documentary. But Christian told me that one of Danny's key sources, and somebody he had been corresponding with, Michael Riconosciuto, was getting out of prison in 2017. And that's where we actually started filming things, even though that kind of happens later in our timeline of the movie. That's where it started for us together.
So would you say your addiction started in 2017?
Zach's.
Yeah, my relationship to actually doing anything, and we just did it because as I told Christian at the time, whether you want to make a book or a movie or whatever you want to do with what you've been up to for the last 5 years, we will regret it forever if we don't just go out there and meet him and pick him up from prison if we have the opportunity, and we don't take it. So there was no grand design, there was no big outline, or like, this is how we're going to do it. We just went out there, spent a day with Michael. It was one of the kind of most interesting and strangest days of my life. I've never
uranium
been
weapons,
investigative reporting, whistleblowers.
I have like a uranium sword.
Anybody who's
that's really good.
Anybody who's anywhere close to what Michael is.
And how much is it?
And that started us on a really long and twisted journey.
The docuseries starts out, Christian's talking to a detective that worked on this, and he says, "You're going to get yourself
maybe get that
killed."
And see how if you like it.
How did you feel at that point, Christian?
My dude has a plasteel knife.
People
that
actually
says
say
does
that
more damage per second
to
than
us
equal.
and me a
It does
lot.
less damage than the long sword.
They usually say
long
be
sword
careful.
has a lot better armor
A lot, and
penetration.
the implication being you could get yourself hurt or killed.
Like just
And
chill.
you know, I don't know. It's like
It's like
yeah,
a
of
weapons
course. I mean,
trader, though,
okay,
so
I'm
they have a
not.
bunch of,
What am I
like,
gonna do? Not be
okay.
careful? I mean, I'm being,
LMGs
as
and
you know,
stuff.
I'm being
but,
careful. I'm not
I
gonna
think I
stop,
need-
but
like I
I'm
can just
being,
make them.
I'm being careful. Um,
You
you
need
know,
guns? I have a
one
ton.
source told me I needed to get this certain
don't
type
think
of
so, anyway.
plutonium tip bullet
The
and a
previous
certain
raid was the first one that I
adapter
got
for
that
a pistol.
actually,
And he said he would actually mail me all
like,
the
they actually
parts. And you know,
decent
these are
weapons
some
and
bad
stuff.
boys. You gotta have heat. And I'm like, you know, I'm not carrying a gun in New York. Or, you know, I am. If you're a bad guy, I am carrying a gun.
So tipped bullets and
Plutonium tip bullets.
Have you ever shot in a pistol before? Either one of you?
Yeah, we're good shots.
Good shots? Good.
Yeah, we both are. Yeah, we're from Kentucky. We know how to shoot.
Oh, okay. Say no more.
But you know, you've been followed by people who are tailing you and giving you weird phone calls. Thankfully, whatever danger I've been in has been abstract.
Yeah, with Franklin, it was a little different. With Casolero and then the Octopus, it's primarily CIA malfeasance that we generally expect the CIA to be malfeasant in. And with Franklin, I think it's different because it involves the trafficking of children like Epstein. And
yeah,
that's something that this rogue element of intelligence definitely wants to keep under wraps. But Danny Casolero started out looking into Promise Software. Promise Software was developed by Bill Hamilton, who had a company named Inslaw. And the Department of Justice just decided not to pay Bill Hamilton anymore for Inslaw. And Danny Casolero started to look into that. And then that led him to the mysterious John Nichols.
Right, via a whistleblower named Michael Riconosciuto, who Bill had tracked down. You know, basically he had won his first two. He had won his battle with the Justice Department in federal bankruptcy court. The judge ruled that the Justice Department stole the software using trickery, fraud, and deceit. Then that ruling was upheld in an appeals court, and so as the Justice Department appealed again, and as that case was getting up and running, that's when a mutual friend of Danny and Bill's put them in touch. Danny and Bill Hamilton had a mutual friend, and so Danny went and met with Bill to figure out, you know, maybe he could write like something, because Danny had a background in writing about computer contracts of all things for a trade publication that he published. And about 3 months earlier, Michael Riconosciuto had told Bill the reason why there was so much secrecy and cover up surrounding the attempt to bankrupt the Justice Department's attempt to bankrupt his company.
So then we have John Nichols, and he oversees a number of dirty deeds in Indigo, California at the Cabazon Indian Reservation. Tell us a little bit about John Nichols.
Zach, you want to take this?
I'll take it. Yeah. So John Nichols, we could basically spend the next 10 hours talking about, so I'll try to keep it short. From our research, and you know, we're looking at it 30, 40 years later, and we're also looking at it through Danny's eyes, but we have the benefit of time. And the benefit, one big benefit, is talking to John Nichols, one of his sons, Bobby Nichols, who we interviewed, and who gave us a lot of interesting documents about his father as well. And he was willing to talk to us, as Christian says, I think because he was just as curious about his dad as we were. He was out there at Cabazon with his father, his entire family. He was out at, so essentially John Nichols was a guy, really briefly, who had been a brewer in Milwaukee in the 50s, then started working with the Teamsters, Jimmy Hoffa, eventually was in Washington, D.C. He got in some sort of trouble with federal law enforcement. He moved to Brazil in the late 50s, right before the coup d'etat there. Then he was back in the States. Then he goes to Chile. He's there briefly before, actually for a
There's some
while, as an
decisions
organizer
being
of
made here, Justin.
kind
that
of
just
indigenous and rural people. I guess rural peasant
The right decision?
Chileans
Population.
there are some decisions being made here,
in a
Justin.
largely Catholic country. He was organizing them into
Protestant.
groups,
Evangelical.
which were turned into voting blocks to prevent Allende's rise to power there. He left Chile. It's kind of right before Allende was taken out of power
and murdered.
Yeah, depending on your view of it. So he was, what we found in our thing was that he was just going around the world, just all over the world, not just South America, not just Central America, all over the world. And he happened to be in a lot of places right before there was a right-wing coup that was supported by the U.S. government, namely the CIA.
But also, we're very fascinated by his tenure in Lexington, Kentucky, which was like a hub of MK Ultra research. We haven't been able to tie him to it yet, but it is compelling. Anyways, a lot of with the guy had a very interesting life.
So he was a world traveler who happened to be in a lot of different places that the CIA was active. And then he landed in this mental health facility that he was running in Lexington, Kentucky.
Yeah,
he was a grant writer and a social worker, and he said he was a doctor, and depending on what you asked him, he was a doctor, and it was either a divinity if he wanted to impress you on his bona fides in the religious world, or in psychiatric social work. He also said there's a con artist aspect to what John Nichols is as well. So
it was a mail-in doctorate.
Right.
I should get one of those.
Yeah.
Maybe apply.
Dr. Nick Bryant. Sounds good.
I like that ring.
You can change the name of the podcast. So by the late 1970s, he ends up at this small Native American reservation in the Coachella Valley outside of Palm Springs. It's in Indio, California. Indio now is a pretty lively, booming place where like the Coachella Music Festival happens, things like that. But back then it was a tiny desert kind of, I don't want to say wasteland, but there was not much running water or anything like that. He finds this tribe, the Cabazons, who
it was a fork in two interstates, in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, in the middle of the desert. And they depending on how you say it, but essentially he links up with them, and he's there. They ask him to be a grant writer to bring some money, federal money, into the tribe, and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, I can do that." But his way of doing that turns out to be a little bit different than I think most grant writers would say. So he starts a plan to do tax-free cigarettes, sell tax-free cigarettes and tax-free alcohol, with the understanding that, or the theory that this is a sovereign tribe, and that whatever happens on tribal land is no business of California state, and it really functions like its own quasi-autonomous country through tribal sovereignty. And so part of our documentary, you kind of see the evolution of that idea as it goes from cigarettes to alcohol to gambling. And this became much more important later in the 80s, when this tribe essentially created modern Indian gaming law by suing the state of California and taking the Supreme Court. We don't even go into that because there's so much going on in this documentary. But then also within this theory of sovereignty, it takes you might say a hard right turn towards supplying the quote unquote freedom wars, proxy wars that we were waging in Central and South America, mainly Central America, creating weapons for right-wing armies to fight communism. And so that, with his seeming background and intelligence, and grant writing, and this whole hodgepodge of connections that he has, he teams up with this company Wackenhut, which Christian had talked about earlier, which has all of these kind of 3-letter agency people associated with it, and they're going to start this weapons joint venture out on this tiny desert land.
That's inhabited by 26 Native Americans.
Roughly 26, 27,
27.
Depending on the year.
Band members, I guess you would say. The Cabzon band of, at that time, Mission Indians, now Cahuilla Indians. And only like 9 of those are adults. Like, you know,
Doing all right.
there's
Just,
not that many people there, and they're going to be.
See,
I mean,
this
we
one
don't even
was
go
another
into some of the.
tribesperson raid,
They had
though.
plans to be in
Which
charge
one?
of like the Saudi
Yeah, the one that I had
royal
previously was,
families, palaces, and you know, just all
It
kinds
was,
of weird
like they had
security
guns.
ventures. But
Yep.
what we focus in on is
So there's
there's
two,
a
there-
triple
there's 3
homicide that
hostile
happens
factions
sort of
total on
early
the
in
map
his
right now.
tenure while
There's
he's
the
in the middle of
pirates,
kicking all these people
which
out of the
generally have
tribe,
guns,
establishing his
the
power,
hostile
consolidating that
tribespeople,
power within the
which don't.
tribe,
And then there's also,
and building this weapons
hostile outlanders, which also have
business.
guns.
And then one of the tribe members who comes up to oppose him with some of the other
Oh, I was asking.
former
You
members,
weren't here. There was
including
a
the former
weapons
head of the
trader who
tribe,
had like some
who he kicked
uranium
out.
weapons.
That tribe member,
it's
Fred
not good
Alvarez,
for the most
2 of his
part.
friends are found.
it was like $900. So
shot to death with a bullet, one bullet in each of their
This
heads
person-
at his house.
And Alvarez is shot in the head
I
too.
think Justin joined.
Yeah, they all are.
Alvarez, Patty Castro, Ralph
This
Bozer,
person has
Patty
6
and
shootings,
Patty and Ralph
7
were not
melee,
tribal
7
members; they were
construction,
just friends
13
of
mining.
his.
Do
kind of
everybody else is actually good at mining?
Outlaw motorcyclist kind of guy, big like tough football player.
Maybe I actually
a bit of a weed head, as far as
But
I
also like a part of the you know, Native American movement of the 60s and 70s to take power back, and you know, he was also part of that scene.
written a letter to Ronald Reagan at some point. I think about his struggles with what was going on at the tribe. Interestingly enough, it seems like John Philip Nichols, who was then the tribal administrator, was
If it's death
very
in
much on
4
Reagan's
hours,
side of
I can
these Contra
probably
wars. So that might have not worked out so well.
The thing with Alvarez is he went
Famous
to
last
an,
words.
an attorney and said, "I
It's
want
on
to
a
get these guys
prisoner,
kicked
though,
off the
so
reservation."
I'll just do
and the
10
attorney
without
said, "Well,
medicine."
you got to give me some documentation that they've been malfeasant." And he was digging around, and he found that he found the grand prize. The government wanted to make chemical and biological weapons on the reservation.
And he also told the local newspaper, the Indio
Actually, there's
Daily
herbal medicine
News,
right here.
that
Can I have her pick that up and use it?
had been threatened, and he was worried for his
Uh,
life. And that was a cover story
needs to
on the
take them to
Indio
a
Daily
bed.
News a few weeks or a week
Or
before
you should
he
use to
was
do the 10 without
murdered.
medicine. Those are the
I
only
think
options I'm aware of.
in reality
Okay,
it,
well,
it
I
didn't
did
get
2 10
published
without medicine real
because it
quick
was
just
so
to
it was
extend the
right
timer,
before he
capture
got
Right.
murdered. And
Right.
so they actually once he was killed,
I think they stood up,
they
though.
had to say like, oh, a few days ago this guy came in and said that he
They
was going to
did
be
indeed stand
killed,
up.
and here he is.
Wait, whoa,
dead.
whoa,
And we
whoa,
actually
she's
have the
still tending?
tapes from that interview in the series, so you hear Fred in
Okay.
his own voice,
Knocked
like
back down.
talking about his concerns that, you know,
Days
that he had days before he got killed.
And it's interesting, the Alvarez family felt that absolutely that Nichols was responsible for the triple homicide.
Yeah.
And then a guy named Jimmy Hughes, who was the head of security at the reservation's casino, walked into a DA's office one day and confessed to being a bag man for Nichols and the Alvarez assassins. He maintained that the Alvarez murders were sanctioned by the government.
Jimmy Hughes is a interesting character. We know a lot about that world, and we have a pretty detailed timeline of like confirmed what was happening. And listening to Jimmy Hughes's full confessions and explanations of what happened is so compelling. And you know, there's parts where it's like it goes pretty off the rails, but I don't know. I'm digging myself into a hole talking about stuff we didn't actually include in the show. But Zach,
Background on Jimmy Hughes. So as we talk about in the show, for many years, decades, there was a allegation, I think, going around that Jimmy Hughes had been involved with Fred Alvarez's murder, and that's what the latest detective who had investigated this, a guy named John Powers, when he opened up the case, reopened it as a cold case in 2007 or so. He was looking into Jimmy
Witnessed
Hughes.
allies death times 2 minus
and
9.
coincidentally,
My
I should say,
rival
like
Panda
we
died
traced
+4. My
many
rival Ann
different
died +2.
crimes where the murders where
Yep,
the
welcome to
investigation
RimWorld, where it's a
seems to
mixed
be
blessing to
cut
see,
off
your
from a
rivals
higher
die.
level than the local law enforcement that's dealing with
actually
it.
so
And
funny.
that was a similar case in the latest triple homicide investigation by the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. So Jimmy Hughes originally was a mall security guard in the area who had a background in, he was in the military before that. He claimed that he was special forces, although I'm not sure that that's true. The police officer's not sure that's true either, the detective, John Powers. Or maybe he just said it's not true at all. But he was almost like one of these prototypical, what's that magazine? The
Soldier of Fortune.
Fortune kind of guys, right? He just loved shooting guns, carrying guns, walking
Prowling around at night in like all black, you know.
Just chilling.
shooting like shooting
Spectating.
guns out of his car and things like that. We've heard a
watching.
lot of like wild stories about
Watching.
Jimmy. He was a
Don't
combat
look good. Just
fanboy.
don't look.
He sounds like a Quaker.
If you want to save your sanity,
Uh,
I told Justin his decisions were
They're usually pretty peaceful.
Don't look
Just
at what.
choir
Being a little facetious.
You'll
I can't
know it
help
when you
myself.
see it.
Right.
So Jimmy, I mean, you could really make a whole movie about Jimmy because it's like he actually grew up speaking Spanish, so he was a logical person, I guess,
I don't
to be interfacing with these
It'll make sense at some point.
Contra leaders who end up
The
on
building you're
the
building down
reservation
here
trying to
with all the
buy
weird
weapons
walls?
from John Philip
Yeah.
Nichols
I
and his
saw that
operation
before.
out there with with Wackenhut.
I could see
And
the
Jimmy
outline.
Hughes, this
Yeah, they're gonna be
combat fanboy, is explaining, oh yeah, we've got, you
With
know,
actual
we
doors?
can do these
Nope.
night vision goggles,
Oh,
we
yeah.
can do, you know,
It'll still be barracks, though, you know,
automatic
right?
and automatic weapons, all kinds
What
of
do you
different things.
Like they'll consider it
and
to
he
be a
gets,
barrack.
I think
He's like the
he-
translator
whole
for these
thing,
guys.
yeah.
the translator, but I think he's just
Oh.
excited to be in the
Is
middle
that
of
like a
this whole
debuff
thing.
or anything? No,
And
right.
If it's
and there was
impressive enough,
there was
it's
a
not
problem,
a debuff,
which
but it
was
is
that
relative. So
Fred
if you have a
Alvarez,
very
the
impressive
tribal,
bedroom, that gives you
one of the
more positive
junior
mood than a
tribal
very
leaders,
impressive barracks.
didn't want this operation happening
then you need,
anymore.
like,
And so, like you
sculptures and
said,
stuff
he
in
found documents
bedroom,
that supported.
So
he was
it's
also
pretty
concerned
hard
that
to do
Nichols was
with a
stealing
small
money
group
from the
of
tribe, from the casino that they had started out there.
Yeah,
it just
but I
seemed
mean,
like it
the
was
option
it was like a
to,
cat in the hat situation. Like they invited this guy Nichols in, and he's causing all these problems. Fred wants him gone, and then Jimmy Hughes, I will say.
One thing you might want to do is have your plants
he
person cut all
admitted
the trees in this area.
on the
'cause
record
otherwise your
to
construction
having
person has to do it, and
been
it takes
hired
fucking
to
forever.
take
Joke's on
$5,000
you.
to somebody
Same dude.
to
Oh, really?
murder Fred.
13
That was what
plants,
he would
15
admit
construction.
to on the record. But
and,
he also
the Mal
Detective
guy?
Powers had
Mal
him. He was
Boyle.
in Central America
Mal's the
at
other
a certain point, and
construction
then Detective Powers had him
Oh,
extradited
Mal's
struggling with that
from
tree.
Central America to
Oh.
face.
Well, do you do
Yeah, he had
Chopwood or
become a
plants?
preacher down in
Chopwood's the important one.
Guatemala.
That's what's gonna
falling
get
out with
really
John
in the
Philip
way.
Nichols after the murders. I think that he was pissed off that he wasn't fully paid.
How do I have him stop cutting this
And they had a falling out, and he thought that John Philip Nichols
I
had
usually
hit out on
draft them and
him.
let them go.
And so he fled,
Figure it out.
did the John Philip Nichols certified handbook where you become a religious
How
leader.
long was she stuck on
and
that? I wasn't
he's
even paying
now
attention.
in where is he? Guatemala now?
I think he's in Guatemala.
Are there fountains?
Guatemala. Sorry, I
Fountains?
forgot which
Is
one.
it?
Yeah.
No, he's in
This is a
Honduras.
not
this is
in
a
I get it.
courtyard.
Not in vanilla.
And he's a preacher down there now. He has a
He
kind
has
of
a
like
mission, an orphanage, and a,
Yeah, I left a
yeah,
little
he
courtyard
has all
area.
these kids that are working for him, or
Still
that he's
figuring
helping
out
out,
where,
quote
because I want
unquote.
this
I
to be
mean,
the rec room.
we
and
haven't been
stuff
down there
too,
to
so I
talk
need
to
to
him
figure
about
out
it,
where I
just
want
check
the
on the
sculptures to go.
501c status of his nonprofit, right? But he would come back to the United States and he would do lectures, and these lectures are pretty amazing because it's
I like
this
how the fucking
story he's
Mechanoids
telling
couldn't
about
even leave
going
the
from
graves
hitman to
of
holy
my
man. That's his
colonists
whole
alone.
kind of like
They had
redemption
to
narrative.
destroy
It's
the
like
graves and
I
throw the
and he has
bodies
this
on the
one very
floor.
specific story about like
they?
I was asked to
Yeah.
kill a
Are
guy
they still
that I
here?
really liked,
The Mechanoids?
and I
Oh,
went
yeah.
over there, and I didn't
I don't
know if
think
I
they'll
could do
leave.
it.
and
I
his
just,
friends were over, and it was nighttime.
Maybe they'll starve.
And I realized at that moment.
Yeah, I know.
And then he goes on this whole thing about how that led to him realizing that God had love for him and that he needed to get out of the business.
They are the normal end game enemies.
That's his religious awakening.
My guess
so he's
is
going on a tour
on
doing
this
this,
difficulty level, you won't even
and
fight
actually one of the
Like, even
victims,
if you get your
two of the
confidence
victims,
super
Fred's
high.
son and Ralph Boger's daughter, Rachel, went to one of these meetings and recorded him doing his lecture, and then confronted him afterwards. And Rachel, the daughter of Ralph Boger, who was shot in the desert at Fred's house, confronts him at this meeting, and she was posting these videos on YouTube in real time. I mean, we don't even go into the documentary; it's its own side crazy story, you know. And she confronts him, and
carpet for your colonists?
he's like,
Wait,
it's
is
so
that
fascinating.
instead
I
of
mean,
floor?
he's
Or do you don't
what he
put
says actually makes a lot of sense. He's like, my
carpet
past
seems
is my
an alternate
past.
floor.
Like,
Where is that?
what you're doing is dangerous.
you
You're
have to
dealing with
research
dangerous
it.
people. You don't know what you're doing. You're putting it on YouTube. Like, you need to be careful
it's a
because
little
the people
prettier
you're
than,
messing with, like you have
tile floors.
kids.
Did
Yeah,
you see what I did
have-
with the tiles?
they're going to be missing their mother.
Oh,
what are
you
you going
alternating
to
them?
say when you're dead?
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
And then he
that's why it
says,
looks so weird.
"Screw the police." He says something like, "Screw
so
the
wait,
police,
the
screw
carpet,
the
like, it's
FBI,
more impressive?
screw all these people."
Yeah,
and,
it's
and
higher
he's
beauty,
railing
higher
against the
wealth.
FBI, but it seems like
Ugh, that's
he
so...
felt like he was
thought you
kind
could
of
put it down
messed
on
around
top.
with by the FBI
No,
and by John
yeah,
Nichols
that-
and
that
by
is
the
a
maybe the
reasonable thing to
mafia
think,
and
but that is
organized
not how
crime.
floors work in-
All the
Well, it is
stew of
far
people
too
who were
late.
connected in his mind to the reservation that kind of screwed him over after the homicide. So whatever. That was a whole bag of worms about Jimmy Hughes. An absolutely fascinating character who got tangled up in John Philip Nichols' web out there.
So he cops to the murders, and then he's extradited, but then the charges are kind of mysteriously dropped against him.
He ever fully admitted to the murders, but the circumstantial evidence and people who had talked to him around that time, he had allegedly admitted that he had killed Fred.
And John Powers had developed sources who corroborated it because of weird stuff involving the well, actually, it had to be taken from the DA to
I don't think
the
my calves are
state
growing.
level prosecutor
little
because
boomalopes
Jimmy
I
Hughes'
said?
cousin
Well, you gotta not skip
was
leg day.
should
an
be-
attorney at the district attorney's
should
office.
be adolescents
So they
by
had to
now.
go
It's
up
weird.
a level, and that
I wonder if it
prosecutor burned a confidential
not
source of
yours?
John
Yeah,
Powers
maybe.
somehow. I can't remember exactly all the details, and then ultimately decided to let Jimmy go, saying that it didn't have enough evidence, and it was all very weird. Is it true that the FBI had come in and talked to Jimmy right before that?
I think what happened was that, you know, what I guess where I was trying to go with one of these stories, but I went completely off track, was
How's
that
it going
Jimmy
over there,
Hughes was
Justin?
in a
Did you fix your
lecture
raid?
in Florida, and John Powers found out that he was in the States, and he flew down to
You're down
Florida,
inside and
took Jimmy off of the plane with maybe the U.S.
Oh,
Marshals or
just
local law
let it,
enforcement,
like,
had him
get
extradited
caught
back to
instead
Indio,
this time.
back to Riverside County at least, to stand trial. Jimmy Hughes stayed in prison or in jail for about a year awaiting trial.
Oh my god, the slate
Obvious
one
flight
is
risk.
suspended.
Yeah. While they were, you know, finishing gathering their case.
No wonder they
and
can't
then the
build.
prosecutor, right before they're at a pretrial hearing, right before they're going to go to trial, and the prosecutor called John Powers, the lead investigator on the case, and said, "Hey, man, we're dropping the case. Like, there's just not enough evidence, you know." And John Powers was like, "Not enough evidence? I got a slam dunk case here. What are you talking about? Like, what new?" He's like, "Oh, we have new evidence that's come out." And he's like, well,
That debunks all of it. That they didn't tell the lead investigator what it was.
and so the next day they go in front of and they started accusing John Powers of having done some sort of malfeasance. It just to our view seemed like total bullshit.
Also, in the Alvarez triple homicide was in 1981. Then there was a sting operation in 1985 that caught John Philip Nichols hiring people to kill some other people, totally unrelated, non-tribal members, some local ne'er-do-wells drug dealers that he didn't like. Then in 2017, it came out that some cigarette butts from a crime scene in 1981 were connected to another homicide that this one's successful, that John Philip Nichols had hired. A guy, a local golf cart salesman that was flirting with his girlfriend, So he's willing to, after he did his time in prison for the Sting attempted homicide, he's still willing to hire people to kill people over a girl. And then you're wondering, was he concerned about Fred Alvarez? I don't know. Also,
go ahead.
John Philip Nichols, to our view, got into a nasty habit, and we think that it probably traces back likely to his time before Cabazon of consolidating power in organizations like Cabazon. And when things go wrong, it seems like the obvious solution for him was to hire people to murder his enemies.
As Bobby, his son, says, his dad was old school.
In fact, when he got
Machiavelli would have been impressed.
Yeah.
In fact, when he got in trouble, I mean, in 1985 for the solicitation of murder charges, where he accidentally hired an informant, he told them, "Hey, if this goes well, I've got more work for you in South America."
And there were 5 murders, I believe, that he wanted arranged.
Yeah, he tried to arrange 5 murders, and he was talking to an informant. I think that what's really interesting about this entire case is, and
what they do,
it's like a
rice and bean
paper that somebody could write about this eventually, is the sort of relationships between various levels of local and federal law enforcement, and the problems and intelligence, and the sort of like problems and interconnectedness and rivalries between them. And these stories that we go into in the Octopus Murders are about the intersections and the disagreements in some ways between all these different agencies
and their informants.
Well, you definitely don't want to hit on John Nichols' girlfriend. I mean, that's I think that would be a self-evident truth. So he's
we got an amazing anecdote we got to drop. I know what he's gonna say.
Go for it.
What we heard was that one of his defenses at his solicitation of murder trial, which he did go to jail for 2 years, light time, I think, but 2 years in jail for. One of his defenses was, this girl couldn't possibly be my girlfriend because I'm impotent. And the reason I'm impotent is because terrorists smashed my penis when I was in South America.
Huh.
That's it. I would.
Just a typical Coca-Cola bottling plant manager.
Hey, I'm just a religious guy, terrorist.
So now Nichols is actually, I think he was ultimately, didn't the California Deputy Attorney General kind of intervene and get him out of prison early? Was that how that went?
The Attorney General's office, went to John Powers, the detective, and they were the ones who said new evidence has come out, and they took it to the court, said we've decided to change our minds, and the next day, or that day, I can't remember, they put Jimmy Hughes, take him to the airport, and let him go back down to Central America. So he's there.
Now we enter another interesting character enters the story, Michael Riconosciuto. Now, he tells Danny Casolaro that intelligence is working on different projects at the Cabazon Indian Reservation. Casolaro wrote that Nichols brought an quote-unquote an army of sociopathic creatures to the reservation that included military personnel, CIA, Contras, and of course, Michael Riconosciuto. And Riconosciuto says that he was brought to the reservation to modify the Promise software, which had been ripped off from Bill Hamilton. Riconosciuto was a prodigy, and his dad is part of some murky intelligence milieu. You guys want to fill that out a little bit?
Yeah, that's how you connect the Cabazon Reservation to Inslaw and Promise through Michael Riconosciuto, who claims that it was there as working as a research director for the Cabazon Wagonut joint venture, which he was, that one of his assignments was to put a backdoor into this Promise software that would then be sold to intelligence agencies of foreign governments through third parties in order to for the U.S. intelligence to access the databases that these other foreign governments were using. Really hard to, we found, prove that allegation specifically regarding Promise and Cabazon. And what basically what in Danny's timeline, it's at some point he's talking to Michael Riconosciuto and looking at Cabazon, and he appears to drop his interest in Promise altogether and just make
when
a
I saw
one
the yellow floor,
pitch
Justin,
for a book
I,
called "Behold a Pale
I
Horse."
thought you had made floor out of
which
gold.
I think was about a year before the
tile.
other
Oh, God.
book came
Wow,
out.
baller.
Yeah, for
That's just focused on.
Actually, I need
on
gold. I can't
Cabazon.
build a.
Anyways, that's just
Well,
that's
there's
just to say that
150
Danny got
gold on my
super intrigued
You, are
into
brave enough to claim
and
it.
fascinated by what was going on out there. That also, connects to it. One of the financiers of the weapons development project was a drug manufacturer in San Francisco, or a drug manufacturer and wholesaler named Paul Maraska, who was Michael's business partner in some various business dealings they had in the Bay Area. Their company was founded in Cabazon. The charter was drawn up by the attorney for the Cabazon Indians. And Paul Maraska, 6 months after Fred Alvarez was murdered, Paul Maraska was tortured and murdered, and all of his Swiss bank accounts dried up. The drugs that he'd stashed in Nevada were gone. His planes disappeared. Clearly the person that was torturing him got access to his, Swiss bank
Are there other
accounts
things that
and
explode
his, hidden
besides
stuff.
chem fuel?
In the
keys for his airplane.
in 1991, Riconosciuto files an affidavit before the House Judiciary Committee investigating Inslaw and the government. And he says that Promise software was stolen.
Oh, batteries.
And that he modified it.
Yeah.
And within a week
the dog
of
just
filing
haul for
that
me?
affidavit,
Why did you
Riconosciuto
do
was
this crap
busted for the
earlier?
manufacture
Train it,
of
yeah.
crystal meth and LSD by the DEA and given 30 years in prison.
Michael
Do you have auto doors
listens to a lot of
research,
these podcasts,
No.
and he likes to get
That's a
all the
good one to
details
get.
right, as
You'd be
anyone
surprised how
should.
much time it saves.
LSD
I
was
should've done that
not.
already.
It was just
'Cause you have to
methamphetamine
replace the
precursors
doors, don't you?
in that
Yes,
1991
which is a vanilla,
arrest. There was a
I guess I
1972
should have
arrest
done
where
that before
LSD
I
and PCP, I think,
installed
were
all
certainly
1, 2,
PCP
3, 4, 5, 6,
was
7, 8 of these doors.
what he was working on.
What do you make these doors out of?
Allegedly.
I think those are
Allegedly.
granite.
Well, he got
Oh,
arrested
geez.
and
Granite
convicted, so I
doors,
don't
yeah,
think you get to say
they're
alleged.
slow as hell.
It was
Even
the
auto
DEA,
door
and he got
granite
30
doors
years. I
or-
mean,
or
within a
any kind
week
stone
of
door
filing that
is gonna be
affidavit
really
saying the
Yeah,
government had ripped off. So I think that there might be
Bizarre.
some criminality
Well, I
there.
thought with the stone
Yeah,
walls, you wanted it to be
it's
stone
certainly
door.
weird.
I think definitely to Danny when he's
for
sitting
your
there
outside your
I
base,
think,
yeah,
I think
but,
something
like,
really
for
important to
rooms
remember
inside
about
your
this story
base,
when you watch
not
it,
really.
especially in our documentary,
It's usually not-
is
it's
that
just not
none of
worth
these
it, 'cause
people
they're
were
just so
public
slow. Like,
figures.
watch-
I mean, we Christian
watch
and I
what
treat
happened
them
when
almost
one of
like
your
they're
pawns have to go through
they're
Celebrities.
celebrity characters because they seem so important to us.
forever.
But people like Michael, nobody had heard of this guy in the mainstream world really, and he's just a source of Danny's who's telling him that I modified this software. I did it for
Steel and wood are better for
intelligence
interior
agencies, and I
doors.
did it
Steel's
with Whack and
stronger,
Hut out at the
obviously.
Cabazon reservation.
Well, I guess when I replace
And
them with older
then
doors, that'll.
he files the affidavit, like you say, and 8 days later, he's arrested in Washington State for this drug bust.
I'll start
But
selling off some of these animals, I think.
I think if you're in Danny's position, it's really easy to say like, oh well, I'm talking to this source. Nobody knows about this guy. Suddenly he's filing this allegation against the government, and the same department of the government, the Justice Department, through the DEA, arrests him. And it's very easy to draw a line there, a logical line. I think for Danny, and I think Michael reinforced this, that this was retribution for him coming forward and spilling the beans on that. the October Surprise and his relationship with the October Surprise, the Wackenhut organization, and all these things that he had alleged. If you listen to anybody who was on the federal law enforcement side, I mean, we've talked to some of those people and read quotes from them, and they will just say, "What are you talking about? This dude was a major drug, manufacturer. Like, this is just hogwash, But I think that we show in the documentary that there's much more to Michael than just him being a drug dealer or something like that.
What's interesting, the October Surprise was people, emissaries from the Reagan administration, told the Iranians to hold the hostages so it would Carter looked very weak when Carter squared off against Reagan. And we told them, our government, or the emissaries, said, we'll sell you arms really cheap because Iran was involved with a war against Iraq. And actually, there was a major investigation into the October Surprise. And believe it or not, our Congress said the October Surprise didn't happen. But last March, the New York Times published an article saying that the October Surprise did in fact happen. So Michael Riconosciuto was right about the October Surprise.
He was right that it happened.
Yes.
He said he went to Iran with Earl Bryan to help do the wire transfer of the $40 million in illicit funds to sweeten the deal with the Iranians. That we were never able to prove in any way.
Probably not unless you want to do a lot of caravanning.
Interesting, because there's many different versions of how that story happened. And Bob Perry spent his better part of his career and was largely excluded from journalism, mainstream journalism, for going too deep into this, trying to track down all these different tendrils. I think October Surprise is some movie, and that you get to see the possible ways the intelligence community is working, but also ways that the intelligence community is seeding all kinds of stories. So you never know what's real and what's not. And it's we talk about a hall of mirrors.
I mean, just put it this way: the campaign manager for Ronald Reagan was William Casey, who then became the director of the Central Intelligence Agency.
That's what I'm thinking of.
His main assignment as campaign director was to do foreign negotiations for a former Republican of California who wanted to be the president.
Dromedaries are good for writing. And
how many directors of CIA are lowly campaign managers ever in the history?
Just throw one more little thread in here while we're here, and we don't even get this in the documentary. William Casey, former OSS legend from the precursor to the CIA, was outside counsel to Wackenhut, which is the company that was out at Cabazon with John Philip Nichols and Michael Riconosciuto. So it's a nest of all of this sort of, if you want to see it in a certain way, it's really our story is really about the privatization and the porousness between the government intelligence and the private intelligence and private military industrial complex.
What's interesting about William Casey, he shows up in a book that I co-authored, Confessions of a DC Madam. Henry Vincent ran a gay escort service. And I guess this comes from a number of prostitutes. William Casey would have the gay prostitutes anoint him in oil. And he had erectile dysfunction.
Why did my trade just go
and
through?
This was before Viagra, so I don't know how he resolved it. But he was. So it's kind of weird to hire a gay prostitute and then have him rub oil all over your body and have erectile dysfunction. I always thought that was kind of interesting in that book.
This is just a great photo of or drawing of Casey, so people can know what he looks like. Very interesting character.
In Casey, I haven't read that part of your book about Casey, and
this again.
Who knows? I don't know. He's such a complicated guy.
That madame, what an amazing source. That's really
Henry
if that guy's telling you the truth.
Well, the thing about
way to
Henry,
wo-
he was kind of like in a position like Michael Riconosciuto. He was the man who knew too much, and he had to go to prison for a long time.
I guess like, how can all of these people be doing all this gay escort stuff? Are there enough gay Republicans in the world to fill the volume of orders that are coming through? How do you see it that way, Nick?
Well, he certainly didn't have a cash flow problem. So obviously it was a very lucrative business. Henry was a brilliant guy.
Yeah.
He's a mortician by trade, and he comes from this very religious family in West Virginia where people handle snakes and things like that. And on a whim, he bought this gay escort service from a guy dying from AIDS for like $10,000. And then he went through the yellow pages, and escort services are generally fly-by-night operations, so they don't pay their phone bill. And then he called up all these escort services, and the number was disconnected. So Henry called the phone company and said, I will pay the arrears on that number if you give me the number. So suddenly he went from having one escort agency to many of them, like half the ones in the yellow pages. So, and he became the man who knew too much. He saw the CIA people compromise other people. I mean, he knew a lot. And the government said to him, Henry, he was indicted on, the guy was just running a gay escort service, and he was indicted on 41 RICO counts. And the government said to Henry, you've seen a lot, and you could cause us some embarrassment, but we're going to make sure that you do 295 years in prison if you talk. Now, if you don't talk, we'll give you a pretty good deal, 5 years. So Henry opted not to talk at that point.
But then talk to you.
He did eventually want to write a book. He was really tired of his name being slandered. And so he wanted to write a book.
The Ambrosia plans went away. Unless I accidentally hit cut instead of harvest on them, which would be tragic.
You got a crazy amount of ambrosia. I don't
Yeah.
know if I've ever seen that much.
I mean, I have 2 different locations. Where did the third one go? It was like up here. I may have cut it by accident. Is there any way to tell?
No, not after the fact.
Well, hopefully I didn't cut it by accident. That would be very unfortunate. Bless you. Thank
you.
In order to hunt, they have to have a gun, right?
Correct. And usually you want a slower firing gun because it's less likely to make the animals go manhunter.
Yeah. Dang. If I actually cut that ambrosia plant, I'd be a little upset.
I find it so tedious. I completely ignore them most of the time.
I mean,
The
each of
only
them
time
sells
I've-
for 10.
Yeah, but I mean, drugs are much more efficient.
Oh, like the drugs you produce?
Yeah, the drug plant. You just throw some of it on some rich soil, and you can make lots of money out of it.
How many plants?
What do you mean?
What kind of plants is that?
Psychoid. You need to do the research for refining it. Psychite refining.
Hmm. Yeah, I have drug production, but I don't have psychite refining yet. But I might as well start growing it now, right?
Yeah.
Also, my fridge is getting overfull.
Yeah. You can put more shelves to get a little more density.
What is the psychoid plant? Yeah. Did we run out of power?
Oh, you might have.
They never finished the geothermal thing down here.
Do you have enough steel and components for it?
He should. Oh my, when I say work on it, missing steel. Okay, fair enough. What do you ping?
Steel.
Yeah, that's in my base. How do you know when you're going to? There's like a wall before the Also, I hit a join. Does that mean I desynced or?
Actually, it was Justin.
And now I desynced.
Now it's your turn.
Nice. Yes, the monsters that you fought, they're behind walls, right? Like I'm not going to dig through a steel and find them.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh.
What's that noise? I'm still in joining.
I joined.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let me save and reload.
You think you're gonna start a new colony, John?
Yeah, I just rezzed one of my people. We're gonna do I deleted the monsters and rezzed one person. We're gonna carry our riches to another place and start over.
That way it's like that map is dead, kind of.
Yes.
Are you still gonna be close by?
Yeah, I'll just move like 2 blocks over or something.
So starting over basically, but keeping the research is kind of.
Yeah, I'm debating. So if I bring my resources with me, all of them, I'll kind of fuck myself because my wealth will be high. I'll get raided immediately.
Hmm.
So I might not do that.
Well, if you deleted the monsters, you could just go get the stuff unless it's gonna.
That is story.
Yeah.
And then Justin will come extract 50 gold or whatever it is he needs.
Community chest.
Taxes.
Community found wealth, right? You know. Taxes. Yeah. It's a protection fee, John. I was actually going to send Justin a care package with some gold in it, but I have steel problems at the moment, so when I get that resolved, Justin, I bought some more. What are you doing, Jared?
RuneScape.
I regret asking.
All right, game's back up.
Okay.
And who crossed laps out. I'm really lucky.
Joining.
Do I have any guns left? Or not, huh? They all burned away.
Man, I wish I had done carpet. Wait a second. What?
What?
Oh, okay. It's because of they only roofed the middle part, which is the only part I don't want to roof. But it's because they can't put the AC units and stuff in because we're having steel problems. Well, maybe it's a good thing I cut the one that was outside the base. Good, Waldo. Good dog. I desynced trace hashes don't match. Usually it's like wrong state on map something, so that's weird. Dude, whenever the quest thing pops up, it lags so hard.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Is it still just me though?
I'm the prime.
Surprise.
Say that again.
Yeah, say it twice. Let's say it for those in the back.
Say what?
Say it louder for those in the back.
Back.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
Racist.
That's how is that race?
Where do you think it came from?
Look cool.
I don't think you were trying to imply that I'm a cool kid. I think you were trying to imply some racist shit. Yikes. That's all I gotta say. How much does that game crash?
Player. It's the multi, yeah. It doesn't have multiplayer support at all. It's all a mod. So it's kind of a...
Didn't you say it's all a mod and they have no idea what the source code is, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
just like...
insane that they pulled it off. Plus the multi-faction thing is a huge difference.
Yeah, it did not have this many problems on the single map. But also, it was only just me and you, so...
Yeah.
So that's the problem again.
Well...
Problems here.
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you are the problem.
Oh, well, that checks out.
I'm just calling it like can't help it.
Do drugs need to be refrigerated? The psychite thing?
The leaves do, but not the produced drugs.
Okay, so when I set up the drug lab and I just say make as many as possible, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Built the geothermal thing. It's a good thing I recruited this miner person, since I apparently have steel problems. What?
My person died.
How?
So those, Ancient Danger things, they also have crypto, they have, like, sleep pods.
Crypto?
Like, yeah, they have crypto, they have stasis pods, with people in them, and I opened them to try and get some new colonists, and, some of them were not nice people, and they killed me.
Again? Like everybody? Or just...
Well, I only had one person, so, sort of, yeah.
You're just gonna revive them again?
I might.
Or are you going to take over the evil person?
Nah, they suck. Fuck them.
Okay, wait. Does this mean that they're going to cut it down or harvest it?
Does what mean?
Like what I have here?
I don't think I can see it. Yeah, I can't see your orders.
Okay, because it has the cut icon, but I think it is actually just doing the...
Harvest, yeah.
Now I'm like freaked out that that's what I did on the other one, you know?
Oh.
Because you said that they disappear after you harvest them, but that hasn't been my experience. So I wonder if I did accidentally brick them.
No, normal plants do that. Those don't. Wild plants in general don't disappear after you harvest them.
Okay, so I need to do Psychite refining. And then, you know what, I might as well just switch to that. Not that anybody's doing research right now. No. Turtles are really slow, right?
I would assume so.
Even if they have the Scaria thing?
Yeah, they should move pretty slow.
Do the quest. And I went, the king was like, "Oh, go check up on my friend over here," or something. So I went to the temple and I'm like, "Hey, I'm here to check up on this guy." And the guys are inside like, "Who?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, this guy." And they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm that guy. I'm fine." He's like, "Oh, I'm like, okay, do you need anything?" And he's like, "Yeah, go kill this dog for me." I'm okay. And I kill the dog and he says, "Go tell the king, you did a great job, have fun, buddy." And I went to kill it. I'm like, "Hey king, I killed the dog. I did a good job." And the king goes, "Are you mentally deficient?"
Oh, I
Just
know
get
what quest
off.
you're talking about. It's it's near what do you call it? Varric?
Varric.
To Varric.
Yeah. He goes, "Are you mentally
Yeah, I did that
deficient?"
one. I looked up if there was a way for you to not like be an idiot, and there isn't.
There isn't,
It's just
yeah.
a brain.
It's just obvious you're getting played along the whole time. I love that. Are you mentally deficient? Or when I started the quest, he's like, "Oh, you'd help me?" And my character's just like, "Yeah, I have nothing else better to do." And I'm like, "Oh, I just want to log out the game." Oh man. Trick your feeble intellect into helping them kill that guard dog. Yeah, this is one of like 15 quests I have to do, so I can. I can get to that Prifendos place.
I'm up to moderate expectations. Rip.
Yep.
Is all my steel just spent, or am I blind? I think it's all just spent.
No, that's not great.
Yikes. Oh, duh. I restricted her, that's why. Because I need to make her a weapon. And she's going to be a melee person. Oh. Is there more advanced melee weapons?
Just long swords are better than knives, basically.
That's what you would recommend going with?
Yeah. Yeah, base game melee weapons are pretty limited.
They listed this is a medium length quest. I wouldn't list this medium.
Are you trying to do all the quests in to get to that that place east of Varric?
No, I have to do this one to get to the place east of Varric, Mortania. Which I already have access to Canifis, so I feel like I already have access to Mortania. But I don't know. The wiki says I need to do this quest to get access to Mortania.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
Yeah. Why I need access to Mortania so I can get access to Prifendos, which is like far west, like as far as you can go west of the map.
You mean east?
No, west.
West?
Yeah, like way out west.
Oh.
There's an area with like hills blocking it, and like you can't get there. And I was trying to get there, then I figured out that like it's like Prifendos, it's like the land of the gods or something. It's basically like I don't know.
Oh,
Place where, like,
I know what you were. Dude, you have so many. I didn't even finish it. You have so many quests ahead of you.
Oh yeah, so many quests. It's like
so many quests.
Yeah, so many.
And you have to do like all the shit in that city that's split in half, and oh my god. Well, good luck. Because I was trying to get to Prifendos and I gave up. Well, I gave up on the whole thing.
This would be John the game.
Yeah, basically it was. Like I just lost interest in that goal.
I mean, you were nowhere near. You need like levels in skills to get into Prifendos too. I don't know why, but it has like skill requirements to get.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the end game area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just finished the skills I need to get in because I think it's it's a lot of skills. It's 75 in agility, construction, crafting, dungeoneering, herb lore, mining, prayer, ranged, summoning, wood cutting, and then 70 fletching, 50 thieving, 30 cooking. it's a lot. Great.
Oh, Seth, my new spot has a little walled-in area. I can probably use that, right? I should go open that wall.
Yeah, then you don't have to build any.
Oh, yeah, that's actually true. If I do that, I won't have to build anything. One might say I won't even have the option.
Need to make this person a. Where is it that you make weapons?
Which kind of weapons?
Like melee weapons. Is that a machining table or something else?
No, it's smithing table.
I don't even have one of those. Okay. Everybody except the person without a gun and the non-violent person meet by the south entrance. I'm being raided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people now. Yeah, I really need auto doors. Oh wait, I just finished auto doors. Oh no. How are all of my people like bleeding out?
Thanks. I'm kidding.
Thanks, Justin.
I'm
appreciate that.
I'm not. I can't see. You got to.
I like.
I'll help you.
They were it was all bow people, and my melee people just got absolutely wrecked.
I feel like the bows are so sneaky because like they'll just cut your people up.
Match found.
Wait, why is he cowering? Can I force him to go rest? If he's in flee mode? Or is he just boned?
Yeah, you can force him to go rest if he's just fleeing.
Is it after he's done fleeing or what?
No, it'll override his fleeing.
How do I do that?
Just the way you force anyone to do anything.
I drafted him. Do I undraft now?
Yeah, undraft him and right click on where you want him to rest.
Okay, I might need him to pick up this knife and knife some people first. Ooh, okay, do I want to recruit any of them? Okay, are you dead? No. This person is dead. This person is dead. That person, I think, died? I don't think we're... I think we're just gonna kill them.
Oh shit, are we in their world now? Or are they in ours? No, it's theirs. I got it. This universe stuff is complicated.
Why is he playing chess and not, like, laying down? Like, I can't click on the thing and tell him to go to sleep.
On the hospital bed?
Oh, it has to be a hospital bed?
Or medical bed.
Doesn't he just go to sleep in his own bed?
For what? What's wrong with him?
Okay. He needs to rest.
There.
Okay. Stop. Please.
There they are.
Do this one now.
Dropping smoke.
Out of charges. Right. Flash out. Blinding. Dusted.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Fire.
Just tell me
Log
where
on
they
bad,
are,
John.
Sola. I'll take it from there.
Reloading.
Get on with it. Careful here.
Revealing area. Reloading. There, right here.
Dropping smokes.
Clearing out.
Satchel out.
In teleport.
Spike down B.
I know exactly where you are.
Flash out.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
Enemy spotted A. No peeking. Next.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted A.
Psycho there.
My ult's ready. Not ready yet. Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, I think everybody's okay.
Drop in a smoke.
They're right behind me. I'm so fucking scared right now.
Hunter hunted.
We had like
Last
4
round
people
in
who
the
were all
half.
at 5 hours.
Buy
John.
all you need.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. I don't know why the arrows did so much damage this time.
I need a drop.
Yo, wait, can you buy me, please? This is your last one right here.
Yeah, arrows be sneaks, apparently.
No.
Spike down
Standing
A.
ahead.
Cutting their vision. Last player standing.
Do bodies that are inside and roofed no longer, like, do the skeletons not go away?
Correct.
If I remove the roof, will they go away?
Dropping
Eventually they'll degrade, yeah.
Okay.
You can make a crematorium.
I have this little thing, but I roofed it by accident, so it's getting full.
Got one. Get out of here.
Wait, did one of the people go fight this llama?
Switching sides.
Oh my god.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this.
The
I've
llama
earned it.
killed the other person. That's why I couldn't find them. They were punching a wall? Is there a way to, like, scan for something that's damaged?
Not really, no.
Drop in a smoke.
Dawn's getting attacked.
Yeah, but the person's already gonna meet the death in a couple hours.
Spike planted.
Manhunters eventually, when they sleep, they're fine, right?
Not ready yet.
Yes, if they don't have Scaria. If they have Scaria, like the Manhunter packs, then
no peeking.
They will stay around.
Last player standing.
In a couple days.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet. No peeking.
Match point.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
We'll bring it back. Right here. No peeking.
Spike down B.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Attackers win.
Oh hey, the one in Bergia came back, kind of in similar spot. I got another one.
Jesus Christ.
What's the Psychite thing? Is it Yayo? Is that what you
Yayo,
make?
yeah, is the one you make, yeah. Basically cocaine.
And
Blake
is
is
it
crack.
It's due forever, right?
Yeah. There's not too much else to use Psychite leaves for.
Oh, Justin's on Cookie Cooker again. I saw you were playing it this morning. I saw you were streaming playing it this morning. What does Brace have to do with Cookie Cooker? You're reaching. Let's say I could just buy this shit. Oh, I can just fucking. Quartz serum. Kidding me.
Oh my.
Oh, thank goodness. Bulk goods trader. Sell the rice.
Oh, you guys lost Justin already.
We did.
I think so. Kind of a weird start. I have so much money, but not much else.
Yeah, I finally got a bulk goods trader, and I'm just selling them like 1,000 rice, 2,000 cloth, like. And I bought all of their components, advanced components, all their neutroamine, all of their medicine, a little bit of plasteel. The dorm's complete. Oh, wait, these ones went away too. Maybe you can only harvest them so many times. If I have the plasteel, do you think it's worth doing? Never mind. No, can't do it.
Doing what?
Making a plasteel sword.
At some point, if you have like, how much plasteel do you have?
About 100.
That's gonna take up all your plasteel. It's 100 material for a sword.
Does the fabrication bench need to be in the clean room?
No.
Does it benefit from the multi-analyzer? No.
No.
Okay.
No, you can put it in your workroom. It benefits from tool cabinets the same as the other workbenches.
Yeah, now that I actually have space in here, I will probably do that.